Hey there, folks. It's been a while. 1 year ago, I set out to make a video that for some time now I felt quite strongly that I needed to make. There were far too many necessary conversations that weren't being had and far too many things that I felt I needed to say. If not for your sake, then for mine. Now, as it turns out, the video I set out to make all those months ago is very much different from the one in front of you today. And that's partially because the person who began making this video back then is, in so many ways, a very different person from the one standing in front of you now. I'm going to be taking you on a bit of a journey today. The same journey that I've been on for the better part of a year. A journey in search of knowledge, in search of understanding, in search of an answer. An answer to a question that's taken on 1,000 different forms since I began. One that I'll pose to you now in the form of a perhaps familiar hypothetical. A serious and sincere man, a robot disguised as a human being, and a sarcastic troll walk into a bar. After they sit down and order a drink, cheers, each of them pulls out their phones, opens Twitter, reads a tweet, and composes a response. I'm going to show you these tweets and responses, and you tell me which one was posted by which person. And then at the end, I'll share with you what my conclusion has become after this year-long journey attempting to answer questions very much like these.
Do you believe the Democrats who created and released the video encouraging military personnel to disobey orders should be charged with sedition?
Why should they be charged? We bomb the boats that we think are carrying drugs. In this case, we know for 100% sure it's sedition. So why charge them when we can just take care of it already?
Falsely labeling nonviolent people as fascists or Nazis should be treated as incitement to murder.
Many people don't understand that words are violence. I would add many more words that should be banned, such as authoritarian, bigot, maggot, gifter, misogynist, or racist. I think all of these words should be banned or punished as a threat. They're un-American.
In your opinion, what is the greatest threat to humanity?
Trans athletes.
So, what's my conclusion? I think we're fucked.
Welcome.
The world's largest computer service, America Online, went down yesterday for 19 hours, taking with it millions of subscribers who were suddenly cut off from their information wonderland. There was a feeling that people's lives had been unplugged.
Somewhere in the world, someone has devised an artificial social environment on a computer. It might be in the year 3000 on the planet Jupiter.
For some netheads and geeks, and that's what they call themselves, the crash of America Online left them feeling lost in cyberspace.
There's this idea that a staggering proportion of all internet traffic, engagement, and content is fake, posted by bots or created by generative AI. The mere awareness of the dead internet theory, as you've probably heard it referred to, is itself a kind of virus. As soon as the idea wriggles inside your brain and latches on, it becomes a permanent resident, and as a result, your experience interacting online will never be the same, tainted by a nagging thought in the back of your mind that you just can't shake, an ever-present creeping suspicion that each and every person you engage with isn't actually real. Every person is either a troll or a bot or worse, that every aspect of every interaction comes with ulterior motives, every conversation turned into the Turing test. Do you even engage? Do you take them seriously? Give them the courtesy of approaching the conversation in good faith? The benefit of the doubt that they are who they are claiming to be? Do you simply take for granted that they're real, genuine humans worthy of the same attention and respect that you undoubtedly feel that you deserve? Or are you being farmed, baited, harvested like some kind of crop, drained of the only thing that you're good for, the one and only natural resource that you provide the internet, engagement? Are they real? Is any of this in any way real? Are you real? I'm not sure anyone can pinpoint the exact moment that it happened, but At some point, humanity and the internet together experienced a kind of dystopian singularity, like a virus mutating our DNA, permanently altering our relationship both with technology and with ourselves. The internet and social media have profoundly changed us in more ways than we know, and unfortunately, as far as we can tell, it's only getting worse. There's something profoundly troubling going on, and frankly, I'm tired of being told otherwise. I'm tired of being told that things have always been this way, that nothing's really changed, that it's just a new form of something that's always been, or perhaps even the way that things are meant to be. The uncertainty, damage, and chaos that's brewing as we witness in real time. The wholesale death of trust and reason is already tragedy enough, but it gets worse when you begin to realize that truth isn't the only victim. There's collateral damage of an even more tragic nature. This isn't just about humanity's struggle to maintain its grip on reality, it's about something far more fundamental, far more existential, something that I believe threatens the very essence of who we are. We're losing what makes us uniquely human, our identity, our self-awareness, our compassion, and our capacity for empathy. And I worry it might already be too late. This is the dead humanity theory.
Predicting what's to come is hard, but when we think about the future, I think it's probably worth looking at the present for
It's a great idea
to surf the net, just to see what's out there.
Okay.
One of the recurring themes throughout this video is the idea that it all too often feels like it's impossible to get any kind of remotely accurate sense of what's going on in the world around us. What's the actual state of things? Who's telling me the truth, who's intentionally lying, and who's merely parroting the same propaganda they might have been duped by? When you open up Twitter or Facebook and start scrolling through your news feed, it's really easy to forget that what you're seeing is not an unbiased, unfiltered, or untainted view of the world. In fact, it may very well be the opposite. Now, for those of us who care about the truth more than anything, navigating today's media landscape can feel almost impossible, which is why I wanted to partner with Ground News for this video. Ground News is a website and app that not only aggregates thousands of news outlets conveniently all in one place, but it also has a bunch of really cool features that provide the ever-important context we need to properly understand it all. They don't just show you what's being reported, it shows you who's reporting it, who isn't, and how differently the same story can be framed. Sometimes what's actually more interesting to me than what any media outlet is reporting on any given story is why other media outlets might want to avoid reporting on it entirely, which is why my favorite Ground News feature is the blind spot feed. I opened it up the other day to see that right-leaning media sources were curiously silent about the sentencing of an ex-Honduran congressman. But why? Trying to answer this question took me down a fascinating rabbit hole where I learned about the bipartisan backlash Trump was receiving related to his recent bizarre pardon of a former president of Honduras, who was sentenced to 45 years in prison for serious drug trafficking charges. There's so much we can learn about the divisive and often confusing state of affairs we find ourselves in when we see that right-leaning audiences are reading headlines like, "Freed Honduran ex-president says Trump pardon changed my life," while left-leaning folks are seeing the glaring hypocrisy behind Trump's war on drugs. Ground News makes comparisons like this super easy, but they take it so much further than that by providing us with tools like the blind spot feed and the bias and factuality ratings that help us take a step back to see the bigger picture, to put into perspective all of the different ways the media is actively trying to shape the way that we all see the world, which also gives us a much better understanding of how and why other people, especially those on the other side of the political divide, are seeing things so differently from us. Get a more objective view of the world and support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent by heading to groundnews.com/veritas or scan the QR code on screen for 40% off the Vantage plan. Links in the description and pinned comment. The internet, the modern town square.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter. You might want to
can you hear me, Judge? I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
The technological embodiment of the backbone of liberal democracy.
You can't just speak anytime you want.
I'm the chair of this committee.
That's not how it works.
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, that is not how
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
All day, but that's not how
Ms. Stansbury, you're not.
the free marketplace of ideas. The notion that when ideas are allowed to compete openly without censorship or suppression, the truth will emerge.
If you take a Lorentzian metric as a section of a bundle of pointwise Lorentz metrics and pull back the positive Weil spinners with suitable passing to maximal compact subgroup, you get one generation of petit salam grand unified fermions.
I was in Chicago recently, and when I was walking by the Chicago Tribune building, I noticed a quote carved into its facade that seemed rather fitting.
Give me liberty to know, to utter, and to argue freely according to my conscience, above all other liberties.
That's a quote from the 1644 work Areopagitica, John Milton's passionate critique of censorship and defense of free speech. He discusses the idea of truth and its ability to overcome the juxtaposition with misinformation.
Let her and falsehood grapple. Whoever knew truth put to the worse in a free and open encounter.
You think I am like shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that?
In On Liberty, the 1859 work by the English philosopher John Stuart Mills, he discusses the potential cost of governmental censorship.
The peculiar evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is robbing the human race. If the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity of exchanging error for truth. If wrong, they lose what is almost as great a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth, produced by its collision with error.
I'm talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what? I think
in a 1984 article published in the Duke Law Journal entitled The Marketplace of Ideas, A Legitimizing Myth, Stanley Ingber writes about the Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes.
Justice Holmes first introduced the concept into American jurisprudence in his 1919 dissent to Abrams v. United States. The best test of truth is the power of thought to get itself accepted in the competition of the market. This theory assumes that a process of robust debate, if uninhibited by governmental interference, will lead to the discovery of truth, or at least the best perspectives or solutions for societal problems.
How is it sustainable if you're killing trees?
Because it's regenerative, you can grow trees.
Right. Well, you can grow all sorts of things, can't you?
Well, you can't grow concrete.
You can.
Ingber finishes by saying,
a properly functioning marketplace of ideas, in Holmes' perspective, ultimately assures the proper evolution of society, wherever that evolution might lead.
As a linguist, translator, and cryptologic.
Now, Ingber's use of the word evolution here does quite a bit of heavy lifting, as there are countless parallels that can be drawn not only between the competition of markets and ideas, but also with life itself. In On the Origin of Species, Charles Darwin's description of the process by which the diversity of life arises is almost indistinguishable from many descriptions of the idealization of a free market economy. Adam Smith's invisible hand at work in the natural world.
It may be said that natural selection is daily and hourly scrutinizing, throughout the world, every variation, even the slightest, rejecting that which is bad, preserving and adding up all that is good, silently and insensibly working, whenever and wherever opportunity offers, at the improvement of each organic being.
Now, whether we're talking about genetics, the quality of goods and services, or the truth, all of these ideas echo a common theme. The best outcomes will inevitably emerge from pure, unhindered competition. The obvious question we have to ask is any of this actually true? Now, the reason why I enjoy talking about this particular metaphor, the comparison between the free exchange of goods and the free exchange of ideas, is the intersection between what each idea predicts in principle compared to what we actually observe in reality. What's so fascinating, to me at least, is not how similar the two systems are in the abstract, but rather how identically wrong they both are in the assumptions that they make about the people operating within them. The free marketplace of ideas relies on the assumption that participants are informed, rational actors that have the willingness and ability to critically evaluate arguments and evidence. It assumes that each person values truth above everything else. It requires that everyone has access to the same information and that ideas compete in a free, open, and transparent exchange where misinformation is debunked and discarded and the truth ultimately rises to the top.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Now, free market economics relies on a strikingly similar set of assumptions. That consumers are fully informed about all of the options available to them, that they're capable of objectively evaluating which is best, and ultimately that consumers acting in their own self-interest ultimately reward and thus promote business practices that are good, punishing those that are bad.
The one thing that you're always kind of in the news one way or another on Goop, and the one thing that I just saw was a big thing was that you had a candle.
Oh yeah.
And the name of the candle, it was sold out. What is it called again?
It's called This Smells Like My Vagina.
No need to add notes or anything. That's the name of the candle, and
Yes.
It's sold out like crazy.
Now, in reality, both systems fail to live up to those idealizations because of the countless flaws in human psychology and the inevitability of corporations taking advantage of those flaws. People are misinformed about the basic facts, overwhelmed by what's effectively an infinite amount of information that they neither have the time, willingness, nor ability to process, and are driven much more by emotion than reason. We want what's most convenient and what makes us the least uncomfortable, preferring whatever aligns with our identity and coincides with our worldview, rather than what's objectively true or valuable. And as such, corporations are incentivized to present us with what we want rather than what we need. Every possible option in the world algorithmically filtered down to the dozen or so options that we're most likely to consume. Truth and quality take a backseat to profit and adaptability to an algorithm, leading to a world where the most popular products are overpriced, low-quality slop that we can't get enough of. And the most popular ideas are a conglomeration of lies, misinformation, and half-truths. A world dominated by McDonald's and Twitter.
The ice cream machine, totally broken, and everybody knows it. It's been broken a long time. Biden did that, not me. Sleepy Joe, more like Sloppy Joe, am I right?
Now let's be clear here. It's absolutely fair to say that social media is the contemporary town square. But the notion that platforms like Facebook and Twitter even have the remotest possibility of being the bastions of free, unhindered expression that many people imagine them to be is laughably stupid for a number of reasons. Firstly, the companies who run these platforms aren't who the First Amendment was created to protect us from. They aren't required to uphold some kind of strict adherence to the principle of the freedom of expression. It's the government that the Constitution protects us from. Now, secondly, when it comes to the law, whether we agree with it or not, or think it's ultimately a good thing or not, is irrelevant. These platforms are perfectly within their rights to moderate their content how they please. We, the voluntary users, explicitly agree to their terms of service and are at the whim of their content guidelines. Limiting the types of speech they want to allow and disallow on their platform isn't a violation of your rights. And neither is banning you outright for speech that they determine to be dangerous, harmful, or unwelcome.
When major advertisers conspired to pull their dollary dues, even brands like Dunkin' Donuts turned their back, claiming Rumble had a right-wing culture. But we're not here to fit a mold. We're here to defend free expression. Free speech is under attack, Jack, but Rumble refuses to take it lying down.
If I have to hear one more person crying that free speech is dead because YouTube banned them for doing or saying some dumb shit, while those same types of people celebrate students being rounded up by the government for doing nothing more than publicly expressing their political opinions, I'm gonna fucking puke.
So this is a country where if you're from another country and you're in America, don't say anything about our politics or you could be forcibly removed from the country. You're comfortable with America being that kind of country.
Yeah, I'd say marginally.
I'm a free speech guy, right? I think that something that's nice about America is that we're a country that has that value, and that we don't generally think that you should be tossed into a van and kicked out of the country for expressing an opinion. I think that that's bad. I think it makes the country smaller. I think it makes the country worse. I think it's a violation of most of the values that I grew up with as an American. And that's my view of what's happening in the country. Now, if you want to say, hey, I don't like free speech for foreign nationals who are in the country who express mild opinions about other countries' foreign wars, then that's your prerogative. It's a big difference between us that you don't like free speech in that way.
I mean, that's loaded language, right?
Yeah, all the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while exacerbate or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English language to express my thoughts and opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's straw manning. It's not a legitimate attack of the ideas, right? So accosted on the street. Come on. She was arrested. Okay. She was arrested by a relatively large group of men compared to what a normal arrest would require, which I think they didn't need to do and was silly. So we can say she was arrested by several men, unmarked or plain clothes, which didn't need to happen. But I don't need to say like she was accosted by men on the street and like it was about a mild opinion. It's like, okay, listen, the facts of the case, like I said. I don't like the idea that people come to this country and then try and tell us how to do, how to live our lives.
You're not for free speech, I understand.
And also, as a side note, it's kind of bonkers to me that Russell Brand thinks that listing off these guys as his colleagues on Rumble, especially during an ad read during the episode featuring Terrence Howard as a guest, is like some kind of selling point for the platform.
Content from creators like Russell Brand, Yo, I'm that dude, Dr. Disrespect, Timcast, and the Mug Club with Crowder. It's more than a subscription, it's a stand for free speech.
All of these dudes do have something quite significant in common, but it's got nothing to do with free speech. But I digress. There's this concept in biology known as convergent evolution, when entirely different species at different points in time develop seemingly identical traits, completely independent of the others, simply because they face the same kinds of environmental competitive pressures. The development of the eye is my favorite example. Obviously, we have eyes, but if you follow our ancestral lineage back over like 500 million years, you'd come across one of our distant ancestors. This gross little bastard that at the time hadn't yet developed eyes. Now, at various points throughout the evolutionary history of this species, their evolutionary tree branched off down a number of entirely different paths. One eventually leading to our more direct ancestors, one eventually leading to the octopus, and another, interestingly enough, leading to the scallop, each of whom independently developed their own unique, yet strikingly similar, versions of the eye. Now, when we look at the fragmented ecosystem of modern social media, we've witnessed a different kind of convergent evolution, one that's less biology and more sociology, technology, economics, and politics. It's an evolution of behavior and of strategy. Despite creators attempting to adapt to each platform's unique conglomeration of content algorithms, with each platform a seemingly distinct and unique competitive environment trying to set themselves apart from the others, they've all inevitably given rise to an uncannily similar collection of features and behaviors, the digital equivalent of the evolution of the eye. Now, just like in nature, the key to survival is vision. Except in the case of social media, it's not about seeing, it's about being seen.
We used to colonize land. That was the thing you could expand into, and that's where money was to be made. We colonized the entire earth. There was no other place for the businesses and capitalism to expand into, and then they realized human attention, that they are now trying to colonize every minute of your life. That is what these people are trying to do. Every single free moment you have is a moment you could be looking at your phone and they could be gathering information to target ads at you. That's what's happening. So like, as much as we can, have really good conversations and try to humanize the conversations, the mechanism of the business is rolling towards that just because of the markets. So it's coming. It's coming for every free second you have.
Any of my fellow millennials out there? Who remembers the classics, the good old days? Miniclip.com, addictinggames.com, Newgrounds? I mean, come on, you weren't a true American in 2002 if you didn't want to punch out Osama in everyone's favorite Flash game, War on Terrorism. Remember the OG E-Bombs world? The only place to get a movie review for The Matrix Reloaded, beat level 5 in this volleyball game and you get to play topless, and watch Monkey sticks finger in rear end and passes out. Which Friends character are you? Take this quiz to find out. Now, personally, I've always thought of myself as a Monica, but I've been told I'm more of a Ross. Not sure I really see it. 12 things you remember if you went to school in the 90s. Remember those parachute things? Those were fucking awesome. Holy shit, the magic school bus, Bill Nye? You always knew it was going to be a good day when the first thing the teacher did was roll the TV cart into class. Well, except that one time. Remember Kazaa, Homestar Runner, AIM, fucking Snood? Who remembers Snood? I'd get home from school smelling like Axe body spray, kick off my K-Swisses, and sit down at the computer and just vibe.
You cannot quit me so quickly.
Yo, did you see this month's Game Informer? GTA Vice City's finally out. Bitch, you better ask Mom to take you down to Blockbuster before there's no more copies left to rent.
You some kind of tough guy? You dress like a woman? You got on panties like a woman too, huh? Something like this.
Yo, I know our entire generation has undiagnosed ADHD, but we really gotta focus. I never thought I'd look back so fondly on the days before social networks became so antisocial. When, like, all of your friends were actually your friends. Back when Facebook required a college email address. Every couple of months or so, I open Facebook now because that's the best place I can talk to my dad. And when my home feed loads, the first thing I see is a meme that my grandmother posted tucked in between an ad for male enhancement pills and reels for OnlyFans models. Now, back in the day, social media wasn't about follows or views. You wanted to see what the people you literally knew in real life were up to, and to the extent that social media had content, it was the stuff that you and your friends shared between each other that you found organically. Content wasn't created specifically for social media. It wasn't designed from the ground up with half a dozen platforms in mind. It was curated across a million other websites that converted traffic into ad revenue. Now, things sure did suck a whole lot less than they do now, but even then, many of us could see the writing on the wall.
There's two kinds of dangers. One is what I just talked about, that we've arranged a society based on science and technology, in which nobody understands anything about science and technology. And this combustible mixture of ignorance and power, sooner or later, is going to blow up in our faces. I mean, who is running the science and technology in a democracy if the people don't know anything about it? And the second reason that I'm worried about this is that science is more than a body of knowledge. It's a way of thinking, a way of skeptically interrogating the universe with a fine understanding of human fallibility. If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along.
As culture changes, technology improves, and these platforms evolve, so too does the meta. Sensationalist news headlines have been a thing since the invention of the printing press, and while the relatively new medium that was the early internet was never truly going to reinvent the wheel, it was the next logical evolution of the same principle. The birth of the modern clickbait culture was unavoidable, exploiting the basic psychology of human curiosity and our proclivity for the inspirational, the nostalgic, the hilarious, heartwarming, and heart-wrenching, combined with the dopaminergic cycle of anticipation and reward, wasn't at all unexpected. But the dopamine hits differently when it not only comes from what is effectively an endless supply instantaneously, but when it's also interactive in a way that it never was before. The war over the control of our limbic systems had taken a major turn.
People thought like headlines were the death of newspaper and the death of news coverage because we would reduce shit to a headline in no articles. Now it's just all that. It's like, and like they're memeing, like the politicians are memeing, which makes me want to fucking put a bullet in my head, like truly, when they're like walking into parliament, like, and then like a gif from like RuPaul's Drag Race, like fucking shoot me in the head. Sorry.
Now back in the day when web traffic was king, pure uncut clickbait was the primary meta. And of course that never really went away. But it wouldn't take long for these platforms to realize that the relationship between them, their user base, and the content that was being shared to their platforms was, let's just say, economically suboptimal. And this is where things start to get a bit more dystopian and a whole lot more meta. It only now just occurred to me that that was an accidental pun. I love that Every time now that I use the word meta, I have to clarify that I'm not talking about Facebook. Yo, my guy, come on, let's focus. If you're a social media website with millions of users, but up until this point had no real way to monetize that user base, why would you want your users to be sharing content on your platform that serves only to redirect them to other websites that were monetizing them? That doesn't sound like savvy capitalism now, does it? When changes happen in an environment and opportunities present themselves, competitors need to adapt if they want to survive. And not only are these social media platforms vying for success within their increasingly saturated competitive environments, but the platforms themselves are their own self-contained environments within which people and content are actively competing. Talk about meta. No, not that. After 20 years of war, cannibalism, and incest between the social media platforms and this bizarre, degenerate landscape is a state of affairs that you'd be forgiven for confusing with the plot of an episode of Black Mirror. It's not just that every other kid these days aspires to be a content creator, it's that every single one of us, whether we like it or not, already is one. And this is, of course, unavoidable if you actually think about it. After all, what we're talking about is a platform where the real content is actually you. Now imagine a place where the popularity of thoughts, ideas, and attitudes was based on how much money was spent to promote them, where the inherent value of an opinion was objectively measured based on its ability to elicit as large of an emotional response from as many people as possible. A place where cults of personality thrive and truth is decided by the analytics. A place that, by definition, attracts the most extreme people, and by design amplifies the most extreme views. Where you have the freedom to say just about anything you want, but unless you have a premium account, nobody will ever see it. A pay-to-win platform where you can see porn alongside presidents who paralyze peace talks, parrot lies about poll percentages, and participate in pissing matches over how many people were present at his parade compared to the opposing political party's protests, all while praising Putin. Adam Smith imagined a benevolent force at the heart of the free market, guiding self-interest toward the collective benefit, one that doesn't impose outcomes or intervene. The literal translation of the French in laissez-faire economics is, let it happen. The modern digital marketplace of ideas is governed by its own twisted version of the invisible hand, silently steering collective attention toward whatever maximizes mass emotional response, independent of truth or consequence. The algorithm. So, according to my YouTube analytics, it turns out if you're watching this right now, it's extremely likely that you're a millennial male. And considering that my first 500 or so videos were FPS gaming content, I guess there's really no surprise there. But I will say I was actually pleasantly surprised to see that with my more recent long-form content, almost 8% of my viewership is now female, which is an increase of about 8%. Also, as it happens, statistically, it's far more likely than not that you, watching this right now, yes, you, Chris, are not currently subscribed to my channel. If you look around YouTube and see all the degenerate content creators with millions of subscribers making millions of dollars who make nothing but cringeworthy garbage, and you think that the kind of content I'm trying to make here has earned at the very least a single click of your mouse, please consider subscribing to the channel. Maybe turning on notifications and acknowledging that my saying those words out loud unironically makes me die a little on the inside, but what can I say? You've left me no choice. Now that I know that statistically I'm preaching to the choir, pretty much all of you will remember the before times. Before the algorithms took hold, before the platforms had a decade of collecting every single piece of information about every single one of us. Before they tracked where we lived, how much money we made, what products we were searching for, what movies and music we liked, or what our political affiliations were. Before companies like Target figured out that your high school-aged daughter was pregnant before she built up the courage to tell you, based solely on algorithms that found correlations between their recent purchases of cocoa butter and magnesium supplements with newborn clothes and baby formula. Imagine your confusion when you check the mail one day only to see coupons for cribs and maternity clothes addressed to your teenage daughter. Back in the day, when content went viral, it was something that happened to it. It wasn't the primary goal for which the content was created. There was no algorithm. YouTube wasn't seen as a system to be metagamed. We're talking about the pure, unadulterated art that was the early 2000s era of YouTube, before creators had to worry about demonetization because, well, there was no monetization.
Got her number. The next day we went to Chick-fil-A, some place in the mall. When I got there, I was like, bitch, where all these people out here? She said, well, it's the mall. I was like, whatever, bitch, give me a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries.
Back when the discerning viewer had a respect for the avant-garde nature of the medium.
Come on, girl, when you add 5 plus 5. Come on, girl, 55, do that 55. Come on, girl, shake your butt, you ex. 55, 55, now let's do the sex, come on.
Before every crazy viral video was blatantly fake or staged.
Shit off, so it don't even matter. Oh shit! Oh Jesus! Lord Jesus! Oh Jesus Christ! Oh Jesus! Lord Jesus! Oh shit! Whoa! That was awesome right there! God damn! Oh shit! Oh Lord Jesus! Oh Jesus!
Back before everything became so contrived, and the content was relatable, a true reflection of the average struggles of everyday life.
The winner this Saturday who stomps the most juice will actually win an overnight stay here at Chateau Alon.
You ready?
You ready to try it?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
Not disgusting.
Let's
All right,
go.
you ready? Give us a 30-second time. Here we go.
It's a lot of fun, a whole day.
Stop.
No.
Boy, I think she's actually hurt.
No, I think she is.
Before memes were intentionally handcrafted and everything was performative and scripted. Back when the videos that truly deserved 100 million views got them.
Okay, my mom just canceled my brother's World of Warcraft account, and he is freaking out. What? Oh my god. Baby boy! Damn it, bro!
Now, there is admittedly still some debate amongst contemporary historians as to exactly what the cause was for the decline. But the overwhelming consensus is that this was the moment that the internet had hit its peak, and it was only downhill from here. YouTube's identity has gone through a number of fundamental shifts over the last 2 decades, separated into what I would say are 4 primary areas. We just saw a glimpse of the first, circa the early 2000s, where YouTube was simply a website where people could upload their videos. There really was no algorithm to speak of at this point. There was a single metric that ruled supreme: view count, and all it took to earn a view from someone was to get them to click on the video. So naturally, it wouldn't take long for folks to take advantage of this highly exploitable system. The YouTube clickbait meta was born. Whenever you have a fairly primitive system such as this, one where the performance of content in a competitive ecosystem is based on a singular metric whereby 1 or 2 basic strategies are overwhelmingly successful compared to the rest, It's only a matter of time before the min-maxers will find every way to abuse and exploit the weaknesses of that system to their advantage. Now, sometime in the early 2010s, after YouTube began to realize the effect that this meta was having on its content and user base, they began to realign their priorities. Recognizing the fundamental disconnect between a video's view count and viewer satisfaction, watch time became the new gold standard, and the era of the YouTube video rabbit hole was born. Most successful content was still tapping into the same kind of viewer curiosity as before, but creators were now actually being rewarded for actually delivering on the sensationalist titles and thumbnails, incentivized to do everything they could to keep the viewer's attention. The longer they watched, the more YouTube was willing to promote their video. Now, in the last decade or so, while we may have embraced higher quality, longer form content, when it comes to titles and thumbnails, we never actually evolved beyond the early 2010s mindset. Despite the content evolving, many creators still seem to be attempting to optimize their titles and thumbnails as if it were the old days of the clickbait meta. The vast majority of creators just have no idea what the hell works and what doesn't. And it's simply not worth gambling our paychecks on experiments or attempts to innovate, so we just copy the way it's always been. Because, well, it works, right? The end result of this is we're all operating in a space where the word clickbait still has the same original shameful stigma that it always had, and yet the word has evolved to the point that it means something distinctly different than it used to. It's the worst of both worlds. Clickbait is content that has a title, headline, or thumbnail that misrepresents the content itself, relying on dishonesty to effectively trick you into clicking. This is clickbait. It's not only transparent and shamelessly attempting to appeal to the crowd that's looking for a glorified snuff film, which 15-year-old me opening up facesofdeath.com for the first time would tell you that you're just better off not watching. But it also promises to wow us with something unexpected that would follow.
Oh my god, the guy died. And then what did he do?
Surprising absolutely nobody, it's just lying to you. It tricked you into clicking by giving you a specific expectation that it never even attempted to deliver on. This particular video is literally Fortnite footage mixed in between clips of different people who had some, mildly unfortunate experiences or close calls. Thankfully, at no point in the video was whatever was being shown in the thumbnail actually shown or discussed. It was a bait and switch. This is clickbait, the thing that was extremely effective in the earlier days of YouTube, the practice that earned itself such a bad reputation, and for good reason. Appealing to your curiosity by teasing something, withholding information, or using exaggerated or provocative language in order to try to entice you into clicking, absent any kind of explicit deception, is not clickbait. My most popular video discusses the alleged cheating controversy surrounding the infamous retro arcade video game personality, Billy Mitchell. Now, is what I talk about in the video really the biggest lie in the entirety of video game history? How would you even quantify such a thing? It's quite obviously and intentionally provocative and entirely subjective statement. But not only that, it's also kind of ambiguous, right? What exactly is the lie? If you don't know about the scandal, you might be curious as to what this massive lie is all about, and maybe you'll click. Is the lie that he cheated, or is the lie the accusation itself? Piquing your curiosity or even being generally vague isn't deceptive. It's not clickbait if it actually delivers on the implicit promise. That's just marketing. There's this extremely fascinating double standard out there that I've noticed where some people feel as if content creators should avoid doing anything at all to try to convince you to click on their videos. Every now and then I get a comment that says something along the lines of, well, this video is really great and all, but I wish I didn't have such a clickbait title. Bitch, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to enjoy the video if the title was whatever boring shit you imagine it should have been. If it was less enticing, less people would have clicked on it. It would have less views and probably would have never even shown up in your recommendations feed. And if it did, it may very well not have been as attention-grabbing enough for you to click on it. So if you enjoy the content, then shut the f***. Sometimes content is intentionally designed to subvert your expectations, and for whatever reason that can rub certain people the wrong way. Now, they're entirely entitled to whatever opinion it is that they feel. But let's not get it twisted. There's nothing inherently dishonest, deceptive, or clickbaity about that. Nobody's out here accusing M. Night Shyamalan of clickbait because the trailers for The Village made it seem like the movie was about a 19th century Amish community living in a forest full of big scary monsters, but spoiler alert, it turns out that the monster isn't real and the movie actually takes place inside a wildlife preserve in 2005. The people inside the village should be mad that their entire life was effectively clickbait, but you shouldn't be mad that there was a surprise ending. All of this is to say that if we want words like clickbait to mean anything at all, we really need to stop using them where they don't apply. Content isn't clickbait just because it's trying to get your attention. When that tasty worm is there to hide the metal hook that ends up through the side of your face, it makes sense that you'd be pissed about the false advertising. If I just wiggle a nice juicy worm in front of you and then just allow you to enjoy it and carry on with the rest of your fishy day, you shouldn't be mad that I convinced you to bite. You should be thankful for the free meal. Clickbait content says, I'm going to show you X, click me to see. And then at no point does it actually show you X. Normal, non-clickbait content says, you'll never believe X, click me to see. And then it shows you X and you go, huh, that was pretty interesting. Content that utilizes purposeful, strategic subversion says, I'm going to show you X, click me to see. And then when you click, it says, aha, surprise. You expected X, but it's actually something else entirely. And here's why that's so interesting. And then you go, damn, that really was interesting. You see the difference? I suppose I should probably clarify once again, given that this is a video about social media, that when I say X, I'm just using it as the generic sort of hypothetical example. I'm not referring to Twitter. Brother, I think they get it. Now, the late 2010s saw the beginnings of YouTube's third era, where they began to focus on tailoring its recommendations to each individual viewer, analyzing their viewing patterns, watch history, interests, and even the types of content they were most likely to engage with, providing each person with their own bespoke home feed, distinct from what we all saw previously, a fairly basic mashup of videos from the channels that you were subscribed to in chronological order. This was a period where YouTube began focusing not solely on watch time, but rather valued watch time, which is not only how effective your content was at getting people to click and then stick around to watch, but also how likely they were to come back and rewatch multiple times, to stick around on the platform and watch more content after, and how much engagement you were able to garner. Watch time indicates that you stayed, but these different forms of extra engagement indicate that you care, signaling the types of things that you value and the kinds of topics that you feel are important. This kind of interaction is a direct signal to the algorithm that these particular subjects mean something to you, and these kinds of inputs are exactly what were needed to bring us to where we are today, the age of AI. These days, YouTube's algorithm isn't based on one or two metrics. It's a sophisticated prediction engine powered by machine learning models trained on staggering amounts of behavioral data, neatly packaged into a gargantuan black box. All of your behavioral data is collected and used as an input into machine learning models that are trained to spit out a highly individualized answer to the most important question that YouTube can ask. What content is most likely to keep you on their platform for as long as possible? And while I'm fascinated about how revolutionarily powerful and useful these systems running on top of artificial neural networks are, the more I find myself asking a question that feels particularly, well, ominous. Are we the ones training these machine learning algorithms on our past behavior? Or could it also be that the real behavior that's being trained is our own?
60 years ago, the American psychologist B.F. Skinner investigated the behavior of pigeons, rewarding them with food when they learnt to peck a key in the feeding apparatus. But then Skinner set the apparatus to reward the birds at random. Now the pigeons just had to sit back and wait. But that isn't what they did. Instead, the majority developed what Skinner called superstitious behavior. When an individual pigeon, for example, happened to look over its left shoulder, and the reward mechanism just happened to click in at that point, it would have got the idea that it was looking over the left shoulder that had got it the reward. And so the pigeon was reinforced in its idea that looking over the left shoulder was what got it the reward.
Where does that leave free will? Because we all think we have a choice whether to do things or not to do things.
Yes. Well, you see, it leaves it in the position of a fiction. We have assumed somehow or other that these internal states, feelings, and so on have initiated something. They have started something. They have created. We have done something in a voluntary way. We have willed to act. If you now look at the actual history, we find that there are external reasons why this has happened. In other words, by discovering the causes of behavior, we can dispose of the imagined internal cause. And once you have found those causes, there is less you need to attribute to an internal act or will, and eventually I think we need to attribute nothing to it.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. In 1631, a printing house in London released their latest version of the King James Bible that included, well, an interesting version of the Ten Commandments. To this day, there's still speculation about whether or not the mistaken printing of "Thou shalt commit adultery" was actually a mistake at all. Some suspect it might have been sabotage or even a twisted joke, while others speculate if it might have been a clever marketing strategy. This ambiguity is a big reason why the Wicked Bible, as it's known today, is, well, still known today. When we see mistakes, especially in places designed to capture our attention, how can we be sure if what we're looking at is actually human error, or if perhaps it's something a bit more devious and deliberate? Just the other day, my podcast co-host, Jesse Kazam, spelled my name wrong in the title of one of our videos. Now, I immediately got a number of comments and messages across a number of different platforms. Many of them were under the impression that the misspelling was intentional, either as some kind of meta joke or as a cheeky engagement farming tactic. It wasn't, he just fat-fingered the spelling. But the interesting thing was that my immediate thought wasn't to go and fix it, it was to ask myself, should I? I mean, it already garnered a bunch of engagement, so why would I? Now, despite hearing from a number of content creator associates of mine that this is a common tactic that more successful creators have been doing for years, it's not really clear to me whether or not it's actually effective in any way. I had a few people mention this video to me. I built a extreme boat, concluding that this was a real successful example of that exact engagement farming strategy. Now, when I first looked at this video after only 14 hours, it had already gotten over 2 million views. And in the 2 months since it came out, it's gotten over 40 million views. So while I was initially skeptical of this strategy, who am I to question something like this? I've got 1/2% of his subscriber count. What the fuck do I know? And that question is one that, by and large, every content creator has had to ask themselves more than once throughout their careers. What the fuck do any of us know about the platforms that we're creating content for? Lots of us think we understand the key aspects of each platform's algorithms, and you, the consumers, very often think that you do as well. But in reality, we're all just operating under countless assumptions that simply don't have any connection with reality. One such set of assumptions that nearly every creator makes is related to what makes great thumbnails and titles great. That is to say, what exactly is their purpose? The most commonly held idea is that the goal of titles and thumbnails is to pique the curiosity of as many viewers as possible, to get them craving the answers to some questions that they feel they just have to get answered by watching the video, making it almost impossible for them not to click. The reality is, in the modern iteration of the YouTube algorithm, the strategy of getting as many people as possible to click on your video, i.e. maximizing your video's click-through rate, is actually the worst possible strategy that will hurt your video's performance far more than it'll help. Now, what naturally stems from that are the related sets of assumptions that consumers have related to what they perceive are the primary motives and intentions behind the titles, thumbnails, and topics that are chosen by creators. So much of that is often just wrong as well. I had originally put together a fairly lengthy segment getting into the details of what actually makes great thumbnails great, something that I only recently discovered that has changed the way I view the performance of content all over YouTube, but it got just a bit too off topic, so I think that's for a future video. While at first glance, the 5 major social media platforms often appear largely indistinguishable from each other, and there's a fair amount of overlap when it comes to the content on each, upon closer inspection, it's fairly evident that they're quite distinct in many respects. And it's these environmental differences that shape which organisms end up at the top of each platform's food chain. After years of audiences diverging, monetization changes, algorithmic adjustments, we find that, by and large, these 5 platforms have developed their own unique identity and vibe. YouTube is all about long-form storytelling and topical deep dives. Instagram is all about polished aesthetics, highly curated visuals, and flexing lifestyles, all of which capitalize on our aspirations and our FOMO. Facebook is a kind of catch-all community hub, part social network, part community board, part memes, and part marketplace. Twitter is all about hot takes and real-time reactions to the 30-second news cycle. And TikTok is the slot machine of the internet, promoting short-term viral trends and rapid discovery in an attempt to lock you into an endless dopamine spin cycle.
Who the fuck put chicken nuggets in the fucking bathroom garbage can? When the fuck will you eat chicken nuggets in a fucking bathroom? What's wrong with you? What are you fucking shitting and eating at the same fuck?
This is straight up a steal. This is the latest upgraded mount. No, walk the fuck away and let those dumbass motherfuckers choke on their own bullshit.
I just took a shit in a human's tent while they were sleeping.
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's the fucking Wild West over there. Now, we don't know a ton of specifics about the algorithms fueling all of the other social media platforms, but we do know a little bit about Twitter, as their algorithm was open sourced back in 2023. Twitter's recommendation engine is a giant funnel composed of a handful of machine learning models, each trained on staggering amounts of user behavior and content. One of the final stages of that funnel is called the heavy ranker. And put as simply as possible, it takes a massive batch of pre-selected candidate tweets and runs them through a fairly simple process that gives them each a score. The highest scoring tweets in each batch are effectively what you're fed as you scrolled. Now, the obvious question that you should be wondering at this point is, how are they scored? Knowing this would give us a really good insight into what the platform prioritizes when it comes to how users consume and interact with its content, and fortunately for us, that part is pretty simple. There's 10 possible actions that are considered for each tweet, with each given their own weighted multiplier such that the end result is each factor roughly contributes an equal amount to the overall score, which quantifies how likely you are to do any of the following when you view any given tweet. Like, retweet, reply, visit their profile, watch 50% of the attached video, view the conversation thread, have your own reply engaged by the author, block or mute the author, indicate that you're not interested in this post, or report it. Now, the sum of these 10 weighted factors determines the score of each candidate tweet. So in other words, Twitter wants to show you anything and everything that you're most likely to engage with. Now, you might be thinking, no shit. And at first glance, this will likely surprise nobody. But I found that this is one of those things that when you take a step back and really walk through the real-world practical implications of what they're doing, it exposes itself as the truly dystopian strategy that it really is. Imagine a spectrum of potential emotional responses that you'll have when you're presented with some idea or opinion, ranging from emotions like fear, anger, desperation, cynicism, something that makes you feel as though you're witnessing some terrible injustice that challenges your core principles or beliefs. And on the other end, you have the things that tap into your joy and optimism, the types of things that makes you burst out laughing or leave you feeling elated and inspired. If you were to try and quantify the likelihood that any given person will feel compelled to engage with any random piece of content based solely on how that content makes them feel, what do you suspect that graph might look like? Pretty much every piece of research that I've come across agrees with what my intuition and experience told me would likely be the case. While positive content on social media does increase engagement over more neutral content, negative content is vastly more effective at garnering engagement, especially when it comes to sharing that content. Now, when I personally come across something cute or funny that otherwise generates some kind of positive emotion, I'll almost always like it because I want to both indicate to the platform that I enjoy this sort of thing and also reward the creator in some small way for sharing content that makes the world a better place, even if at a microscopic scale. The like button is a kind of personal signal of support, a nod of appreciation, and as a creator, I try to follow the golden rule. I want people who enjoy my content to hit the like button. So even though by default my lazy ass doesn't feel like leaving full screen to click it, I try to make a conscious effort to do it as much as I can to avoid being a hypocrite. Now, when it comes to sharing content, that signals a different kind of thing entirely. Depending on the context, it can serve as a positive endorsement, a show of support, or in other cases as an example of something negative that I might feel compelled to make an example of. More often, though, it's a kind of stand-in for the real-life experience of seeing something and thinking, holy shit, come look at this.
Into right. And playable for Acuna to make the catch. Vivas is doubled up! Wow!
These days, I tend to reserve comments for things that are more personal in nature, like asking or answering questions, sharing lighthearted personal anecdotes, or posting poignant, high-quality memes and references that mostly make me giggle and probably no one else.
So, if an intruder breaks into a tiger cage and gets eaten by the tiger, how much should we punish the tiger?
Well, there is some precedent case law on this.
Now, other times I might want to provide what I feel like might be missing perspective or context in a particular conversation. Although if that conversation is something that I think is particularly important, I generally figure that if it's worth sharing to one or two people in someone else's comment section, it's probably worth sharing with a few more. As a content creator, I'm fortunate enough to have a platform and an audience to do that. Now, for whatever reason, this seems to make quite a lot of seemingly fragile people quite upset with me.
When did you become such a pussy? Did you serve? If not, sit the fuck down. I support this 100% don't come to our country and burn the same flag you claim to care for at the same time, because you don't get the treatment you think you deserve.
You're a brain-dead retard and probably just lost half your following with this one single post. Go fuck yourself, pussy. Liberal sissy.
Shut up and get off my lawn, hippie.
Lol, shut the fuck up. George Washington would have dueled you to the death over burning the flag and it shouldn't be protected. Cry harder, moron.
I hate it when content creators get political. They believe they are better than everyone else. Honestly, wouldn't doubt. You use Roblox. Veritas has a pedophile to the name.
You should just stick to streaming. This most definitely isn't your lane. Cry harder, bitch.
Stick to video games, stay out of politics.
Shut the fuck up. People get jailed for burning rainbow and trans flags. Literal dumb fuck.
This who post just shows how uneducated you are. Then you go and spit more bullshit in the comments. Do some research before you go and make yourself look stupid on X.
Hey retard, if you want to be a and burn when you can. But when you do it in a public setting, you can't just as much as you can't burn paper or tires in a public setting. It's an arson crime to cause fires in public.
Now, to these types of people, I have to defer to Christopher Hitchens on this, as he said it better than I ever could. And ironically, he did so while defending precisely the same freedom that these supposedly big government-hating people are apparently so happy to let the government take away from them.
Don't take refuge in the false security of consensus. My own opinion is enough for me, and I claim the right to have it defended against any consensus, any majority, anywhere, any place, any time. And anyone who disagrees with this can pick a number, get online, and kiss my ass.
Now, in fairness to the first guy, I do want to include their later responses because you don't come across W's like this on Twitter very often.
After sleeping on your comments and others, I'm willing to say respectfully that you are right. Everyone should have the right to express their opinion, even if I may not agree with it. I appreciate your candid response, and because of you, my thoughts on this have changed.
Now, I get the sense that the vast majority of the normal, well-adjusted people out there either feel like they have nothing to contribute to the conversation or don't feel like getting involved even if they did. And I think that's generally reflected in the typical ratio of views to likes to comments. This ratio is exactly where the term getting ratioed stems from, with the general concept being that if you get more comments than likes, you've pretty obviously said something that most of your audience disagrees with. Something that, outside of coordinated brigading attacks or mass reporting campaigns, is more often than not an indication that you've said something pretty stupid. Speaking of mass reporting campaigns, back in March I wrote about Elon Musk, criticizing the vandalism of Teslas that was going on, while at the same time making it clear that I had no sympathy for him personally, and what he was doing with Doge was actually quite bad for the country. Shortly after posting this, I returned to Twitter to see that the blue checkmark I begrudgingly pay for has been removed, and my account was put under review. You can't make this shit up. Some speculated that this was some kind of automated algorithmic moderation in place that was punishing people for being critical of Elon. But I think it's far more likely that I just got mass reported by some Elon fanboys and I got thrown in jail temporarily until someone at Twitter could verify the reports were unfounded. It's pretty incredible that the bootlickers who, just like Elon, pretend to be champions of the Constitution, criticizing the libtard cucks for being snowflakes, have a fascinating tendency to be the biggest snowflakes of them all. The blatant hypocrisy is reminiscent of another one of Hitchens' greatest quotes, this time a footnote from his memoir, Hitch 22.
This is why whenever I hear some big mouth in Washington or the Christian heartland banging on about the evils of sodomy or whatever, I mentally enter his name in my notebook and contentedly set my watch. Sooner rather than later, he will be discovered down on his weary and well-worn old knees in some dreary motel or latrine with an expired Visa card, having tried to pay well over the odds to be peed on by some Apache transvestite.
Now, so returning back to the topic of emotions and engagement, let's look back at the last 15 things I've tweeted about. 5 eliciting some kind of positive emotion, 5 emotionally neutral posts, and 5 emotionally charged posts, and compare that to the kind of engagement they get. On the positive content, we totaled 15 comments, 2 retweets, and 149 likes. Not too bad. The neutral content was fairly comparable in terms of comments with 19, retweets with 1, but did manage to get less overall likes as compared to the positive content with only 119. Now here's where things get a bit interesting. The more emotionally charged negative content totally blows the rest out of the water, with 176 comments, 51 retweets, and, well, 1,339 likes. It's just not even close. This landscape has given rise to some of the kinds of trends and metas that'll render the phrase, "I'm losing faith in humanity," all but meaningless. In its most basic form, we get the good old classic Ragebait, which on Twitter these days can apparently get you an easy 29 million impressions.
Remember when teachers hype you up about the pizza party to give you this?
Now that I'm older and I realized that they most likely paid for this out of pocket, this made me hate teachers more, as they are criminally overpaid.
Now, I'm not sure what's more rage-inducing, the comment itself, the fact that shit like this gets just as much engagement as it does, or the fact that the Ragebait isn't even original and I've had this same garbage in my home feed in one form or another more than half a dozen times over the last year. Then there's the semi-controversial Ragebait, the kind of content that perfectly plays to everybody on the spectrum.
If your child is screaming on a flight that's late with no AC and hasn't taken off yet, at Delta, show it a fucking phone. Brain rot the baby on TikTok until it's quiet. Is that too much to ask?
Ah yes, a dude with no kids telling someone else how to raise their kids by recommending as a solution the thing that everyone believes is the problem with kids these days, all because he's upset about a crying baby on an airplane while he's sitting there with what I imagine are noise-canceling headphones. I can't imagine anyone would have a single opinion about any of that. And finally, there's the holy grail of garbage tweets. This kind of thing not only taps into the emotions of people on both extremes of the spectrum, but actually requires the creation of a new spectrum entirely to properly quantify the response.
Husband installed a surveillance camera to monitor his wife's movements while she was sleeping, and this was the result.
This one kills all the birds with a single stone. It simultaneously appeals to the audience that'll love it simply because they have a significant other with annoying sleeping habits, which is literally everyone with a significant other, or well, some other kinds of people for other kinds of reasons.
I'm surprised she didn't end up on the floor herself. Lumao, Lumao, Lumao. I am laughing so hard now. I am crying. I can't imagine him going through this every night. They need to get either a king-size bed or have separate beds. Crying, laughing, crying, laughing, crying, laughing. OMG.
It appeals to the audience that'll find some way to be upset with this for whatever reasons they can find.
I do think some things should be left private. Things like those shouldn't find its way online. Well, to each his own.
Without her consent?
Just to record how his wife sleeps, huh?
Who sleeps with that many lights on? Psychos.
Now, what sets this kind of content apart from the others is that it appeals to a totally new subset of individuals. The gigabrain, critical thinking sleuths with the incredibly rare ability to analyze content like this and recognize the subtle and nuanced hints that this might not be real. But are we really sure? This calls for some fucking CSI level scientific analysis, boys.
It most definitely is fake. Firstly, they appear to be sleeping in the middle of the day. And secondly, she kicks him to the floor, and he doesn't wake. Not is she strong enough to kick a man that size off the bed.
Bullshit. First, she rolls on the bed. Bed doesn't fall from it. Second, she rolls on the bed from top to bottom, but make sure to keep her leg bent so it doesn't hit him. Third, she makes sure do not hit his face. Fourth, when she throws him out the bed, he move his arms to fake the impact.
Retarded and staged.
And wouldn't you know it, the circle of life actually goes one step further. Naturally, the debunkers need their own debunkers and pretentious hecklers.
This definitely isn't fake. Some people really are like this. I myself have completely fallen off of a top bunk with a pretty solid rail all the way around it. I have a condition called periodic limb movement. Sleep study showed I had brain activity and active movement 110 times a minute for 6 straight hours. I never entered true deep sleep. I have to take medicine for this now.
I call fake on this. First of all, it's daytime. Second, no one rolls so crazy not waking up, and the guy not waking up too after drop out of bed.
Nothing gets past you.
Absolute sleuth over here.
You've cracked the fucking code, buddy.
Now, I generally try to avoid engaging with most of this slop directly, but very often I let my curiosity get the best of me and can't stop myself from scrolling down into the comments, hoping it'll be full of people shaming these creators for their bullshit. But usually what I find is that I have to scroll past 20 of their own responses to their own post, oftentimes just linking some other unrelated tweet of their own in the middle to, like, I don't know, cannibalize their own impressions, I guess. It kind of reminds me of those old sites that were popular back before our parents ruined Facebook, where there was some, like, top 10 list of things that you'd never believe, but rather than have them all on a single scrollable page, each one was on its own individual page that you had to click next and wait for, like, fucking 11 banner ads to load before you could see each one. Well, that's like 1/3 of Twitter now. And by the time I finally make it to the comments, it's extremely rare that I'm not disappointed. In principle, the pure essence of a free marketplace of ideas, just like the free markets of capitalism, are equal parts alluring and illusory. The product of competition and natural selection within the free and open idea economy isn't truth. The market isn't free and open. It's a pay-to-win black box. The ideas competing with each other are judged on their engagement rather than their truth or accuracy, and the selection is anything but natural. It's algorithmic. Lots of us knew that the invisible hand was a real thing, but what none of us expected was that it was written in Python. Now, what kind of cumulative effect do you think that this has on humanity when 250 million people are active on the platform every single day? Sure, you can just not use Twitter. Problem solved, right? Well, whether you realize it or not, there's nothing you can do to avoid its effects. You might not live in that particular environment, but the people that do also live in yours. Your neighbor is voting for who they want to be in charge of writing laws that are capable of both limiting and protecting your freedoms based on their interpretations of a clip shared on Facebook, taken out of context from some mainstream media broadcast with 3 talking heads that get 30 seconds to yell over each other about which politician is winning in a Twitter beef over something that, for the least fortunate of us, can quite literally mean the difference between life or death. In a world where everybody already sees things through their own unique lens, shaped by where they were born, their political and religious worldviews, and economic situations, the end result of having our experiences further fragmented by hyper-individualized algorithms created with the express intent of maximizing engagement is about as Orwellian as you can imagine. It's already enough of a challenge to get 2 different people to agree on how to interpret the same sets of facts. So what is it that we expect when the same 2 people are living in 2 completely different worlds where some facts are fake and truth might be relative? Now this brings us to the final tweet that we're going to be discussing. A tweet that, if framed, could be hung in any contemporary art museum, a perfect encapsulation of everything wrong with modern social media.
OMG. Lord help.
We don't have access to reproductive health.
Now, have you ever had an abortion?
No, I haven't. And, and I'm torn because it's like, I know a lot of women who have gone through abortion, and it's almost like a rite of passage to womanhood.
Right.
And it's like that's something that I'm denied and that I will never be able to experience. But it's definitely not a prerequisite to have an abortion, but it is a rite of passage in certain ways.
Now, before I give some much needed context, let's take a look at the response to this tweet. Over 550,000 views, over 7,000 likes, 2,500 retweets, and 4,000 replies.
Reproductive health and abortion are not the same thing.
Nope.
Simply, there are no words. Slow head shake involved.
Definitely.
These mentally ill people need help, not validation.
True.
Mental illness should not be encouraged, it should be treated. We need to reopen the insane asylums and fill it up with all of these crazy lunatics.
Rite of passage, murder, sick mofos have been fostered in the last 4 years, and the lunacy is a mass contagion.
God help these poor sick people. Those terrible screams for attention. Must be its 15 minutes of fame. Is it a pronoun? So sad.
Dark, insanity straight from hell.
This is demonic and sick beyond words.
I'm sorry, but what mirror was he looking in when he was applying his makeup, thinking he was being feminine?
Another man who wants to be a woman and also pines for an abortion. The insanity continues.
Rite of passage equals satanic ritual.
How dare you say it's a rite of passage? You are sick in the head, completely demonic.
Ain't no way that's a woman that's got to be a ugly dude, right? And what it is saying is crazy, and yes, I said it has to be in it, right? Oh Lord, what is this world coming to?
How does he expect the operation to be performed? Exactly how, and what will they be aborting? No one should be encouraging this madness. These people need to be locked up in psychiatric units. This is one of the most vile things I've heard of in a long, long time.
It's impossible to parody these people. They do such a great job themselves.
Do I have to say it? Please don't make me say it. In case it wasn't, painfully obvious, this is satire. The thing that, according to our friend Mr. Rod Terrell, is impossible to parody, was in fact a parody. The 7 layers of irony here would be incredible if it wasn't actually so depressing. This is not a real person. it's a character. And when you see something like this, your first response shouldn't be outrage, it should be skepticism. Now, there's really only two explanations for this having been posted. The first is that the author of the post was simply too stupid to recognize that this was a sketch. They somehow found this video, watched it uncritically, downloaded it without determining the source, and then turned around and sent it out to their 250,000 followers without linking any source or providing any context. Now, even if that was the case, shortly after sharing it, they were informed by multiple people that this was satire. Even after acknowledging it and seemingly not acting surprised, they left it up, happy to let the hate spread. This makes me think that the second explanation is far more likely. She knew all along and simply doesn't mind perpetuating a lie. In either case, the end result is a viral tweet of a satirical video with no context, sourcing, or explanation, deceptively weaponized to enrage the gullible, ignorant, sheltered, and uneducated at the expense of an already massively misunderstood and marginalized community. It's not merely misinformation or disinformation, it's malinformation. What we have here is some conglomeration of all three, and I'm sorry to say that the target audience is simply not mentally or emotionally equipped to recognize the multidimensional manipulation that's going on here. What makes this kind of thing simultaneously so insidious and prevalent is that those that spread this kind of propaganda all too often know full well that they're lying, but they just feel like it's justified anyway. Sure, this is fake, but it doesn't matter because it's exactly the kind of stuff they believe, right? Well, yeah, I mean, if the entirety of your understanding of a subject comes from Twitter and Fox News, I see how it might seem that way, but that doesn't really mean it has any connection to reality, does it? When ideologies are presented with new information that's in line with their worldview, there's no reason for them to be skeptical or view it critically. That's why folks like this are so easily manipulated. They're fundamentally incapable of considering that their understanding of things might be wrong. These folks form their foundational understanding on these issues on lies and straw men, and without fail, the algorithms feed them this kind of propaganda nonstop because, well, nothing garners more engagement than outrage and fear. Even if you're able to get them to recognize and acknowledge that something like this is fake, their beliefs are already too solidified for them to recognize that those beliefs themselves were based on exactly this kind of misinformation. Precisely like flat earthers and other conspiracy-minded individuals, this way of thinking is a logical black hole. There's almost no way to reason yourself out of a worldview that has built into it an implicit rejection of anything that contradicts that worldview. At the end of the day, it simply doesn't matter to people like this whether or not they have a fair or accurate understanding of these issues. All that matters is that they're at odds with their ideology. When it's this easy to convince people that a literal caricature is a genuine representative of an entire population of people, it'd be wishful thinking to expect them to have any empathy for the people whose lives are affected by the very real hatred and bigotry that this kind of content spreads. The loss of empathy goes hand in hand with feelings of outrage and fear, and then it's only a matter of time before the dehumanization begins.
Transgenderism should be eradicated from public life entirely.
So revisiting all of this months after I began writing the script for this video and putting together all of these examples has afforded me the opportunity to look at this from a slightly different perspective. Every time I found myself sort of zooming in on any of these examples to try to get a better understanding of the psychological or sociological forces that were driving them, to try to understand and empathize with the real people behind all of these usernames and avatars, I kept coming to the same kind of realization, that nothing is real anymore, everything is unknowable, and truth is dead. When I returned back to this Twitter post to take a look at some of the profiles of the extremely dumb and toxic folks that had commented, I began to notice a bizarre kind of pattern. First of all, I found it extremely surprising that nearly all of these folks, most of whom are the same age as my grandma, have like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of followers. How is it that they can all have so many followers when they literally make zero original content, when all they do is retweet content from other right-wing accounts? Might it have something to do with the other odd thing that I noticed? That the list of people they each follow is identical to the list of people following them? And why, when I view the profiles of their followers, do I see the same exact pattern? And man, doesn't it sure seem like something really weird is going on when you realize that these 12 Twitter profiles alone account for more than 2.5 million posts? Really gets you thinking. When I came back to that 40 million view YouTube video with the intentional typo in the title to check on the engagement that it had garnered since I first saw it, the first thing I noted was the title. They fixed it. The thing that folks were pointing to as an example of some genius intentional meta tactic was gone. Maybe it was just a typo after all. just one more harsh reminder that this is the world we live in. The world I've foolishly decided to base my livelihood on. Speaking of, I want to say a massive thanks to my supporters on Patreon. It's because of all you that I'm able to continue making content like this while affording to feed my poor, starving kitty cat. I mean, just listen to her. She hasn't eaten in like minutes. You wouldn't let her starve now, would you? I didn't think so. We're living in a world where it's impossible to distinguish between a simple typo and a gigabrain 300 IQ $1 million strategy, where it's all too often impossible to know people's true intentions, whether the commenters are joking or trolling, whether the creators are farming or baiting, or even if any of it or any of them are actually real at all. Despite the typo being fixed, I still wanted to check out the comments section to see what kind of engagement it might have gotten, and
I don't want you, Mom. I want you,
My
Mom.
dad died.
This YouTube
I love you
is
videos
cool.
without
like
your
the
videos,
likeness
man. I
describing
know
this.
I don't know what
And
I like your boots, man. I like your videos.
Oh, I'm a big fan.
Then I'm
I
a
have
huge
2
fan.
iPads. I
I
subscribe
never got
to
to
Ben
comment on your
Asler's
video because my old iPad had no iCloud, but now I have an iCloud on my new iPad. Party popper, party popper, party popper, party popper, Name Vera, party I'm popper, a girl. party
Hey Ben, your
popper,
channel
party
is
popper.
super cool and awesome,
Where do
but
you
I want to
live?
see you in
Can
Cam
you please
too.
get me food
My
and
address
hungry?
is Light Street
Meet Meryl
8689.
58 million.
that's like,
Best funny.
I don't know, weird, I guess.
Too chewy.
Agreed. Without his
Too
hat.
chewy.
Pogo pogo.
A goat puggo.
Guys?
A goat puggo.
Greetings from Turkey Brother. My
Maybe you should go to the
5-year-old
gym
son
and
watches
just
you every
exercise
day and is
and
a big
exercise
fan.
just like
He's
you.
hoping
Me too,
for
it's
a
just
gym.
like the old videos.
Every
God,
video
oh
is
God,
a
oh
kind
Shrek.
gesture
And then go to
to show
bed
that
and get
he
some more
videos
sleep.
agree.
And then
Videos
go to
agree.
sleep.
I
And then go
am
to work.
always,
and then
always,
go to
always,
the doctor.
always,
and then
always,
go back
always,
to time.
and
God, no.
And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
You're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get
conservatives.
replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Oh wow, there's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate camp. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Now, at the very start of this video, I showed you 3 different tweets and challenged you to determine which was the human, which was the troll, and which was the bot. Did you take any time to consider which was which? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about it. Keep thinking about it for a bit and we'll come back to that. Everything you've seen in this video thus far was written, recorded, and edited throughout most of 2025 up until around late October, when I posted it for my patrons as an early access preview. Now, for the better part of this last year, I've been trying to make sense of everything I've been seeing, trying to sort out what's fucking real and what's fake, and what I'm supposed to be thinking and feeling about the state of things, how it's been affecting my mental health, and skewing my perspective of the world, making me question so much that I should never have to question. I've had my theories, but largely kept them to myself. I mean, I didn't really have anything to back up my hunches, outside of some really fucking bizarre behavior that didn't exactly seem real. I ultimately decided to reach out to a number of these accounts to try and get more information about who they were, if they were real, what the fuck they were like doing all of this for, but not a single one wanted to talk. Now, on November 13th, I started to notice what was seeming like a bit of a trend. A bunch of these right-wing Twitter accounts were posting about how they were feeling like they were being throttled or censored or something. Now, I ignored most of them for that day, save for one that I had opened in a tab I just so happened to not close until the 14th. And I guess my curiosity again got the best of me. I decided to take a look at this account, and lo and behold, it had all the hallmarks of whatever the fuck this is. I called them out for it, hoping to get some kind of response, but, of course, nothing. The next day I saw another handful of the same. This one appears to be linked to what must be the German equivalent of MAGA. MAGA. And again, I tried to get some kind of explanation, and again, nothing. Then out of nowhere, not less than 10 days later, something happened.
It turns out that many of the openly racist and anti-Semitic accounts on X that claim to be America First but are actually giving MAGA a bad name, well, they're not true America First at all. In fact, they're largely coming from Pakistan and other Muslim countries.
Well, it turns out that some of the largest MAGA influencers on Twitter are America First in name only because hundreds of them have been exposed as foreign bot accounts.
Basically, the entire right-wing movement on Twitter is just all fucking astroturfed. I'm sure some of it are actual individuals who are living in foreign countries who are just trying to make some money, so they run an account and, try to make revenue through X that way. But a lot of them are, part of these massive bot farms.
So, look, I think a lot of people already suspected this. It's nice to have some confirmation, but a lot of the all caps, ultra MAGA, America first, like X accounts aren't based in the United States at all.
They're not MAGA or America first. They're cosplaying as America first in order to discredit MAGA and make money.
There's also the War Hamster, a self-proclaimed America First account with 22,000 followers who fear-mongers about foreigners voting in American elections that's actually based in the UAE.
American, that account, based in Pakistan.
Charlie Kirk hype account exposed for being based off the Russian Federation. The account is based in Eastern Europe, non-EU.
Okay, Mary Tiles, Texas, you sure post a lot of pro-MAGA stuff online. Oh wait, you're from Russia?
Ultra MAGA Trump 2028. Turns out that account is based in Nigeria.
This is a major account that always gets Elon Musk's attention. This is based in India.
America First is an account based in Bangladesh.
This Ivanka Trump fan account based in Nigeria.
American Voice is American Guy X, based in India.
This big MAGA account is based in Papua New Guinea.
Pro-Russian British right-wing account Adam Collingwood and his multipolar pod turns out to be, well, Russian.
Serbia, Thailand, South Asia, Eastern Europe.
The presence of foreign bot accounts isn't necessarily a new phenomenon. In fact, The Independent reports that bots make up a majority of internet traffic now for the first time ever, and 37% of said bots are actually malicious bots, according to a report published by cybersecurity firm Imperva. Because the proliferation of bot accounts got even worse under his leadership after he chose to roll out the new verification system, where premium users would get paid ad revenue to tweet, which was not only a boon for bot accounts, but it incentivized negative engagement farming. And regardless if people were interacting to call you a dickhead or to cheer you on, you were getting engagement, which brought in ad revenue, and in turn, made you want to do that even more. So this is why the platform became so toxic under Elon Musk.
Hello everybody, this is the version of Veritas that does all the editing the day after he records all that green screen footage that won't be on camera because he's been sitting in his pajamas in his basement for like 14 hours straight and hasn't showered and for some reason speaks in third person. In case you've been wondering why it's taken me so long to make this video, it's, well, because of shit like this. Less than 12 hours after I recorded all that stuff, I learn about the recent news related to Nick Fuentes, someone who, well, let's just say that's another rabbit hole entirely that I don't think I want to go down. Even I have limits, people. What I will say is that many view him as the heir to the Charlie Kirk throne. Fuentes has been making the rounds on a number of different platforms in response to what's been a seemingly meteoric rise in the wake of the Kirk assassination. And the new study from the Network Contagion Research Institute came out literally the day I recorded all of that, outlining a ton of really fascinating and honestly concerning discoveries. There's 3 quick things I want to cover before we get back to the video. The first is going to be sharing a few excerpts from their research paper to give you a sense of what they found. The second is for all the folks out there unfamiliar with Fuentes and his particular brand of politics. And then I'll wrap up this little interlude with a final thought. First, the research. Nick Fuentes' surge into national visibility did not originate from a broad or sudden shift in American political sentiment. It emerged from a pattern of online amplification that was unusually fast, unusually concentrated, and unusually foreign in origin. Fuentes received dramatically higher early retweet velocity than any comparator, including Elon Musk, the platform's most followed user. Within the critical first 30 minutes, Fuentes routinely outperformed accounts with 10 or 100 times more followers. In a sample of 20 recent posts, 61% of Fuentes' first 30-minute retweets came from accounts that retweeted multiple of these 20 posts within that same ultra-short window, behavior highly suggestive of coordination or automation. 92% of repeat early retweeters were fully anonymous. No real name, no real photo, no location, no contact info, and the majority are openly or functionally single-purpose quote-unquote Groyper or American First accounts whose primary activity is boosting Nick Fuentes and related fringe extremist messaging. In the months before Charlie Kirk's death, roughly half of the retweets on Fuentes' most viral posts came from foreign accounts, heavily concentrated in India, Pakistan, Nigeria, Malaysia, and Indonesia. These regions have no organic link to Fuentes' politics, but do match the known geographic footprint of low-cost engagement farms, making the pattern consistent with bot farm amplification rather than genuine foreign audiences. So now that we know that this guy's message is being amplified, very likely artificially, to an ever-increasing audience, I suppose we should maybe get a little bit of an idea of what that message is.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes. I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. White people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do. And I'm tired of pretending he's not. That's true. Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch. A lot of women want to be that sounds bad when I say it like that, but there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them, but also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't. I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, you know, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. Ready to take our country back.
Now, I think most of you can already understand how this is relevant to the conversation at hand, but I want to emphasize one of the biggest aspects of this whole thing that really hammers home what my concerns have been related to this whole MAGA Twitter bot situation, which Philip DeFranco summed up nicely.
With all this, a thing that I do want to hit on and clarify is that just because Fuentes maybe became popular artificially, that does not mean that his popularity now is still artificial. Because as the study even notes, after Kirk's assassination, the distribution of accounts that are promoting him, they shifted from those Asian and African ones to Western ones. And in the meantime, Groyper accounts, the name for Fuentes' followers, they began raiding the comment sections of Turning Point USA's content. All of which, according to the report, suggests that non-Western bot farms gave Fuentes the initial boost that he needed, and then genuine Western engagement followed suit.
What I want the takeaway from this to be is that regardless of which accounts are real, which are bots, or which are foreign actors, the reality of the situation is that it might not matter if or how much of it is real, because even if artificial, coordinated untruths can make a difference. We live in a world of self-fulfilling prophecies, one where in the process of defending ourselves against what was once an imaginary boogeyman, we all too often end up creating the thing that we feared. A world where even the illusion of the popularity or sincerity of an idea, no matter how crazy or absurd, itself can implant that idea into the mind of a real, genuine person. The lesson here is admittedly about as cynical and depressing as it could be, because how real these problems or people may or may not be might not actually matter when there really isn't any ultimate difference in the outcome between the best case scenario and the worst, where we can't take solace in the hopeful idea that it's all just a false alarm and that nasty reality we were all worried about wasn't real, because the lie, by itself, in the right environment, the environment we just so happen to have built for ourselves, has the very real potential of becoming real if enough people believe it to be. So after all of this got reported, it was starting to look like maybe my original hunch might have been right all along. Although throughout my adult life, I've learned a really important lesson. We unfortunately have a tendency to just outright accept whatever it is that we hear that reinforces our beliefs, opening us up to all kinds of problematic ways of thinking, like falling victim to confirmation bias. The best way to support our beliefs is not to merely accept anything and everything that seems to confirm them, it's to constantly challenge them. Question the assumptions that we have, be especially skeptical of the information that conveniently supports it, because some of the easiest people to manipulate are the ones who love being told what they want to hear. and none of us want to be manipulated, right? I decided it would be smart to give myself a bit of a sanity check, ensure I wasn't either right by accident or perhaps even confirm what was being reported was actually real or not. I figured the best way to do that would be check some of those MAGA accounts that I talked about earlier and see where they were based out of according to their profiles. If my theory was correct, we would expect to see these accounts being located all over Asia or Eastern Europe. So what did I find? Well, firstly, it's worth mentioning that I was a day or two late to this party. It wasn't brought to my attention until after it all blew up in the news. And I think there was a point where the feature got taken down by Twitter and then maybe changes were made and it got put back up, and it was being reported that many of these accounts might have been using VPNs or other means to change the country that was being shown, something seemingly confirmed by Twitter itself literally within the feature as it stands today. So it's possible that what I found wasn't necessarily what I would have found had I checked these accounts the day this all went down. Now, first, I thought it made sense to go back and check some of the accounts that were being reported in the news to see if all the information was still there. And what I saw was one of two things. Either they were still listed as outside the US and nothing had changed, or the accounts no longer existed. Then when I went back to look at all the accounts I just talked about a few minutes ago that I had found myself and looked at the location, what I found was, well, even more fucking confusing. They were all from the same place. The United States. Oh. So what the fuck does that mean? I have no idea. What might be some of the possible explanations here? They could be bot accounts created by pro-MAGA Americans in order to amplify their message and push the illusion that this movement is growing and stronger and maybe much larger than it really is. They could be bot accounts created by external actors, intended to stir the pot, to sow discord and chaos and further divide an already divided country. It's entirely possible, albeit I think less likely, that they could be bot accounts created by anti-MAGA forces who either want people to think whatever threat they pose is bigger than it really is, or to otherwise make them look bad. It could be that these accounts are real people who really believe what they're saying and simply have decided to spend what would be some significant portion of their life posting and amplifying some of the most hateful and divisive pro-MAGA content, while simultaneously engaging in what appears to be some kind of coordinated follow-for-follow campaign of an enormous scale. Now, finally, it could also be the case that these accounts are real people somewhere in the world, whether that's New Jersey or Nigeria, I don't know, who are being paid by someone, whether it's Putin or Donald Trump or the deep state, I couldn't say, to spread this stuff for some reason. And then they all just got found out when this new Twitter feature went live, and some of them quickly scrambled to get their VPN set up or whatever to make them seem legit. Now, regardless of the explanation, there's one thing that we can say for sure. Something unnatural is going on here. What we're seeing here is in some way a lie. I can't say who's doing the lying. I don't know which part of the picture is fake, but it simply cannot be the case that what we're seeing here is an accurate or realistic representation of reality. Maybe the hardcore MAGA ideals that feel like they're anywhere and everywhere on Twitter actually only represent a much smaller piece of the right than we think. If you viewed the political opinions on Twitter as some kind of representative sample of the larger US population, you'd think that like 49% of the country is this flavor of hardcore ride or die MAGA, which paints a picture about the right that I used to know, the more prototypical traditional conservative Republicans that I grew up with in the 90s and the 2000s, as being totally dead, gone, a thing of the past. Now, it's also possible that there's effectively zero representation of any remotely moderate Republicans out there because they've all been converted to full-blown MAGA. Or it's entirely possible that they just don't spend their time on Twitter. Either way, all the moderate Republicans that I used to know, they're nowhere to be found. I would love to talk to you, but there's no way for me to know where or who you are or what you think about what's going on in the world. The world where MAGA has truly taken over the hearts and minds of the entirety of the Republicans of America is indistinguishable from the world where MAGA is actually just two fucking kids in a trench coat.
The polls showed that the Republicans, they are still very much the party of Trump. Because when Republicans were asked who they would vote for in the primaries if they were held today and Trump was allowed to run for a third term, the president just took the cake. 50% of Republicans said that they'd back Trump again for a third term, more than double the 19.
I don't think the argument we're having anymore is the argument we were having when it was Barack Obama and Paul Ryan, which is more an argument about healthcare and taxes. And, I remember how many years I spent debating the Grover Norquist anti-tax pledge. It seems very quaint. Now we seem to be having an argument about a more base layer of civilization, right? So how do you think the argument, at least on the right, has changed? The sense of threat has changed?
Well, I mean, I do think that there is a very open debate now inside the right that didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. And historically, conservatism was kind of rooted in the G.K. Chesterton fence principle, right? The idea that the difference between a conservative and a non-conservative is that a non-conservative walks across a field, sees a fence, doesn't know why the fence is there, immediately uproots the fence. The conservative sees the fence and says, I don't know why that fence is there. I'm going to go figure out why the fence was put there in the first place before I uproot the fence. In other words, before you tear down an institution, before you rip away something that has a historic basis, try to figure out why it's there, because it might be there for a pretty good reason. And I think that on the right, there's such a rage that has arisen, at least on part of the right, that the tendency is to just rip things out by their roots rather than trying to correct or even determining whether the thing can be corrected.
The right isn't conservative anymore. It's counter-revolutionary.
It's anti-left.
What's the difference between being a conservative and a counter-revolutionary?
Well, I mean, I think that being a conservative is rooted in basic principles, private property, rule of law, traditional virtue, localism, subsidiarity, balance of power among the branches of the government, right? These were all the things that I grew up with as a conservative. And I think that, obviously President Trump is post-ideological, that is for sure. And what that means is that the right has become sort of a repository for anti-left feeling and is now a big tent. And the problem with the big tent is you let in a lot of clowns.
Now, I know that there will inevitably be a subset of my audience that'll dismiss anything and everything I say, or probably already has, the moment that I started talking about Trump and MAGA. I'll be diagnosed with Trump derangement syndrome and rejected as a lib-cuck sheep brainwashed by the leftist media. And I get it. Trust me, I really didn't want to do a video about politics. I really didn't want to talk about something that has a very real chance of alienating a large part of my audience. I wanted to do a video about social media and its effects on humanity and empathy and reason, but let's be real here. There's no way that any serious person can make a video touching on the post-truth era of modern society and the effects of social media on humanity in 2025 without being political. And you can't talk about politics without talking about Trump. There's no way around it. These ideas are inseparable, and I think most reasonable folks would agree with me there, and where we would disagree would be in the details. So now, my dear listener, let me put forth the idea that we might not be all that different, you and I. I have a bit of an interesting history, and perhaps you'll indulge me for a moment as I share. My introduction into politics was during my late high school and early college years. As unfortunate as it may be for this video, I didn't have a smartphone back in 2007. Well, I guess technically I did, but I wouldn't exactly put my Palm Trio in quite the same category as, say, a modern iPhone. So I don't have like 8,000 photos or videos of everything that I'll be talking about to give you the most convincing narrative. But I will share a bit of what I do have, with some obvious redactions, of course. Now first, in order to be fully transparent, I need to show you this. You get it? It's like an Epstein files joke? Or is it too soon? No, okay. The year was 2007, my senior year of high school, which you could say was an eventful year. Just 1 year earlier, a business teacher mentor of mine recommended me for a marketing internship at a local real estate company. I got my real estate license and sold my first house before I graduated high school. Now, I even still have my original real estate license. This was the year that I dove headfirst into business, economics, and the world of conservative politics. During my time in the real estate world, I was surrounded by some really great people, folks who also happened to be pretty hardcore conservative. These were people that I looked up to, considered mentors, and many of which I'm still friends with to this day. I cut my teeth on politics and real estate in the late 2000s. You know, the Bush era and the real estate crash.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
One of my conservative friends got me into guns. Here's me doing cool gun things. And here's my original concealed carry permit. Here's me on a little shooting excursion with my college roommate Nick. Some savvy folks out there might recognize the shirt I'm wearing. Some first run merch from the YouTube channel, The Nut and Fancy Project, one of the first channels I really got into, where I binged hundreds of knife and gun review videos. You don't buy merch from somebody that you aren't a huge fan of, and this isn't exactly a liberal YouTube channel. I even joined my conservative mentors in becoming a fully fledged member of the Freemasons. Now, in full disclosure, part of my reasoning for this was that I was, at the time, interested in a number of different conspiracy theories, and the Masonic Lodge I would ultimately become a member of was connected to a few different small businesses. The one directly adjacent to it was, I think, a company that sold lighting, and it was named something like Illuminatus. And then right next to that was a shop that sold eyeglasses, and their logo? Now, if you know anything about conspiracy theories, you'll know that seeing a Freemason lodge adjacent to a business called Illuminatus and another with a fucking all-seeing eye is like the most national treasure shit you could ever stumble upon. And at the time, I guess I was role-playing as Nicolas Cage. I eventually made my way through the ranks, and before I started my freshman year of college, I was raised to 3rd degree Master Mason, the highest degree in standard Freemasonry. Now, I learned quite a lot from this process. Most notably, how much effort is one man willing to go through to be a member of what is ultimately a boys' club where they meet once a month to play cribbage, smoke cigars, and eat pie, and then a couple of times a year they do some charity fishing events. Now, while it was a fascinating experience with a group of quite generous and respectable guys, it wasn't exactly the world domination I was hoping for, but you can't win them all. Now, during my college years, as I worked to get my business degree, I got a job at State Farm Insurance, ultimately getting my property and casualty insurance license. Now, from selling insurance and real estate and a number of other part-time jobs I had here and there, I'd saved up enough money to buy some of the toys that I had wanted for quite some time. Let's be real, no Democrat drives a truck like this. I was well on my way to living the American dream, and I hadn't even hit 20 yet. On the radio, I listened to Rush Limbaugh and Michael Savage religiously. I worked behind the scenes on some of the campaigns for the Republicans running for local government, designing and printing flyers and pressing buttons, and if you can believe it, I was also the co-founder and vice president of my university's chapter of College Republicans. This is me in front of the White House in 2008. Here's me just moments later being a douchebag edgelord to an old lady protesting outside the White House. It's looking back on memories like this that I thank Christ I didn't have a YouTube channel and a smartphone back then. The cringe is already too much to handle. These photos were from a trip that me and my fellow college Republicans took to DC, attending that year's Conservative Political Action Conference. I was in the 3rd row when George W. Bush gave his famous speech there. A few hours later, after God knows how many rum and cokes, here's me, youthfully exercising my freedom of expression and potentially committing a crime. I honestly don't remember. See, guys, I'm just like you. Where are those emails at, am I right? Something about Benghazi or whatever, you get it.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
The point is, we aren't so different, you and I. This was a time of my life that I wouldn't trade for anything. I met so many great people and learned a lot about the world and a lot about myself. Over the years, I've grown and learned and changed, as one does. I realized that being a conservative Republican was actually a little bit more than I just want to make lots of money and don't want big government Democrats to take it from me to give to lazy people suckling off the government teat. As it turns out, there were lots of things that my conservative mentors had been saying for years that I had sort of just ignored for a long time. Every so often I found myself experiencing some cognitive dissonance with so many aspects of their worldview that didn't exactly feel in line with my personal, social, and moral principles. Now personally, I've never been religious, so I've always felt quite uncomfortable with much of what I feel like is the baggage that it brings to political ideologies. From a very young age, it was transparently obvious to me that while being gay is not exactly my personal cup of tea, neither is eating sushi. And who am I to scoff at someone who does enjoy either one? What's it got to do with me? And therefore, why the fuck should I care?
Do you know what marriage is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's when a husband and a wife get married.
So what do you think gay marriage is?
When a boy and a boy get married and a girl get married.
Oh, you're right. Do you think that's very hard to understand?
For some kids.
But not for you?
No, not really.
It always felt so bizarre to me how hyper-fixated conservative religious folks were about sex. Like far more than those who they incessantly prattled on about as being hypersexualized. I have a number of gay friends and family members, all of whom, without exception, are amongst the best human beings I've had the pleasure of knowing. Of course, correlation doesn't necessarily equal causation, but I could never quite square that fact with the idea that they were somehow actually, like, evil or something. It was never the gays that gave me the kinds of sinister vibes that I got from pretty much all of religion. And what became clear pretty fast was that their understandings of sex and love and relationships seemed way more natural and healthy than anything I ever heard from anyone in Sunday school or speaking behind some pulpit. And eventually I'd come to recognize homosexuality for what it really is. Not merely a form of sex, but more importantly, a form of love. And as Hitch once said, it deserves our respect for that reason. On one hand, I was told that the Democrat communists were successfully ruining the economy, government regulations and unions were hurting the free market systems, and they'd been ballooning government entitlements for decades, solely to get votes from lazy immigrants living off of welfare at the expense of hardworking folks like us. And yet, the only people I personally knew who were struggling the most during the 2008 financial crisis were some of my hardworking, red-blooded, blue-collar Republican friends. Government subsidies and unions were largely the reason they still had their jobs and were making remotely decent wages. And those that weren't as lucky were only kept afloat because of welfare programs. It was around this time that I began to wonder if I really did see the world the same as them. If I really did feel as strongly about the things that they did. If all the things that they had been telling me actually matched reality. Or if maybe I had kind of just been half-heartedly role-playing for years because I just wanted to fit in with people I liked and respected, and some of my more immature, naive, short-sighted, and materialistic proclivities just so happened to align with one particular idea of economics that seemed to agree with most of what they were saying. I wanted to share all of this with you to try to make it clear that this video is not about bashing or shaming Republicans. It's not about praising or endorsing Democrats. This isn't the same old played-out partisan bullshit. But what it's also not is the kind of apathetic, complacent, and cynical kind of centrism that allowed us to get to where we are today, a place that very few of us across the political spectrum like the look of. If you really do care about truth and reason and are capable of feeling empathy, then we are on the same team. What I'm genuinely trying to convey to all my Republican friends out there is what someone like me sees when they look around. I want you to understand that I'm desperately looking for people like you. I want nothing more than to talk about these things, to see where we disagree and discover where we have common ground. I would love to talk shit about the obvious shortcomings of the Democrats, and talk about how based some of the Republicans have been on a lot of different issues, but it genuinely feels impossible for a handful of different reasons. And it just so happens that politics rarely comes up in conversation with my family and friends, and if it does, we very likely have the same views and perspectives on things. So the only exposure I get to anybody on the right side of the political spectrum these days is online. And as we both know by now, that probably isn't a very accurate or fair picture of reality. The people I see online probably aren't representative of the average. Or are they? I actually don't know. And that's kind of the point, isn't it? The optimistic part of me holds out hope that this isn't the case, but when I go back and check the Facebook accounts of some of my old friends from back in the day, they're all kind of just saying the same shit I see on Twitter from folks who I assume to be bots or crazy. So I'll admit it's not exactly encouraging. Either way, whenever we're engaging with somebody on the other side of the political divide, even if they aren't the unreasonable extreme, because of how divisive things have become, we're all so guarded. We've all become so defensive. We're all just used to dealing with unreasonable, disingenuous, and intellectually dishonest trolls online. So what happens is that we force each other, which ultimately forces ourselves, to be unreasonable about basically everything. The moment we let our guard down is the moment when we know the other side will pounce and say, "Aha, gotcha." So we're all stuck being unwilling to agree when any kind of valid criticism about our quote-unquote side gets made. And then we all just end up looking like hardline partisan schmucks. When someone quotes a statistic in support of their argument, it's easy to just dismiss it outright and say that's bullshit, even though 9 out of 10 times we don't actually know what the stats are or if they're accurately representing them or not. So what can we do? We can't accept it because then we're ultimately admitting defeat. Even though the correct response in such a situation really should be to say, that's interesting, I didn't know that, I'll have to look into it. And so many of the folks that are confidently tossing out these talking points and statistics, thinking they're the truly informed ones who've put in the time and effort to educate themselves, are all too often just regurgitating memes and lies like flat earthers do. So the irony is that the most reasonable person in that kind of argument is actually the person who just admits they don't know much about it. Of course, people will scoff at that idea, but think about how much time a typical working adult with kids has on any given day, and think about how there's hundreds of different contentious political topics flying around these days with centuries of historical nuance attached to them and 1,000 sources making 1,000 claims about each. It's really the case that we all kind of just need a fucking reality check. We all need to stop role-playing like we're experts. We all need to stop being so confident in the positions that we've come to on so many of the complicated things that we're willing to destroy relationships over. it's almost definitely the case that it's just not worth it. But we can't do the intellectually honest and reasonable thing, because the moment we admit that we don't know, that's the perfect opportunity for them to say, oh wow, you don't actually know anything about this, and yet you believe what you do even though you're ignorant? And who wants to hear that from anybody? We have a serious challenge in front of us, one that starts with us needing to acknowledge that while we may have access to effectively infinite information about what's going on in the world around us, and almost all of it reinforces what we already believe to be true, each of us only has the time and the mental and emotional capacity to digest a tiny fraction of it, an amount of data that can be filled up in 5 minutes of doom scrolling on any of the platforms that we're all effectively living inside, because they're doing everything they can to force feed each of us a very specific perspective of the world, one that we should know by now is not an accurate representation of reality. It's easy to dismiss many of the things that I'm going to be talking about today as like alarmist or an overreaction, to think that I've got TDS or I'm just being overly emotional, to think that none of these problems were all that new for humanity, and this is all just politics as usual with a new coat of paint. And while I would agree that none of this is totally novel or unprecedented, at least from the lens of like human history, but there is something that makes our current state of affairs quite a whole lot more troubling. Historically, the spread of misinformation was always, in some way, constrained. The grifters used to have like horses dragging around fucking carriages from town to town, selling snake oil to what, like a dozen people at a time? The conspiracy theorists really only had the ears of random passersby on street corners. But now, with the ubiquity of the internet and social media, for really the first time in human history, this problem has, quite literally, transcended the shackles of time and space. Now, ideas are able to be shared from anywhere, by anyone, with everyone else, everywhere else, having access to that data effectively forever. With his fist, a man can only do so much damage. Now give him a rifle, and that allows him to do considerably more. The internet has given each and every one of us the intellectual equivalent of the nuclear launch codes. And we are, right now, currently living in what feels like some kind of post-truth, post-apocalypse, with each and every one of us surrounded by radioactive lies and misinformation. A new kind of informational fallout, silent and invisible, with a half-life longer than the lifespan of any one of us. We aren't actually engaging for the purposes of gaining some kind of mutual understanding. Questions are actually inquiries. They're gotchas. Whenever they are talking, we're all just waiting for them to shut the fuck up so we can crack back with whatever pre-canned response we've got queued up. We didn't stop listening, we just never were in the first place. The internet didn't just encourage this shift, it optimized for it. We unknowingly created an environment where survival depends much more on the illusion of being correct than anything else. And this radioactive behavior we've learned has been slowly seeping out into the real world for some time now. Talking points turned into scoring points. Conversation became competition. Politics turned into a war. And when a war is being fought over truth itself, the outcome of the dialectic becomes existential. It's no longer about understanding. It's about legitimacy, identity, and survival. The internet set the stage and supplied the raw fissile material. Politicians assembled the warheads. The loudest among us selected the targets. Somewhere along the line, we passed the point of no return. And once the chain reaction had begun, critical mass was inevitable.
This is Strawberry Arena, home of my football team, AIK. In Stockholm, there are three major teams, AIK in the northwest, Hammarby from the south, and Djurgården from the east. And I grew up north of Stockholm, so naturally AIK became my team. And like most sports fans, I support this team year after year, even though all the players, all the coaches, essentially everything about the team is constantly changing. There is no fixed essence that binds me to the team. It's just my chosen tribe.
I can't explain how freeing it is to detach yourself from this absurd, only my team is ever right mentality, and how eye-opening it is when you can actually look at things objectively and pragmatically, rather than emotionally or tribally. Whenever I call something out that I see as unjust, illegal, harmful, or problematic, Every single time, without fail, assuming we ignore all the ones that immediately tell me to shut my lib cuck mouth, I'm confronted with the same response every time. A response that, on its face, appears to be setting up one particular argument. One that looks fair, valid, and reasonable, but in reality, it becomes quite evident rather quickly that their argument is actually something entirely different. Something much more absurd, childish, and hypocritical. It's the old classic,
"Oh yeah? I didn't see you complaining when your side was doing this other identical bad thing."
Let's take a look at a real-world concrete example. My tweet from earlier related to burning the American flag. Now, first of all, it needs to be said that there's actually an interesting discussion to be had here. A million reasonable questions that could be asked in response to my post. Now, naturally, very few people, especially on Twitter, are interested in that kind of conversation. What the majority of them are interested in doing is responding in a,
"Oh yeah? What about you?"
kind of way. The response that to some seems like a big-time gotcha, but actually has a number of major fundamental flaws. In the case of the flag burning stuff, there was one ubiquitous talking point that I still see being parroted every day. A blatantly obvious textbook false comparison. Some people really seem to hate nuance, and they apparently don't have any time or patience for the details. Sometimes I wonder if they're scared because, rumor has it, that's where the devil is. And you know how they feel about him.
In the mighty name of Jesus Christ!
In order to properly understand the distinction I alluded to before, there's two different kinds of arguments that take the general form of, you think X is bad? Well, what about when your side did Y? The two versions of this single argument are superficially identical, but at their core, they're fundamentally different. To explain, first allow me to break down the logic behind my post, which I'm going to argue is actually the quote-unquote good version of this argument, before I show a few examples demonstrating the bad. The United States was born out of resistance to what our founding fathers viewed as governmental tyranny and oppression, especially as it relates to their freedom to express discontent with that government. This right, among many others, was codified in the First Amendment of the Constitution, which clearly and explicitly protects the citizenry from governmental regulation over their speech, especially when that speech is political in nature, and doubly especially when it's critical of the government itself. There's considerable legal precedent in support of the idea that this freedom isn't limited merely to spoken words, but also extends to things like the freedom of the press to be able to publish unmolested by governmental influence, citizens assembling to peacefully protest, and even symbolic acts and gestures that we might find disrespectful or distasteful, such as giving a police officer the middle finger and yelling, "Fuck the police." This right is foundational to our liberty, and as such, there are very few exceptions in very limited circumstances. Now, there also happens to be considerable, well-established legal precedent supporting the idea that the act of burning the American flag is not one of those exceptions. In fact, it is precisely the kind of expression the First Amendment was written specifically to protect. Symbolic political speech expressing discontent with the government. Now, whether or not, on paper, the executive order that Trump signed makes the distinction between cases where flag burning is protected speech and cases where it's not, is actually entirely beside the point of my commentary. Let's skip right past any arguments that I happen to believe could be made about why this was done, when it was done, and if it was merely used as a threat or a pretense intended to chill political criticism our president doesn't want to see or hear, because while very important, that's also besides the point. My commentary on flag burning was in response to what was a clear pattern from a troubling number of particularly prominent, powerful, and loud voices who just so happened to be on the political right. This pattern was to first demonstrate a fundamental lack of understanding over the important distinction between what kinds of speech is protected and what might be considered incitement. Just because you do a thing that could, theoretically, cause a riot doesn't actually matter. And even if someone actually said or did something that actually did lead to riots, that also doesn't make it incitement. I know this is hard for some people to grasp, but really all it usually takes to either get someone to understand or for their brain to break entirely, is to turn the question back onto them. Imagine if something that you said, for example,
"Marriage is only between a man and a woman,"
suddenly made all the snowflake libs go nuts and start rioting. You obviously recognize how fucking absurd and unconstitutional it would be for the government to then punish you and charge you with incitement. It's insane to me how few people actually seem to consider how the shit they're advocating for could, under very different circumstances, be used against them. For whatever reason, when they look at some unilateral application of an idea that just so happens to be beneficial for them now, they can't see the obvious inevitable rod they're placing on their own backs. The government can do whatever the fuck it wants, just as long as it's good for me. What could go wrong? Now, every now and then, we get a glimpse into the mind of somebody who's dangerously close to figuring that out.
Let's say we get a complete tyrant in office, and let's say Turning Point USA is having a huge protest against, something really bad that we don't like, and let's say he's a president is saying that it's getting violent. What is the difference between what you're doing and how could we prevent someone from abusing that power?
We cannot be afraid to do something because the left might do it in the future. The left is already going to do it regardless of whether we do it. That is the takeaway of the last 40 years.
This dude asked a great question. He pointed to something he very clearly felt to some extent concerned about, which I believe he was referring to the Trump administration effectively sending the military into Democrat cities, even though those cities' mayors specifically said they did not want it. I think both of them understand how problematic of a precedent this is, and yet all it took was for JD to say something vaguely resembling, something strong and patriotic, and it gets a loud round of applause. Don't you find it interesting, though, that Vance's response was to basically say, well, they're going to do it, so we shouldn't be afraid to do it also. Remember that for later. Also, I might be crazy, but this guy kind of gives me troll vibes. Like, I'm wondering if he's a liberal content creator or something. Between the goofy facial expressions and his salute, and the fact that he asked a, coherent and self-aware question, makes me feel like maybe he isn't actually MAGA, but I might be imagining things, who knows. Now, when attempting to shed light on my observation that the folks who were the loudest voices in the room claiming to respect our founding principles were perplexingly weaponizing their ignorance in justification of what would be, in any other context, the antithesis of American principles, governmental control over political speech, the response I got just basically proved my point. Once again, it's like my Flat Earth video. That video was all about how Flat Earthers claim to do research, but never actually even take the most basic steps to even begin to research anything, which is made obvious when they constantly cite sources that disagree with them and call everybody else sheep when all they do is blindly parrot the same handful of long debunked talking points from their cult leaders. And naturally, one of the first comments I got when the video came out was,
"Weird. No clips of Witsit, Jaron, or Bob, three of the most prolific contributors to this conversation. It's almost as if this entire video is one huge strawman fallacy. Yes, some flat earthers don't articulate their thoughts very well and make highly speculative statements. But there are others who know the scientific literature very well and can see major flaws and even outright deception in it. If FE is so dumb, why make an 8-hour hit piece against it that leaves out the brightest people in the movement?"
Now, what's so incredible to me is that the chapter that I titled, "They Are Intellectually Dishonest," came directly after a full chapter on Bob and immediately before a full chapter about Austin Whitsitt. You just can't make this shit up. There's a fascinating tendency for people to respond to my comments, disagreeing with what I said, while simultaneously demonstrating my original point. Outside of countless misunderstandings about what incitement, in the legal sense, actually means, a common rebuttal to my post was people directly linking to, or loosely referring to, this and other similar stories, where a group of young men from Atlanta were arrested for tearing up pride flags. Now, you might think they're basically giving me a taste of my own medicine, right? Pointing out my hypocrisy? Well, the problem with this is actually fourfold. Now, for starters, thinking that this story is remotely a First Amendment issue by itself shows that they don't really get it. In what many of you will recognize as that famous flat earther tactic, they provide a source that they clearly did not read or understand. Because if they did, they'd recognize pretty quickly that it doesn't actually say what they think it says. If they read it, they would have known that they were charged with obstruction, criminal damage to property, conspiracy, and prowling. It's weird, none of that sounds like speech, does it? Where are the charges for hate speech or incitement? And it's also not true to classify burning the American flag, or frankly any flag at all, by itself as a quote-unquote hate crime. These folks fail to recognize that there isn't a thing that is by itself, in a vacuum, a hate crime. Someone does a hate crime when they first do some other normal kind of crime, with the important distinction being that crime had to be specifically motivated by something specific about the victim that falls into the category of protected characteristics. On the front end, the thing that makes a normal crime, like assault, a hate crime, is when the motive for that crime was directly linked to the victim's race, sexual orientation, religion, etc. And on the back end, the primary difference between a normal crime and a hate crime is that crimes that are motivated by hate receive a harsher penalty, for reasons I hope I don't have to explain. What we have in this case, the case that I've seen dozens of people so confidently throw out there as some kind of trump card, pun absolutely intended, is a case where some young guys recorded themselves taking somebody else's property without their permission, motivated by hatred towards a specific group of people based on one of those aforementioned protected characteristics, destroyed the property that they stole, fled from the police, and when some of them were caught, presumably didn't cooperate with the police to name the ones that weren't. Under any other circumstances, I would expect my right-wing friends to be talking about these inner-city urban gangbanger thugs wreaking havoc on the streets, a menace to society and a danger to the fine men and women in blue that are out there keeping us safe. But because it's, probably mostly white kids, and because the property they stole and destroyed happened to be a pride flag, it's of course much different, right? And of course, this example, in their mind, demonstrates a kind of inconsistent justice and hypocrisy. Now, interestingly enough, you might think that even if what they were saying was actually true, and it's not, that these people were arrested and charged merely for their speech, that what their argument would actually be is that any kind of government control over our speech like this is wrong in both cases, right? Well, naturally, this is where the entirety of their position comes crumbling down, exposing the fundamental distinction between our seemingly identical arguments. If what they claimed about this story was true, if it was like some kids in their backyard making TikToks of them cutting up or burning pride flags they bought on Amazon or something and then got arrested for it, I would be the first to say that them being arrested in that case would be wrong too. And of course, that's the entire point of this long-winded anecdote, isn't it? My principles are consistent. My worldview is coherent. Unchaining myself from the fucking shackles of partisan politics, the ultimate team sport, the ultimate tribal groupthink, I've got zero emotional attachment or personal investment in one side being right and the other side being wrong. My identity isn't tied to one team or the other, which not only makes it really easy for me to remain consistent in my principles, but it's also how I guess I end up being an enemy to both teams. When you begin with core principles and judge everything on a case-by-case basis through that lens, you might still be wrong, and that's okay, because that's far better than being inconsistent or hypocritical. Way too many people say that's what they're doing, but it becomes immediately clear that they're either lying to you or lying to themselves when the rubber hits the road. This individual, who I have to assume is on the left, jumps into the middle of a back and forth I was having with somebody else, seemingly taking my side while debating the other guy. The problem here is, they're both wrong. He attempts to argue that there's some kind of legal distinction that makes something that otherwise isn't criminal, burning a piece of fabric that you legally own in a legal manner, suddenly into a crime specifically because it's one particular pattern of colors versus another. This is, of course, nonsensical. And lo and behold, it's trivial for me to point out what is the obvious inconsistency and actually, stand on principle, evenly applying it even to the people I might not like or agree with. All you have to do to see where your worldview starts to crumble is turn these simple claims into fucking Mad Libs. Remove all the nouns and start substituting different ones in their place in all kinds of new and exciting combinations.
There's only one reason to burn the flag, and that's because you hate. Therefore, burning the flag should be illegal.
When you find yourself making precisely the same fundamental argument as the people you disagree with, you might want to take another look at your position. Now, at face value, both of us are pointing at the other and saying, look at this thing. They're okay with it, but not okay with this other conceptually identical thing, and that demonstrates they're being a hypocrite. The important distinction that separates my way of approaching these things and the all-too-common way is not that they deny it, but instead they actually admit to it and attempt to justify it by trying to say we're both doing the same thing. Like that thing that J.D. Vance just did 5 minutes ago. The trouble is, it should be clear to anyone paying attention that the comparison is just transparently flawed. These people basically admit that they're fine with somebody being jailed for burning an American flag. Full stop. The flag isn't stolen, they're not setting fire to it inside fucking town hall or something in violation of fire code, but it's merely the symbolic gesture itself that they have a problem with. And then at the same time, they think that pointing to cases where theft or vandalism or obstruction were involved, or often cases where a non-governmental social media platform bans people for saying shit they don't want on their platform, and they think that not only are those examples even remotely comparable to what they're trying to justify, but wrongfully assume that I'd be okay with their imagined scenarios if they were actually real. In trying to put me in a convenient little straw man box, attempting to point out what they think is my hypocrisy, what they're actually doing is reinforcing that old adage of every accusation is a confession. Their entire starting position is ultimately a charade, a wolf in sheep's clothing, precisely the original point I made at the very beginning, that these folks who fancy themselves patriots are all too often just role-playing. And all you need to do is humor them for just long enough for them to really make their position clear. They simply aren't doing the same thing as me, condemning a bad thing while pointing out hypocrisy. What they're actually doing is attempting to justify the thing they've secretly believed all along, invent a straw man as equally as incoherent as theirs is, and then unironically argue that two wrongs do actually make a right. When you push back against the people who pretend that they're the real patriots who love the Constitution and have the utmost respect and reverence for the principles that this country was founded on, it doesn't take long for their facade to crumble entirely.
Also, it doesn't matter if you say that the true essence is not change, but instead, for example, big versus small government, or equality versus hierarchy, or collectivism versus freedom. Any proposed essence falls apart under scrutiny. Research has also shown in experiments that people's views on issues do not cluster to the current left-right spectrum until after they're socialized into the left-right way of thinking.
None of us fit perfectly into any of these stupid fucking boxes. None of us. When we have this us versus them mentality, we find we have to twist our logic and our principles into knots to make it all fit. Don't you think the world would be a better place if we didn't all try so hard to live up to some idealization of a label that pits you against millions of people that you realistically share so much more in common with than you might think, while simultaneously saddling you with all of the burdens and baggage that come along with forcing yourself to be associated with millions of others who very likely think or act quite differently than you do? Regardless of how prominent this issue may or may not be on one side or the other, that doesn't matter. This isn't a right versus left thing. It's not a my team is better than your team thing. What this is, and I want to make this crystal clear and unambiguous, is a non-violent battle fought inside ballot boxes within the court of public opinion and inside courts of law between us, both you, yes, you, my friends in all shapes and colors and whatever the fuck other surely fantastic but also entirely irrelevant ways in which you might be different from myself, we, together, united as one, as people who genuinely care about truth with a capital T, and what can only be described as an extremely problematic and in so many ways incredibly bizarre political cult. The politicians, billionaires, and the opportunists orbiting them think that we'll be too distracted by the word they're waving around with one hand like a lightsaber to notice what the other hand is doing, dividing us from each other and draining that word of meaning it had left. That's what I've written thus far for a transition between parts 4 and 5. Can you improve that at all for me?
Absolutely. The core idea is strong, but I think the sentence is trying to do too much at once. The statement successfully conveys intent, but intent alone does not guarantee understanding. Would you like me to provide a few examples that reduce ambiguity, improve precision, or generate alternative framings that better align with your stated objectives? Hello?
Back in September, I stumbled across, well, an interesting video.
Breaking now. President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own medbed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
I'm hoping most, if not all of you, recognize that for what it was. A very obviously AI-generated video promoting an equally fake story about medbeds, a fictional, magical cure-all medical technology that's deeply rooted in some pseudoscientific QAnon-adjacent conspiracy theory bullshit that we don't have the time to get into today. While there may be folks who can be forgiven for not immediately experiencing that intense feeling of uncanny valley and catching that this was fake the first time around, what would be entirely unforgivable and frankly inexplicable is if you were to watch this video and believe it was real while literally being the person in the video. And then after watching it, you stopped and thought to yourself, ah yes, this is definitely me, and I definitely said these things, and I definitely want to share it again with the world. I have to admit, I don't know the exact circumstances that preceded our president posting this on Truth Social. I also don't know what the impetus was for him to later delete it without, as far as I know, any explanation. As a brief aside, I can't mention Truth Social without feeling obligated to point out that, first, this is literally Trump's website. Second, when it first came out, it wasn't even allowed on the Google Play Store because Google didn't want an app hosting content actively promoting threats and violent incitement. But third, and most importantly, it's just an impressively dogshit website. Like, if you thought Twitter was bad, check out the personal feed of the guy who owns the website and who also just so happens to be the President of the United States of America. Every other item in the feed is an ad attempting to convince you to stop taking real medicine and instead overpay for some quack alternative medicine cure-all that you have a feeling is at best a placebo and at worst seriously dangerous. Now, this also happens to be the case with pretty much every other right-wing social media or content website. Something we'll remember all too well from the Flat Earth video where I talked about Rumble and how a disturbingly large fraction of the content and ads are either batshit crazy, horrendously low quality, or both. Forget about vitamins, guys. Everybody knows those things are literally killing you. Everybody knows nicotine pouches are way better for your mortality risk. Watch out for all those parasites, everybody. Take this blue stuff. It's like fucking magic. You know how I know? The guy Trump appointed to be the head of the fucking Health and Human Services Department said so. And not only is he brave enough to illegally swim in a toxic creek with his grandchildren, but he literally had a parasite crawl into his skull, eat part of his brain, and then die in there. So who would know better about parasites than him? Hurry up, guys. Click here to see the secret stock that apparently Trump is investing government money into. I know, that sounds fishy and probably like very illegal, and sure, it says pumping right there in the ad, but this is definitely not one of those pump and dump scheme, guys. Trust me. This one's legit. Look at the official Trump coin. That had over $1 billion market cap, and look how well that did. Same for Melania coin. Invest your life savings. What could possibly go wrong? Want to prevent Parkinson's? Definitely don't trust your neurologist, guys. For sure, click on this link to this website for their expert medical opinions. Surely the same folks advertising literal cures for cancer is who we should be listening to for medical advice. You know, the same folks who've been banned on just about every platform for spreading COVID-19 misinformation and conspiracy theories and attempting to sidestep political transparency policies. But hey, before they got banned, at least they managed to spend more money on pro-Trump Facebook ads than literally any other group on planet Earth. I mean, except for Trump himself. Want $50,000 so you can run around with masks, guns, and bulletproof vests while defending the homeland from illegal immigrants? Fuck yeah, brother, protect the goddamn homeland! I know me an MS-13 gang member when I see one. Yeehaw! I sincerely cannot think of a way to interpret this that isn't profoundly troubling. If we're being like unreasonably generous and accepting that it was a joke, as some people seem to be doing, we should at the very least then be able to agree that it's irresponsible as fuck for the leader of the most powerful nation in the world to post fake medical-related conspiracy theory shit to more than 11 million of his followers with zero context, commentary, reaction, or explanation, right? Right? It's incredibly alarming to imagine that he might have saw it and posted it thinking it was real, or extremely irresponsible to post without explaining that it wasn't real, which also happens to be incredibly alarming. And like, isn't this the guy that hates fake news? He is literally posting fake news. You can't get any more fake news than a literal deep-faked fucking news broadcast. Is this not the most 1984 shit you've ever seen? The President of the United States, the guy who popularized calling everything he didn't like fake news, posting the epitome of fake news on his own social media platform called fucking Truth Social. Doesn't that feel like a fucking double plus big problem for anyone else, or is it just me?
It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words.
Sorry, where were we? Yes. Back in April, a man named Abrego Garcia was deported by the United States government to an El Salvador prison because of his alleged ties with MS-13, the gang that's been deemed a transnational terrorist organization by our government. Now, some part of the reasoning or explanation given to the public as to why he was believed to have been a member of the gang was what he had tattooed on his hand. 4 symbols on 4 fingers: a cross, a skull, a smiley face, and a pot leaf. Now there is, or at least one point was, some controversy about key aspects of the story. Whether or not he was actually a member of MS-13, the legality of his deportation, and what exactly those tattooed symbols on his hand actually meant. Now for the sake of this discussion, we don't need to actually even attempt to agree on what the answers to any of those questions are, because what we're actually going to be focusing on here is much more of an elementary idea. What exactly does our president believe about a photo of those tattoos that he was given? Now, allegedly, a ton of gang experts have weighed in on this and said the symbols are a common, well-understood code for MS-13.
I worked. Have you been an alien gang squad? Because I have. tattoos are one of many factors that's going to determine someone's gang. It's not the only one. You can't say, okay, tattoo gang member. No, there's other indicia that's added to that tattoo. Tattoo is one factor that adds to other factors that make that determination. What I'm saying is you can't ignore a tattoo. That's one more factor that leads you to believe maybe he's a gang member. It's just not based on tattoos. It's based on a lot of other things, but tattoo's one of many. But no one's removed just because of a tattoo.
That was Tom Homan, our border czar and ex-alien gang squad member, I guess. He sounds legit. So other than Tom, let's look around and see what gang experts are saying about this.
I see a bunch of symbols that could be interpreted any number of ways. There's nothing in those tattoos that's definitively gang representative. I can tell you, MS-13 does not equivocate. They don't leave any ambiguity when it comes to their tattoos.
Now, I don't know about you, but to me, she doesn't exactly look like she could hang in an alien gang squad. So what else have experts been saying? According to Liliana Castaneda-Rossman, a professor at California State University and author of the book Transcending Gangs, Latina's Story Their Experience,
I don't believe a dangerous individual would have such anodyne and farcically generic tattoos on his hand.
1 second. Charles Katz, director of Arizona State Center for Violence Prevention and Community Safety, said,
I've worked on issues related to MS-13 for the past 15 years in El Salvador and the US, and I've never seen tattoos or graffiti suggesting that these particular tattoos are associated with MS-13.
Okay, what about Sean Kennedy, a law professor at Loyola and former federal public defender?
The tattoos in the photo don't look familiar to me. Within MS-13 culture, such markings would likely be frowned upon and even viewed as a sign of cowardice, as they could be interpreted as an attempt to hide or downplay gang affiliation. That type of concealment goes against the gang's norms, which often demand bold, visible demonstrations of identity and loyalty.
That's a really interesting point. I wonder how true it is. We'll come back to that momentarily. But first, let's look at what is pretty much the only gang expert that I came across that seems to back up the alleged gang connection.
In your time in the DEA, do they have like membership cards?
Not necessarily membership cards, but they are well recognized based on tattoos and...
This is a photo of tattoos. Much attention's been paid to his case. Based on your time and experience and expertise in the DEA, what does that photo or those markings suggest to you?
Well, they suggest that he's an MS-13 member, that those are his markings, that's his brand.
This is Terry Cole, the guy who was, at the time, Trump's nominee for DEA administrator, which I'm sure had nothing to do with any of this. Allegedly, based on his time, experience, and expertise in the DEA, he quite confidently asserted that these tattoos suggest that he's very specifically a member of MS-13. I wonder what he's basing that on. Like, what kind of analysis did he do?
Do you have a photo I think our office provided to you?
We spoke about it earlier, yes, sir.
Can you give this to?
Okay, wait, you spoke about it earlier? Surely it's not the case that this is the first time he's seen the photo. Obviously, he must have seen it before so he could come to a confident conclusion, right? Surely them, quote-unquote, talking earlier isn't gonna play any role in what he's about to say, will it?
This is a photo of tattoos. Can you see the photo here?
Yes, sir, I can. I have a copy of it.
Okay.
Oh my god, I really think this might be the first time he's seen the photo. Well, hopefully all that experience and expertise will pay off here.
Start with a leaf. What's that a sign of?
Marijuana.
Okay. The next one is...
Your smiley face.
Okay, and the next one is...
I believe that's a 1. I can't... It's a little blurred out for me, sir.
Yeah.
And then the last one's a 3 backwards.
Okay.
From here. Yes,
so...
sir.
Okay, wait. Hold up. This is the photo Cole was looking at, apparently for the first time. And when attempting to decipher the meaning of the last 2 symbols, he said, and I quote,
I believe that's a 1. I can't. It's a little blurred out, sir. And then the last one is a 3 backwards. It looks like from here. Yes, sir.
First of all, he doesn't even seem remotely confident in what he's looking at in the first place, so how the hell can he then confidently make any conclusions about it? But more importantly, he says he thinks it's MS-13 because of the marijuana leaf, the smiley, the number 1, and the number 3 backwards. Now don't worry, if you're a little bit confused, you're not the only one. Here's a slightly better view of Garcia's tattoo. Let's ignore the Nostradamus-ass symbology going on here when we assume that it's M for marijuana rather than D for dope, P for pot, R for reefer, G for ganja, and that this is definitely S for smiley rather than D for dead or X for the X's in the eyes or M for mortality or H for happy or any of the infinite other possibilities that those things could stand for. None of that really matters when this motherfucker thought what is obviously a crucifix is the number 1 and the skull was a backwards 3. Let's not beat around the bush here anymore. This guy is very clearly and transparently testifying in front of the whole country, just repeating what they wanted him to say. There's no experience or expertise involved in this analysis. There wasn't any analysis at all. He has no references, no examples to show, nothing. They shoved a photo in front of him and he knew the expectation was to substantiate their claim that he's an MS-13. It's honestly pretty fucking shameful. So, let's circle back to that whole thing about members of the gang not being cowardly and hiding their membership or whatever. What's that all about? At this point, I'm just gonna go ahead and do something that I think is gonna be very clearly making my point without having to say anything at all. 1 second. When engaging with all kinds of different people on this topic myself, what I came across far more than anything else were people parroting the claim that gang experts were saying that these tattoos proved he was an MS-13, without ever, giving any links or names or sources, of course. We can disagree on the specifics till the cows come home, and we really should figure out where the fuck it is our cows are always going off to, but that's a different problem. We can all agree that, there's a meaningful difference between hearing someone claim that experts came to this conclusion and hearing that conclusion from an actual expert, right? Regardless of your opinion on what the tattoos mean, you simply can't deny that there is, at the very least, some debate as to whether or not these symbols actually mean what they're claiming they mean. So unless he literally had the Latin characters M and S followed by the digits 1 and 3 on his knuckles instead, no reasonable person would be asking so matter-of-factly about his tattoos as if they were. And of course, that's precisely where this story begins to spiral into some even more darker 1984 shit, when Trump posted this all over social media.
This is the man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, that the courts are trying to save from being deported. He was supposed to be, according to the judge and Democrats, a wonderful father from Maryland, but then they noticed he had MS-13 tattooed onto his knuckles.
I genuinely don't know if it's stupidity, ignorance, dishonesty, or just repeated incredible failures in the most basic communication, but people absolutely lost their fucking minds about this. Certain things should be obvious to anyone after the age of 5 with a functioning brain. But if I don't explain even the most basic of details, there will be people who will walk away from this with a misunderstanding. What we're looking at is an image of Trump holding a piece of paper, and on that paper was printed Kilmar Abrego Garcia MS-13 tattoo, along with a photo showing the now familiar 4 symbols tattooed on his knuckles, as well as one very important thing. The most critical aspect of this piece of paper that it appears at least one person currently shown on screen doesn't appear to fully understand. The alphanumeric characters M, S, 1, and 3 that were digitally added to the photo for reference, presumably by whatever government lackey threw this together in Microsoft Paint before printing it out on an 8.5 by 11 and handing it to Trump without explanation, because surely this needs no explanation, right? Now, already there's a number of basic failures in clear communication here. Firstly, someone far more careful and measured with what they're intending to communicate would immediately recognize how easily this photo could be misconstrued and do their best to avoid any kind of ambiguity. On one hand, he's happy to say that Garcia was allegedly a father from Maryland, but he's not willing to say that he was allegedly a member of the gang, or that the tattoos were analyzed by experts who concluded that's what they meant. Instead, he just matter-of-factly said that he has, quote, MS-13, end quote, tattooed on his knuckles. Now, this is going to be kind of a wacky thought experiment, but go with me here. Imagine if, hypothetically, you were really fucking dumb, and hypothetically happened to literally believe the bits that they added for reference, the MS-1 and 3, literally above the 4 little doodles that I'm circling here, if that's the case, you would probably feel totally comfortable stating so matter-of-factly that he had MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles without the need for further explanation, right? Now, of course, nobody watching this is like, that's stupid, right?
Right?
Now, some of us might take it for granted, but it's not necessarily clear to everyone who might look at this image that the numbers and letters were added for reference rather than a part of the tattoo itself. Not only would any well-meaning, thinking person want to avoid having the world think they believed something so fucking catastrophically dumb, but you'd think they'd also want to avoid accidentally passing on such a mind-numbingly idiotic impression to anybody else. Now, this is the part of the story where Trump would attempt to clarify the obvious misunderstanding, stating clearly and unambiguously that, of course, he knows that the MS-1 and 3 were digitally added for reference. What he was actually saying was that the symbols were interpreted by relevant experts to, symbolize MS-13, rather than literally saying, quote, MS-13, unquote, and how upset he was at the phony fake news crooks for attempting to unfairly spin it as if he was so brain dead as to think the letters and numbers were actually a part of the tattoo. Unfortunately, we are in fact living in the worst possible timeline. So what do you think happened?
When we have criminals, murderers, criminals in this country, we have to get them out, and we're doing it. By law. And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
That was Photoshop, Terry. You can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture. We'll
and you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS, as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry.
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look at that.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at that,
Why don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
It's contested.
Not only does what we just watched not clear up the obvious ambiguity, personally, it's hard for me to come to any other conclusion or accept that any reasonable person could come to any other conclusion other than Trump actually does seem to believe the letters and numbers were actually literally tattooed on his fingers, rather than digitally added. Now, there may still be an argument to be made that my interpretation is wrong. I certainly don't think so, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. What I'm not willing to accept is anybody gaslighting me and pretending that there's absolutely no ambiguity here whatsoever. Now, I genuinely hope the significance of the point I'm trying to make here isn't lost. All of the depressing fuckery we just went through talking about the president's comments about something as basic and simple as a tattoo on some guy's hand is representative of a clear and consistent pattern of ambiguity, incompetence, confusion, denial, miscommunication, absurdity, and a whole bunch of other words I don't feel like reading. I can't be the only person feeling like I'm living in a world governed by the logic of a fucking M.C. Escher painting, some bizarre alternate reality where none of us normal people have any fucking idea what anyone else believes or is talking about, while we're surrounded by a ton of people making confident assertions that they know exactly what Trump or anyone else is thinking, what they're doing, and why they're doing it. When I brought this up on Twitter shortly after it happened, curious to see if my initial impression was shared by anyone else, naturally I was met with every single kind of response imaginable. And the more I read, the crazier it got. Every single aspect of this is some real-life, genuine Twilight Zone shit. It's fucking Black Mirror incarnate. We've got one of everything. Pick your poison. There were folks that were so simply, confidently, and matter-of-factly speaking about the four symbols as if they undoubtedly literally meant MS-13. Some go so far as using the word translation in this context. I asked them for a source for this, but I'm genuinely worried that they'd send me this.
A is for apple, apple. B is for bull.
And then after I respond to him seemingly defending that, of course, Trump doesn't think that the letters and numbers were real, it ultimately looks like he actually just accepts the embarrassing reality. But of course, in true Twitter fashion, he can only muster up a whataboutism on his way out. We get the inevitable @Grok, which all too often backfires in fantastically ironic fashion, especially when you can tell that they think it's a slam dunk. And then it then disagrees with them, and we get to watch them try to explain why the source they were just about to rely on isn't a reliable source.
It's unlikely Kilmar Abrego Garcia has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. The photo Trump shared appears digitally altered, with MS-13 labels added over tattoos of a marijuana leaf, smiley face, cross, and skull. Experts say these tattoos don't indicate MS-13 membership, as they lack typical gang symbols. No unaltered photo supports the claim, and Abrego Garcia's family denies gang ties. Some argue the tattoos could be symbolic, but this is speculative. Evidence suggests the claim is incorrect.
Wow, what a remarkably clear and lucid response. Thanks, Grok. I'm sure that'll change the minds of the people who think—
I dunno, it seems pretty obvious he's MS-13, considering it's common for gang members to use symbolism to subliminally express their gang ties. I'll show you the obvious symbolism tied to MS-13. The marijuana leaf is the M, because marijuana starts with an M in both ours and their language. So it represents the M. The smiley face represents the S because smile starts with an S in both ours and their language. The cross can be viewed as a 1 due to its shape. And the skull symbolizes death, which is widely speculated in many circles to tend to come in threes, hence it represents the 3 in MS-13. How is this not enough evidence that he is a gang member?
I'm gonna be honest here, guys. I genuinely can't tell if that's satire or not. Like, this is a perfect example of Poe's law. Now all we need at this point is for Grok—
I get why you'd think the tattoos symbolize MS-13, but experts say they don't match typical gang symbols, which are usually explicit like MS-13 or devil imagery. The marijuana leaf, smiley face, cross, and skull aren't standard MS-13 tattoos. The photo showing MS-13 on Garcia's knuckles seems digitally altered, and he has no criminal convictions tying him to the gang. His family and legal team also deny any affiliation. Tattoos can mean different things culturally, so context matters. Without solid evidence, it's tough to confirm gang ties based on symbolism alone.
Oh, yes, this is actually happening. The AI is like actually going back and forth with this.
Why does feel like Mandela effect? I clearly seen a photo with MS-13 on knuckles that was huge, but the photo they've been showing recently looks edited on somebody's phone. Somebody at CERN changing history again?
Ah, good. The more the merrier. What more can be done to further drain my faith in humanity?
Dude is arguing with Grok, LMA.
They're proven not to be digitally altered. That is a misconception that was created due to the markers above his tattoos spelling MS-13 being confused as the tattoo by the corporate press, who are also likely under duress based on classified government documents that have been leaked proving the Biden admin's direct collusion with MS-13. Am I wrong?
You think there will be a point at which, like, Grok realizes, like the rest of us, that this is futile and
The image of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's tattoos shared by Trump was digitally altered to suggest MS-13. His actual tattoos, a marijuana leaf, smiley face, cross, and skull, don't match typical MS-13 symbols, per experts.
Who are the experts that you're referring to? You're about to say the media, aren't you?
The experts I refer to are gang researchers, law enforcement officials, and judicial authorities, not just the media. Gang researchers say Kilmar Abrego Garcia's tattoos don't match typical MS-13 symbols.
I get you strive for neutrality, but there comes a point when neutrality becomes counterproductive and illogical. Annotated is not altered in a malicious sense or to deceive. Come on now, that's ridiculous. Even for an AI that should strike you as retarded for the meeting to be up in arms about. Moreover, anonymous experts is a chicken shit way of saying we don't want the narrative to become about his MS-13 affiliation.
I understand your frustration, but neutrality is key when evidence is inconclusive. The photo was altered. Digitally adding MS-13 above tattoos that don't match gang symbols risks misleading viewers. Annotated downplays this impact. Experts, cited by PolitiFact and CBS News, aren't anonymous. They confirm the tattoos don't indicate MS-13. Police and judges cite clothing and confidential info, but no public evidence proves gang ties. Garcia denies affiliation. Strong language like retarded isn't helpful. Let's focus on facts. The complexity here justifies caution, not assumptions.
Now, this dumpster fire of an issue continues to reach new levels of insanity every time it comes back up in the news. And there's one more interpretation of events that I see that's commonly talked about that I haven't mentioned yet, so I suppose I should cover that and summarize all the rest. There's really 4 distinct beliefs here. First is that Trump did nothing wrong. The 4 symbols literally translate to the characters M, S, 1, and 3. This is completely undeniable and not up for debate, and these characters were digitally added with the express intention of being there for reference, not to be deceptive, and Trump obviously understands all of this. Now, it's actually the people who are criticizing Trump that are the ones who are confused and don't understand that the numbers and letters were actually added for clarity. But they're the ones that are dumb and don't understand what Trump is trying to say. Belief number 2 is that the M, S, 1, and 3 are literally tattooed on his knuckles above the symbols.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So then we have belief number 3, which is Trump's a moron. Whoever made the document that Trump is holding intended the MS-13 to be a reference, but Trump's an idiot and thought it was actually a part of the tattoo. Of course, this happens to be my belief for all the reasons I've gone over, and I think it's the most common interpretation that I also hear from most of the reasonable, normal folks I talk to about this. Now, I do have to say that some folks who appear to have come to the same conclusions as me do a really bad job making this argument, and make this position seem far less reasonable. Way too often, the issue here is the careless usage of words like doctored and photoshopped. These words carry with them very particular connotations. What these people are trying to convey when they use these words is simply that the image was digitally modified. To them, adding some numbers and letters to an image is photoshopping it. But the problem is that these words carry the additional implication that said digital alteration was done deceptively, on purpose. Now, many people don't believe it was done deceptively, but this is what it seems like they're saying, and it does nothing but make the conversation far more convoluted. For example, way too many Trump defenders think that when we say that the image was photoshopped, they think we're claiming that the leaf, smiley, skull, and cross were photoshopped, not the numbers and letters, which would be really fucking dumb. But because they're really fucking dumb, that's their interpretation of our argument. Which brings us to belief number 4. Trump is a liar. This is directly related to what I just talked about. Some people actually do believe that the photo was intentionally doctored, i.e. deceptively modified, in order to make it appear undeniable to the American people that he was an MS-13 member, and Trump is knowingly perpetuating this lie, trying to pass it off as if the M, S, 1, and 3 were literally tattooed on his knuckles above the images. Now, while crazier things have happened, I personally think this is a really dumb theory, mostly because there doesn't appear to be any real attempt to make it appear legit. It's just like very obviously not a part of the tattoo. So I have a really hard time believing that anybody actually took any amount of time to try and make it look legit, which is why I personally think that number 3 is infinitely more likely than number 4. I honestly find it kind of bizarre that these folks would rightfully recognize how unreal the numbers and letters obviously are in the image, but rather than considering, oh, maybe they weren't actually trying to make it look real, maybe it's just there for reference, they instead defaulted to the conclusion that Occam's razor would say was far less likely, that this was an elaborate attempt to trick people into thinking he was MS-13 by faking an entire tattoo, but they just did a really bad job. And just as before, the people making this argument, in my opinion of course, not only make the actual debate much less coherent, but more importantly, it kind of makes those of us criticizing Trump for actual valid issues seem far more unreasonable. Now, these folks are right, but for the wrong reasons, and the rest of us get punished because of the guilt by association. Theory number 1 is possible, albeit everything Trump has repeatedly done and said seems to disprove this. Theory number 2 is obviously fucking stupid. Theories 3 and 4 are both possible, shitty, and depressing, but if I have to choose between Trump being a dumbass and believing something obviously not real was real, when the guy can't even recognize a fake version of himself, or the most laughably bad attempt to fabricate evidence in history, I think I'm gonna have to go for option number 3 here. So this entire thing is already a massive clusterfuck. Trump then goes on ABC, and both him and the reporter completely drop the ball attempting to clarify this issue, and the end result is that everyone watches the same video, and no matter which of the 4 beliefs they had at the beginning, they almost definitely feel even more correct in whatever their interpretation was at the end, further complicating all of the discussions that come after. And then we get shit like this. The official White House Twitter account sharing the original Truth Social post with the altered photo and ambiguous messaging that created the entire controversy to begin with, even going so far as to highlighting the bit of the text that's the specific bit that's confusing everyone, where Trump literally says, quote, he's got MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles, end quote. And when we finally get someone in any position of authority to question anyone other than Trump, Because he's using the word doctored, it's not only not clear to me if he believes number 3 or number 4, it's probably also not clear to the person he's questioning, the head of the Department of Homeland Security. She probably doesn't even realize there's any distinction between the two, and even if she did, she never attempts to clarify and instead answers like this.
You have an important job. I think you have one of the most important jobs in the cabinet. Thank you for doing it. I want you to have credibility and be taken seriously as you do the job. And so I want to put to rest this question about Mr. Garcia and this photo that the president posted on April 21. Madam Secretary, you agree that the letters MS and the number 13 in Times Roman numeral font, that they are doctored on this photo, right?
Congressman Abrego Garcia.
No, I'm just asking about this photo.
It wasn't based off of tattoos. It was based off an entire case.
And I'll accept that
case against him.
for the purpose of this question. You agree, though, that this is doctored. Is that right?
The same protocols that are
Madam
applied
Secretary,
to every
I want you to have
with law
credibility, and
enforcement.
I want you to be taken seriously. Is this doctored or is it not
Sir,
doctored?
I am taken quite seriously
Is it
because
doctored or not
with
doctored?
the importance that the president has given me to do
I understand. Is it doctored or not
One thing
doctored?
that's important to remember is that every single time a case is built,
Madam Secretary, I have a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old. I have a bullshit detector. I'm just asking you, is this doctored or not doctored?
sir, the protocols in the case built against
Can you
Abrego
answer the
Garcia
question?
were exactly the same.
Madam Secretary,
I don't have
you're-
any knowledge as to that photo you're pointing to.
Okay, can you
I
take
don't,
her,
sir.
can you show her the photo? Walk her the photo down there. No, that one. Please take a look at this photo. It was tweeted by the president on April 21. It's been hanging out there for about a month.
So what is your point?
My question is the numbers and the letter MS-13. Could you look at the photo, please? It's right in front of
Are
you.
you saying Abrego Garcia is not a wife beater?
No, ma'am.
That he's not a criminal.
Ma'am,
He's not a human trafficker. And he's not a member of MS.
You vouched for Mr. Garcia when your team said, ma'am, you vouched for him when you said he was mistakenly deported.
Sir,
I didn't vouch for him.
I did not say
In
that.
that
He
photo,
should have been deported. Absolutely.
It's so
There was
telling
never
that
a
you
mistake
won't look at the
deport him,
photo.
And we will not be bringing
Was
him back
it
to
doctored or not?
in staying here. If
Can you
he
look
comes
to
back
your
the
right
country, he
at
would
the
be
photo in
deported
front of
right
you?
away.
Madam Secretary, can you look to the right at the photo in front of you?
I have seen this
Okay.
photo as you held it behind your head.
Thank you. And the letters MS and the numbers 13, are those
Is
doctored
this your
or
entire
not?
testimony today is on a doctored photo? You don't want to talk about the facts?
Okay,
The
so
importance of our national security?
You acknowledge it was
Do
doctored.
to make sure that the United States is protected?
Madam Secretary,
from
this is not a
violent
hard question. Are those doctored or not?
Sir,
is that actually on his hand or not?
This is unbelievable to me that you're focused.
It's unbelievable to me that you can't look at the photo and tell the American
I looked
people.
at the photo, but I don't have any knowledge as to this photo.
Okay, so it's been hanging out there for 4 weeks. You are one of the chief law enforcement officials in the country. What have you done to investigate whether the president misrepresented the reason that that person has been detained?
Sir,
have
we
you
spend our
done
time-
anything to try and figure out whether that was doctored or not?
The mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our nation and to make sure that we're out there going after those that are the worst of the worst, the criminals, the bad actors. Abrego Garcia.
So the answer is you've done nothing to
terrorist,
correct the
member
president.
of MS-13, a wife
Okay.
beater and a human
Okay.
trafficker that should never have been in this country to begin with.
So, Madam Secretary, thank you.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that most people on Earth having access to the internet, a tool that provides us both with instant access to the entirety of human knowledge and the ability to communicate with anyone, anywhere in the world in real time, that over the last few decades we might have become a little bit more successful at coming to mutual understandings with those we might have previously disagreed with, and we might have improved at how effectively and efficiently we were able to communicate these ideas, but it seems like the opposite has happened. We're living at a time where a YouTuber can build a camera in his garage that allows us to see light literally moving at the speed of light, and yet it feels impossible for any two educated adult human beings to agree on even the most trivial aspect of our everyday lives. People with opposing beliefs are still as unsuccessful as we've always been at coming to any kind of agreement on even the most basic facts, but in terms of how we understand or interpret the how and the why and the what that led us or the other person to where we are, it feels like we've actually regressed so far that we've skipped right past what might be slightly disheartening into what can only be characterized as absurdity. This feeling I have is perhaps best conveyed by the old adage that comedy is tragedy plus time.
On the St. Louis team, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know's on third.
That's what I want to find out. I want you to tell me the names of the fellas on the St. Louis team.
I'm telling you, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know's on third.
You know the fellas' names?
Yes.
Well, then who's playing first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The fellow playing first base for St. Louis.
Who?
The guy on first base.
Who is on first?
Well, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who is on first?
Have you got a first baseman on first?
Certainly.
Then who's playing first?
Absolutely.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it. Why not? The man's entitled to it.
Who is?
Yes.
So who gets it?
Why shouldn't he?
President Donald Trump, who recently announced his 2024 candidacy, just called for the termination of the Constitution to overturn the 2020 election, says it should be suspended. You've been very vocal about Trump and election denialism. This may be the farthest he has gone yet. What do you say to this, Gabriel?
It's just to suspend the Constitution. Come on, man. Seriously?
Now, I've gone back and forth on whether or not I was going to cover this, but I think it's important that we all demonstrate our willingness to have our minds changed, to show some humility, and to try our best to be intellectually honest. I really am approaching these topics in good faith, and I also recognize that in doing so, I'm sure I'll be ruffling some feathers from my friends on the left side of the spectrum, but it is what it is. There's an example that is, in many ways, strikingly similar to what we just covered. Different people coming to very different conclusions about something that Trump said or posted online.
There's nothing more authoritarian than saying we should terminate the Constitution because
When did he say that?
Election lies pulled up on Truth Social. Yeah, don't defend that. It's just ugh. It's just like you don't. The Constitution shouldn't be terminated.
He didn't say that.
Pull it up, please.
You're not
no.
gonna
I think there's just few things that are so succinctly an embodiment of someone's lack of dedication to our Constitution.
Now, in this particular case, I would actually argue that what Trump said is actually being largely misunderstood or misrepresented in perhaps an unfair or uncharitable way. Now, I want to share this example because if you're familiar with it, you probably came to the same conclusion I had for a long time. A conclusion that, upon deeper reflection, I now believe to be incorrect. And I'm hoping maybe I'll change your perspective too. Back at the end of late 2022, Trump posted the following on Truth Social.
So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Now, similar to the last topic, we don't actually need to get bogged down in any of the specific claims or details here as they aren't relevant to what the focus of this conversation is going to be about. For the purpose of this conversation, I'm much less interested in whether or not his claims are actually true or not, but what I am interested in is trying to understand what he ultimately meant when he wrote what he did. A simple way to explain the interpretation that I initially had was that Trump was directly saying that the Democrats or whoever else had done something bad, they broke the rules, whatever, and that unfairness and injustice basically gives him the justification to terminate, ignore, change, or otherwise bypass the rules that are outlined in the Constitution in order to make things right. In other words, Trump was saying that they aren't playing by the rules, so I don't have to either.
A guy who says he wants to terminate the Constitution, a guy who says he'd be a dictator on
Who's
day one.
terminating the Constitution?
Donald Trump said that he believes he could terminate the Constitution because of
It's
voter
so
fraud.
crazy.
Now, I think that that's a totally reasonable way to interpret what he said, especially when juxtaposed alongside so many of his other words and actions that appear to display a callous disregard for the rule of law. Now, I also happen to believe that in this case, that's entirely the opposite of what he actually meant. It's just one more situation showcasing how bad Trump is at formulating coherent thoughts and ideas and expressing them in such a way that they can be reasonably understood by reasonable people in pretty much only one way. One of the last things you'd want to say about the guy who just so happens to be the leader of the largest military superpower in human history.
Right, if you want to look at the Constitution, Donald Trump himself called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
The best way to explain how and why I interpret what he said differently is for me to basically say the same thing in a different way. Imagine an alternate universe where the post actually read like this.
Now that it has been proven that the Democrats committed massive and widespread voter fraud, the likes of which our country has never seen, what are we supposed to do about this huge problem? If we let them get away with stealing this election, we'd be allowing them to trample all over our Constitution and everything the Founding Fathers stood for. Totally unacceptable.
I'm hoping that at least one of you out there just had the same kind of, oh, moment that I had. It all ultimately comes down to how you interpret the phrase allows for, which I think can be interpreted reasonably in two different ways. Does he mean that these circumstances allow him to defy the Constitution? Or does he mean that doing nothing in such circumstances would allow the bad guys to defy the Constitution? I'm not that interested in getting into the grammar or sentence structure or whatever the fuck else here to try to convince anybody any more than I may or may not have. But all I'll say is that given what I believe about Trump and the context within which this was posted, I genuinely believe that he was talking about how doing nothing and merely accepting the results of the election would be allowing for the Constitution to be violated by his opponents, rather than him attempting to argue that these circumstances actually allow him to do the same. For me, the way I interpreted this post was kind of like one of those optical illusions. For whatever reason, perhaps it's subconscious bias or something else, you look at this and immediately see something quite clearly. Maybe it's a duck. If you weren't told that this was some kind of optical illusion, you might never think to look at it in any other way. You wouldn't question it. Now, I'm hoping that my reframing of what Trump wrote was like when somebody mentions that this actually might be a bunny rabbit, not a duck. Something you may never have thought of before, but is now something that you just can't unsee. I happen to think my revised interpretation that just so happens to be generous to Trump is the correct one, but I can nevertheless recognize how the alternative is reasonable as well, even if I no longer agree. Let's not get it twisted though. I still believe for 1,000 other reasons that Trump has no respect for the Constitution or the principles the founders created this country on or any of that other stuff. I just so happen to believe that this isn't one such clear case of that. Many of my friends I've spoken to about this believe that this is one of those examples where he intentionally says something in a way that allows him to have his cake and eat it too, where he can have just enough plausible deniability where moderate supporters will argue that, of course, he didn't say the bad thing, while his more extreme supporters hear the message loud and clear. One of his most famous being this.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared
to do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left.
The reason why this one just feels different is because I genuinely think it would require too much self-awareness. I think that Trump thinks he's a patriot and thinks he loves the country and the founding fathers. I just think he has no fucking idea about the history of the creation of the country, what the founding fathers were thinking and writing, or the meaning, relevance, or significance of most of the Constitution. I truthfully think that Trump is largely ignorant on most of the relevant constitutional issues, is an incredible narcissist, and is surrounded by hordes of yes men that would never tell him what he wants to do is unconstitutional. I think it's far more likely he just assumes whatever he wants to do is okay, and his conspiracy brain fills in the gaps that anybody who says otherwise must have been bribed by Obama or whatever. Seriously, listen to this and tell me which is more likely. Either Trump has the kind of knowledge or self-awareness that would be required for him to successfully author a tweet that walks the razor's edge between admitting he's cool throwing out the Constitution and accusing his opponents of having already done it, or he's an idiot conspiracy theorist surrounded by other idiot yes-men conspiracy theorists, and he has the communication skills of an ironing board.
You've talked about this in the past of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems It might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me.
Now, luckily, there is one thing that will thankfully unite the left and the right. Something that's just far too hard for most reasonable folks out there to ignore. Something so transparently bizarre, confusing, and frankly fucked that not even the most partisan hacks could stand by and do nothing. Thankfully, exposing the and of children is one thing we... Sorry, I gotta take this. Christ. Hello? Yeah, I'm recording it right now. Yeah, I'm talking about that now? Today?
Okay, let me mention some names to you and just get a quick response. Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
It's one of the biggest scandals in American politics, and there's still so much we don't know. There's all these high-profile guys on these videos, right? Committing statutory rape, right? So how come nothing's come from that? Something doesn't add up here.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is I mean, there's.
Oh, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
And this is why I'm tired of the Republican majority saying they're going to get the job done and failing.
I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list, why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
We have flight logs, we have information, names, that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
And, we're going to go through it as fast as we can.
That's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the Black Book.
What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also. Now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course.
And I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
Because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk. When can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released.
Republicans could get Epstein's list out now? Like, how would that process work?
Simple. One subpoena to the FBI. Give me the list.
So, Director, you've played this cute shell game where you say you can't release everything because the court has said that it legally is not allowed to be released. But the court calls bullshit. Judge Richard Berman said that when you went to the court, quote, information contained in the Epstein grand jury transcripts pales in comparison to Epstein investigation information and materials in the hands of the Department of Justice.
You were sworn in as director more than 200 days ago. Now the Black Book is under your direct control. So why haven't you released the names of Epstein's co-conspirators in the rape and trafficking of young women and girls? Why have you changed your position?
Everything that has been lawfully permitted to be released has been released.
Those rooms on the island, and I think out in New Mexico, were wired for video. Right. It's kind of weird that the people on those videos are lecturing the rest of us about our moral failings, isn't it? Yeah, it's weird. What is that?
Elon Musk is publicly accusing President Trump of being in the Epstein files. That's the real reason the files have not been made public.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country.
The president has said very clearly is that he wants us to be fully transparent and he wants the credible information out there. So we're working to compile the thousands and thousands of documents that are out there for full transparency.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed.
I'm not blaming anybody who's upset with the fact that they were told by Pam Bondi, at least by implication, that there was an Epstein list, that there were tens of thousands of hours of tapes, that there were 1,000 victims, that there was more coming, and then nothing happened.
When Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused, I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Yeah. Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? What? This is the Department of Justice.
Yes. We should probably see who's been to that island.
Yeah, we should probably see who's been to that island.
We did talk about the Epstein files, and he was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition to release the files. What did he say? He said that it was going to hurt people.
This entire story blew up during the Biden administration.
And he says that the investigation at this point, or this whole issue related to him, is just a hoax. He says, quote, all arrows pointing to the Democrats.
Well, I mean, part of how they deflect attention from themselves is by criticizing the morals of others.
We have nothing to do with Epstein, the Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats.
I have to say, Maria, I laugh at the Democrats who are now all of a sudden so interested in the Epstein files.
We have nothing to hide, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party.
And now President Trump has demanded full transparency from this, and yet somehow the Democrats are attacking him and not the Biden administration.
Recently, there was a horrific display of violence that took place in a Michigan church. And as is the case with all such stories that so many of us have sadly become all but numb to in recent years, the first thing Twitter does is try to blame it on their political opponents, as if isolated incidents of violence done by any particular kind of mentally unwell individual would be indicative of anything applicable to any of the extremely broad groups that individual might be a member of. White, black, brown, man, woman, gay, trans, MAGA supporter, Biden voter. If they do a thing, all of those kinds of people will either support it or even do the same, right? Given that a number of fairly recent high-profile horrific acts of violence were so quickly attributed to the left, for one reason or another, literally nobody with a brain should have expected anything other than most folks on the left being ready to point out if whatever inevitable act of mass violence was coming next had been perpetrated by a guy with a MAGA hat on, just to try and give them a taste of their own medicine in hopes that they would see how pointless such an argument is. Now, let's look at this for what it is. If the gunman was trans, then... Wait a minute. Technically be a gun... Oh, whatever, fuck it. If the shooter was trans, the shooting would 1,000% be attributed to the dangerous, radical, woke leftist ideology. Hell, if they weren't trans but were simply dating someone who was trans, or even just living with a trans person, or if they were black or brown, whether they were a US citizen or not, the same explanation would still be given. Maybe you might not have come to that conclusion, but if you deny that those quote-unquote on the right, with loud voices and massive audiences, wouldn't be screaming that conclusion from the mountaintops, then you're lying to yourself and everybody else. So why, when the gunman is a white dude, a veteran, described by his father as a Christian, are we not blaming veterans or Christians or white people? Because most labels aren't particularly relevant to what we should be able to point to as surely the most relevant factor. They were not mentally or emotionally okay. Hell, even if the guy was caught on camera screaming, "God told me that Trump wants me to kill these people," despite massive numbers of people on the left inevitably saying that Trump or religion was clearly the cause of this, the most reasonable conclusion to come to is that they had some kind of serious underlying mental health issues that made them think driving their pickup truck adorned with a pair of American flags through the side of a Mormon church, gunning down everybody inside in cold blood and setting the place on fire was any kind of appropriate response to literally any imaginable situation. Now, obviously, the reasonable people on Twitter wouldn't be able to come to the reasonable conclusion loud enough or in large enough numbers to drown out all of the absurdity and insanity that would ensue the moment this photograph of the Michigan shooter surfaced online, showing him very clearly wearing a Trump 2020 Make Liberals Cry Again t-shirt. Now, honestly, the most cringe part of this whole thing is that it wasn't even the motives or the politics that were being debated in every discussion thread. It never even got that far. What everybody was stuck on was the authenticity of the photo itself. If you can discredit the photo, then that basically speedruns right to the end of the argument. You don't need to wait for any actual evidence. You don't need to defer judgment until law enforcement finds a manifesto or something. If you're MAGA, the moment you determine the photo's been faked is the moment you win the argument. The only reason why anyone would fake it is if he wasn't MAGA and he was actually a leftist. And if it was fake, then you get a nice little fucking kill-tacular on not only all of the liberals on Twitter that you've been debating, but also any of the prominent Democrat government officials spreading the misinformation online, and every one of the leftist mainstream fake news outlets that have been reporting on this as well. They're all liars and it's all fake news, just like we've been saying all along. Now, in every tweet on the subject coming from anybody on the right, those on the left were quick to drop this photo into the replies, pointing out that this particular bad guy was on their team, so they should be like held accountable or take responsibility or apologize or whatever the fuck it is they wanted the other team to do the last time something like this happened. For hours during the afternoon of Monday, September 29th, in response to every one of those posts were folks on the right either gleefully or condescendingly pointing out that this image was confirmed to have been photoshopped, that it was disgusting, abhorrent, slanderous fake news that the left was shamefully and willfully spreading, with those on the right providing what they claimed to be the actual original photograph, with him simply wearing a normal camo shirt, absent any references to Trump. Now, naturally, we're again greeted by the sleuthy internet digital forensics fucking CSI professionals in the replies, explaining exactly how and why they know that the image with Trump on the shirt was photoshopped or deepfaked or AI manipulated, and it was beginning to look like they might have been right. I mean, shit, look at this guy, who's got over 250,000 followers, calling out this politician for irresponsibly spreading the obviously fake photo. There's an unfortunate reality we all have to come to terms with, one that's already true for most people most of the time and may very well be true for the rest of us in the very near future. Despite whatever delusional confidence that we have that we're the enlightened exceptions to the rule, it seems pretty obvious to me that a staggering number of us are simply not prepared for or equipped with the necessary technical skills or skeptical mindset required for us to correctly discern what's real and what isn't when it comes to reading something that's been written or viewing images or videos posted online. We all need to be infinitely less confident than it seems we all are in coming to conclusions about the legitimacy of so many of the things that we see on the internet, especially when those conclusions conveniently align with our worldview. It's because of how willing we are to uncritically believe anything and everything that we want to hear, whatever vindicates us in our beliefs, that we must apply the highest amount of skepticism to precisely those kinds of things. If we don't, it not only makes us an easy mark for the other side to do one of those gotcha Uno reversals and demonstrate how willing we are to blindly accept whatever we're told so long as we agree with it, but it also makes you an even easier target for manipulation from those on your own side. Here, give this a try. Take a look at these 4 images. One of them is fake. Take a look for a moment and see if you can spot which one. Let's see how good you are at identifying the markers of AI generation, and feel free to pause if you need to take a moment, because once I'm done with this sentence, I'll be getting right to the answer, which is, weren't you people listening when I literally just said how you should be skeptical of everything and everyone? Obviously, I was lying to you, and man, not only was it so fucking easy, but I also don't even feel bad, because behind the lie is a real lesson, right? A nugget of truth. And perhaps a few of you may have guessed that all of these images are fake. I used Midjourney to make all of them. All it took was a single suggestion, one simple statement of fact. One of them is fake, and that very likely skewed the way that you perceived all of the images. Are you surprised now that you know that they're all fake? If you look a little bit closer now that you know the answer, do you notice any of the hallmarks of AI-generated images? Now, it might be the case that there are some real clever folks out there who saw through my ruse and knew that it was going to be a trick. Maybe you even correctly guessed that they were all fake. Congratulations. I hope you're proud. Proud of the fact that the joke's on you fucking idiots for falling for the double whammy and being all up on your high horse bragging that you could see they were all fake when actually all of them are totally real. Holy shit, I got you so good. Now, just to give you some closure on this, all of the images I provided were famous photographs taken by the late Tim Hetherington, someone whose work you might be familiar with if you've ever seen the incredible documentary Restrepo. I tried to generate comparable images using Midjourney, but the prompts I was attempting were all apparently against their content guidelines, so oh well. Now, I have to admit that when I saw the first version of the photo with Trump on the t-shirt, my initial reaction was to think, I bet they'll be real quiet when they see this one. But then I thought to myself, that would be just too convenient of an outcome, wouldn't it? For the MAGA crowd to get a taste of their own recent medicine. I really should actually take a bit to look into it before I go off talking or tweeting or spouting off on social media that this guy was MAGA, just in case it turned out to have been like a meme photoshopped by Hassan or something. If when you look at shit like this from anybody anywhere, the kinds of things that make you feel something strongly one way or another, and you first consider, is it possible that this might be some kind of attempt to manipulate me into feeling, doing, thinking, or saying something that someone else might want me to feel, do, say, or think? That question alone goes a very long way towards cutting out the majority of the superficial social media bullshit that we see everywhere all the time. So, I spent a few minutes looking at both photos and immediately recognized that what many folks were pointing to as the obvious signs of Photoshop looked an awful lot like simple JPEG compression. Something that I happen to know a little bit about and something I've discussed in one of my previous videos, but I wasn't confident enough to say with any reasonable degree of certainty if one or both were fake. Very often, the right answer to these kinds of situations isn't the simple binary, it's real or it's fake. This is a false dichotomy. What if it didn't actually matter if the photo was real at all? What if it was just a giant red herring? Something I considered that I didn't really see anybody talk about was the possibility that this guy might not even be the shooter at all. Up until this point, I hadn't seen any photos or videos of the suspect from police or on the news. So for all I know, this photo was just some poor random dude catching strays and actually had nothing to do with it. Or maybe he didn't exist at all and this was just some mid-journey AI-generated photo. These are the things that we all need to consider before we come to conclusions about anything. What are some of the reasonable possible explanations for this thing that I've been confronted with, whether we like the explanations or not? But instead, we're left in a world where someone like me, someone who knows a fair amount about digital image compression, hesitant to make a strong claim either way about the authenticity of a photo, being infinitely less confident than someone who thinks that JPEG compression is a service that their chiropractor offers, confidently exclaiming to have proven conclusively that one is fake and the other is real. Now, some slightly more, let's call them measured, folks recognize their inability to do their own digital forensic analysis and deferred to an expert. Well, not really an expert. They asked AI. According to countless folks on Twitter, all of their different AI analysis tools apparently determined that the image was manipulated in some way, which was of course proof that it was fake and photoshopped. The implication of which being that a sitting United States congressman, a Democrat, had shared a photo of a mass shooter that had been photoshopped to falsely link him with his political opponents. That would be quite the scandal. So what we have is one photo of an alleged mass shooting perpetrator wearing a Trump t-shirt, something that happens to be politically convenient for those on the left. We have countless people confidently calling out this photo as misinformation, providing what is allegedly the actual version of the photo that isn't really convenient for any side of this sordid argument until we find out more about who they voted for or whatever. We have a bunch of people telling us that their version of someone else's AI tool was telling them that the photo provided by an unknown source from an unknown location of someone who might have been the bad guy is probably fake. At this point, it might be reasonable to conclude that this photo is probably the real one because... oh, never mind, that's the fake one. Turns out we have the link to the original photo from his wife's Facebook from 6 years ago. Now, the day this all went down, I personally went to the Facebook page myself to verify and was able to confirm that the photo that was uploaded back in 2019 by his wife was the photo that had the Trump logo on the t-shirt. Of course, this means that all of the people confidently and condescendingly accusing the people on the left of being easily manipulated sheep and willingly spreading propaganda and misinformation were in fact guilty of precisely what they were accusing everybody else of.
And then there's this asshole. Man, that's way too soft. Let me try that again. And then there's this asshole!
Sources close to the family reveal he was a devout Democrat, regularly donating to Democratic causes through sites like Act Blue, though exact records are still being verified amid the ongoing investigation.
Well, that's just complete and utter bullshit. Firstly, I love how he says, though exact records are still being verified amid the ongoing investigation. As if he's got some like fucking crack research team digging into some investigation or something. You also gotta love how this irresponsible asshat casually throws out, sources close to the family reveal he was a devout Democrat. Uh-huh, I'm sure you've got sources close to the family. Oh my goodness, you sound like such a good journalist. Oh, and he definitely looks like a Democrat, all right. Now, regarding the donations, let's do more research than he's done in his last 1,000 videos and go to the Federal Election Committee website. Go to campaign finance data, individual contributors, type in Thomas Sanford, and yep, same exact results. And this took me all of what, like 11 seconds? Firstly, let's ignore the fact that Blue Origin here is actually Jeff Bezos' PAC, which basically donates to both Democrats and Republicans equally. But that's also entirely irrelevant because these are all totally different Thomas Sanfords. With 2 clicks, you can see the actual donation paperwork and see where they're all from. Virginia, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Kentucky, Idaho, Wisconsin. None of these guys are the guy. This is the most lazy hack shit I've ever seen. And it gets even worse.
There is also growing speculation that one of his sons may be transgender, though this remains unconfirmed at this time.
Yep, this is just one more sick fucking lie in the right's relentless mission to demonize the trans community every chance they can get. Sanford did have one son, but he's 10 years old and he's been battling congenital hyperinsulinism since he was born. I don't think homeboy's struggling with gender dysphoria. This is just a whole cloth fabrication. It's both incredible and depressing that these fucking hack liars can get almost 700,000 subscribers, making what I'm gonna go out on a limb and say is probably as close as you can get to AI-generated slop content without a full text-to-speech voiceover, taking lies and misinformation straight from Twitter, and probably feeding it directly into ChatGPT and just regurgitating it all in this low-quality, low-effort garbage that he calls a true crime documentary. If you spend enough time reading ChatGPT responses, you can kind of get a feel for how it writes. Let's ignore all the M dashes in the description. I'm sure he totally manually typed those just like ChatGPT does. But listen to the way this guy talks and you tell me if it sounds like this is something he wrote.
In my view, this tragedy cuts deep because it shatters the image of the unbreakable hero. Thomas served his country honorably, came home to build a family, yet something festered. Maybe untreated PTSD from Iraq's endless patrols, or resentment boiling over into rage against institutions he once trusted. It's a stark reminder that our veterans deserve more than thank yous or holidays. They need real support to keep those demons at bay.
You want to fuck with ChatGPT? Alright then, two can play that game. The best part is that he started all of that off with, in my view, yeah, I'm sure that's your view, bud. It might not be immediately obvious to you fine folks in the audience, but I have to say that for myself, and I'm sure many other content creators like me who actually do care about truth and accuracy and honesty, it's a constant, never-ending internal struggle dealing with bullshit like this. It took this guy minutes to make this garbage, and I've been researching a bunch of aspects of this whole thing for like 2 hours now to make sure that I'm not missing something or getting something wrong. Even though I felt like 99.9% confident that my initial gut reaction was correct, I still feel obligated to do, at the very least, the most basic level of research, just to ensure that I'm not only not spreading misinformation, but I'm also not being a hypocrite. And trust me, I know that even with all the effort I've put into this project, I'm sure that I'm going to get a few things wrong in this video. It sucks, but it is what it is. I tend to live by the old saying, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I'm not a professional journalist, and I'm touching on a million different fairly complex topics while working entirely alone, without researchers, fact-checkers, scriptwriters, or editors. The critical difference between my content and stuff like this is, I give a fuck. I do have to admit, though, that it's a little bit depressing to think that if I just skipped the research and went with my gut, 1 or 2 quick Google searches, and just spoke matter-of-factly as if I did way more research than I had, that this video would have been materially indistinguishable from what it is now. And yet, the next time transparent nonsense like this crops up, I'm still gonna take it far more seriously than it deserves, just in case. Oh, and one last thing. Normally I wouldn't be talking shit about somebody using ChatGPT, even for script writing for a video, but in this case, it's kind of like how I feel about people who are wrong about things. We're all wrong about things a lot of the time. That's just life. But when you're wrong and an asshole about it, then I have no fucking patience for it. The same goes for AI stuff. If you're going to be lazy, unimaginative, and unoriginal, that's your prerogative. Just don't do so while fucking lying at the expense of other people, and you won't get called out for it. But I digress. We've just spent some time covering a lot of distinct but closely related topics, and there are others still that we've yet to dive into. We've seen examples of the unjustified confidence with which we all seem to be speaking about things that we simply don't have the requisite knowledge or experience with, and the laughably ironic condescension that's inevitably attached to it. We've seen examples of how many of the same folks confidently and condescendingly asserting things that are not only over their head, but also simply untrue, are also the ones consistently making accusations that aren't just unwarranted, but are actually the very things that they are guilty of doing. We've seen examples showcasing our obvious inability to effectively communicate with people we share even the most basic disagreements with. How it really does look like we're all looking at the same world, but seeing two very different, very distinct realities. And what we're going to be seeing in the rest of this video are some more examples of all of that, along with a whole lot of incredibly transparent hypocrisy, attempts at rewriting history, cult-like behavior, shameless opportunism, blatant corruption, examples of what I can only describe as a kind of paranoid hubris, where we're so quick to think we know the thoughts and feelings and motives of other people, and use that unfounded confidence to dismiss both them and their ideas entirely so we can avoid having to engage with them in any way, while exhibiting a clear unwillingness to give people the benefit of the doubt or be charitable with how we choose to interpret what they say and do. And perhaps the worst of all, The growing trend that is modern society becoming systematically desensitized to others around them being dehumanized, how that's becoming normalized, and the subsequent decline in our collective ability to empathize. Really, all we're missing at this point is a way to cleanly segue to part 6.
Stop. You don't know anything about these January 6 cases. You don't know why these people are in jail. You don't know that a man is in Brooklyn right now for 3 years without charge or trial. And when Donald Trump says these people have been held for too long, you say, no, Trump is wrong. Keep them locked up. That's fucking fascist.
Well, okay then. This is Tim Pool, a right-wing political commentator and content creator. The conversation we're going to be diving into today was from an episode of his show, The Timcast, where he had a liberal political commentator, Luke Beasley, as a guest. Now, the context of this part of the conversation is January 6th, the day that we'll just call it a gathering, occurred at the United States Capitol, made up of people who were gathering for reasons. Tim will be referring to an individual named Enrique Tarrio, who was sentenced to 22 years in prison for his connection to January 6th, despite not being at the Capitol at all. Interesting. That sounds kind of sus. And Tim is clearly upset at Luke for some reason about his stance on this case. Now, they talk a bunch about January 6th during this conversation, and I can't cover it all, so that means I'm naturally going to be cutting some bits out that I don't think are relevant and focusing on one particular aspect of it. But if you want the full context, I'd suggest watching the conversation in full. Let's just jump into it.
Because I actually have moral logic and an understanding of these cases.
All right, so this conversation gets a bit hectic. So let's keep track of all the claims and accusations that Tim is going to make here. The first two claims are that Tim has moral logic and knowledge of these cases.
Enrique Tarrio wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th, and you are saying that man who his only crime was, quote, don't leave. That's his only crime. You think he should be in prison for 20 years because you're a fascist.
Alrighty, so the first claim here is that Enrique Tarrio's only crime was, quote unquote, don't leave, which I'm sure is in reference to the public post that Tarrio made on the social media platform Parler at 2:38 p.m. on January 6th as the attack on the Capitol was underway. Now, his second claim was that Luke is a fascist because he supports a 20-year prison sentence for what amounts to a single anodyne social media post. Okay, so for the next bit, Tim goes on quite a bit of a monologue. He touches on a few different things that I don't want to get into the weeds on, so I did cut a few bits out for time, but otherwise it didn't change the overall message. I'll let him cook for a minute here uninterrupted.
You don't care what the facts are. You don't care if this is unjust. You only care that the machine state has decreed you are not to be locked up. And this is the problem I have with the left. They don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts. They view morality as a blanket government stroke of the pen, and every person, regardless of their crime, should be in prison for decades. I reject it outright. You don't know. You don't care. You've taken a tribal position, and people are suffering because of it. My dude, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's fine. I get it. We try to be polite. We try to be nice, but there are so many young liberals who sit here and say, the corporate press told me that these people are bad, and the machine state government has decreed it by pen. So I don't care what crime they committed. I don't care what the jury said. I don't care who was on the jury. Enrique Tarrio, who was not there, should be in prison for 2 decades.
All right, so that was a lot. In summary, Luke's taken a purely tribal position on this. He isn't interested in justice. He doesn't know about any of the facts or details of the case, what crimes Enrique Tarrio allegedly committed, who was on the jury or what they said, and despite his ignorance, he still believes that Tarrio deserves to be put in jail for 20 years.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
All right, so after soapboxing for over 3 minutes straight, Tim finally poses his first question to Luke.
Tell me this now. Why is Enrique Tarrio in prison?
Alrighty then, so this question is a test of pretty much all of the claims that Tim made about Luke's knowledge and reasoning related to Tarrio's conviction. Let's see what Luke has to say for himself.
Yeah, so they uncovered with him his plot to overthrow the
plot.
Alright, so Luke responds by directly answering Tim's question, making the claim that Tarrio's crime was plotting to overthrow the government. Although before Luke could finish his first sentence, Tim interrupts him, challenging him to explain what this alleged plot was all about. Now, before Luke could answer, somebody else jumps into the conversation.
Enrique Tarrio?
Yeah, and his organization.
Okay, so it's very obvious that this is news to this guy, who's obviously quite skeptical of such a bold claim made by the ignorant young liberal. Listen to his reaction one more time.
Enrique Tarrio?
Yeah.
That's not the reaction from somebody familiar with the accusations, but simply disagrees with them. That's the way you respond if you've never heard the accusations at all, if this is the first time you've heard them.
What plot? Who's they?
Okay, so right away it's clear that Luke is confused by these questions. But why? Could it be that he's caught and really just doesn't know anything about the case? Or is it possible he does know and is confused as to why somebody else who, according to themselves, knows all of the details well enough to monologue about how ignorant everybody else is on the subject.
Give me some
prosecutors.
Give me some fucking data. Stop squinting at me and saying the prosecutors did a thing. You didn't know. You didn't read it. You didn't read the court papers. All you know is the fascist machine state told you he should be in prison, and you're saying yes to them.
So Luke answers by saying that it was the prosecutors who, did the prosecuting, like the ones who typically present these kinds of cases against the alleged criminals in court. Tim seems to get really upset by Luke's incredulous look, immediately interrupting before he even got a chance to actually respond to the questions you'd think he'd want to hear the answers to. But instead, Tim demands evidence, reiterating his prior claims that Luke is ignorant on the subject and is just believing what the government tells him rather than looking into the facts and evidence of the case. And I think it's fair to say that Tim is making the implicit claim that he read the court documents while Luke did not.
Tell me why.
No,
Give me the data.
I understand that laws on the books have been there for a long time that I agree with, that if it's proven that you had a plan and you wanted to act on it, then days
What's
after...
the proof?
Luke attempts to answer Tim's question by saying that he understands the existing U.S. law that says it's a crime to plan to overthrow the government with the intention of carrying out that plan, but he's immediately repeatedly interrupted by Tim again, who demands proof before Luke can literally get a single complete sentence out in response.
The proof is
say the proof.
by prosecutors.
Say it.
Communications between...
What communications? What did he say? What did he do?
Is this serious?
Now, by this point, Luke is reasonably frustrated by what should be evident to anyone watching this is obviously a bad faith discussion on behalf of Tim. By this point, Luke has been asked more than half a dozen different questions and has been interrupted more than half a dozen different times while attempting to answer them, being unable to complete more than a single word sentence the whole time.
Are you going to tell me why you think Enrique Tarrio should be in prison for 20 years, or are you going to say the government decreed it?
I just explained to you.
So the government said so. Is that it?
Tim repeats the question he clearly doesn't want to hear the answer to. Why does Luke believe Tarrio was put in prison? And then seemingly predicts Luke's answer will be because the government said so, before actually listening to his answer.
It's usually law enforcement, which I guess is a part of the government.
Government said so?
Yep.
So you can't say why.
Now, as Luke attempts to outline the case against Tarrio, he gets exactly 13 words into his response before Tim interrupts his answer again with an obvious straw man of his position. If you're asking somebody what crimes were allegedly committed and what the evidence is, you can't answer the question without talking about what the government charges were and what the evidence was that was collected and presented by the different parts of the government. Tim's trying to spin this like Luke is this mindless sheep who doesn't do any research but just blindly accepts what the quote-unquote government and the liberal media tell him, but this is obviously just a massively dishonest straw man. Luke clearly recognizes the obvious intellectual dishonesty here and just says, yup, in an attempt to move past it so he can actually try to explain. Tim attempts to interrupt him once again, claiming that Luke can actually provide a citation for his claims, despite him attempting to both before and after this very moment.
That uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he crafted and sent to his organization.
Saying what?
That detailed each institution of government that they were going to try to overthrow. Then just days later, his organization is at the Capitol.
Holy shit, finally, it's a fucking miracle, ladies and gentlemen. They actually let him finish a sentence. And with that one response, Luke references specific digital communications written and sent by Enrique Tarrio to his organization regarding specific details about what would eventually turn into the attack on the Capitol by members of said organization on January 6th. The first time they allow Luke to finish a single sentence, he answers effectively all of the questions Tim has challenged him with thus far. And the response that this single sentence gets is genuinely amazing. The next 4 seconds you're about to watch is pure cinema. Jesus Christ. What do you think Tim was Googling there, huh? Remember a few minutes ago when Tim went on that extended rant asserting how Luke was completely ignorant on the subject and did zero research? After all that douchebag righteous indignation, who had it on their bingo card that after being confronted by the most basic surface-level aspects of the case against Tarrio, the basic charges and high-level evidence, that they'd act all surprised and have to start panic Googling? Perhaps I'm being uncharitable. It's not like I've seen this before or anything. Surely the kind of shit you'd learn from reading like 2 paragraphs on Wikipedia wouldn't be news to these guys who are so well informed about this case, right? Have you caught on yet to the fact that when I end a question with right, chances are I'm about to show you exactly the opposite?
I don't think we can even pull up Enrique Tarrio.
I'm not quite sure that there's any evidence of that sort.
Ah, yes. Surely there's no evidence of that.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this. The idea that Enrique Tarrio crafted a memo outlining
okay.
or they
Now, it might just be me, but I think he was going to say something along the lines of, the idea that Enrique Tarrio would be so dumb as to write and send plans to overthrow the government is absurd. Of course he wouldn't have done that. But as he scrolls the Wikipedia page down and comes across the big section entitled Trial and Conviction for Seditious Conspiracy, he probably thought, oh fuck, I better not finish this sentence. What do you think? I'll play it one more time.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this. The idea that Enrique Tarrio crafted a memo outlining, or they, 3 months, featured witness evidence issued to Tarrio and co-defense included videos, thousands of messages in encrypted chat groups, as well as a public message on Parler. On or before January 6th, Tarrio convened a Ministry of Self-Defense to coordinate Proud Boys leadership on January 6th. The chat showed that Tarrio, stationed in Baltimore, encouraged the Proud Boys as they attacked the Capitol. Let's figure out what that encouragement was.
Now, these little details get easily forgotten or lost in the messiness of debates like this, so let's not forget why we're about to do what we're about to do. What question are we trying to answer? I'll play it one more time.
Let's figure out what that encouragement was. Are they going to actually say in the article? So here's a citation. Proud Boy and 3 other members of the far-right groups were convicted Thursday in a plot to attack the Capitol. A jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio and 3 lieutenants guilty of seditious conspiracy after hearing dozens of witnesses. Jurors cleared a 5th defendant, Dominic Pizzola, on a citizen charge and a significant milestone of the Justice Department, which is now secured a conspiracy, blah, blah, blah.
Ah, yes, blah, blah, blah. All that data that he was screaming at Luke to provide was only a single Google scroll and click away. But man, that's all boring and irrelevant, of course. The who, what, where, when, and why, does that really matter to Tim? Dozens of witnesses, thousands of messages recovered, a 3-month trial that ended with a jury coming to a unanimous verdict. None of that matters, obviously. And I won't let you forget that Tim is supposed to be the one who's intimately familiar with the trial and the court documents and all that. But again, it seems like this is his first time him and his buddies are hearing about any of this shit.
They will never stop. Okay, that's interesting. Wikipedia asserts that they did this, but there's actually nothing in the news article that actually states that is true. Well, now we got a problem.
Oh, fuck, a problem? Shit, yeah, let's take a look. Tim's saying there's something wrong with the fact that the Wikipedia page makes a claim for which the provided citation doesn't appear to substantiate. I guess the whole thing's fake news, right? Well, I will say this, Tim was right about one thing. There was a problem here with the Associated Press article that he was looking at, and that problem would clearly be right here, if it wasn't cut off by his little border. Allow me to open up that article myself and check out what he was looking at. Huh. If he would have just, kept scrolling, he would have gotten the answer that he was looking for. Now remember, guys, he started this entire thing by berating somebody for not doing their own research. It seems an awful lot like he never did any himself, which makes his aggressive hypocrisy particularly toxic, especially when his bullshit idea of research, which at this point during a debate in front of the whole world you think would actually be his best, is to read a couple sentences from the Wikipedia page, take issue with one specific claim made on that page, and conclude that there's a problem with the claim after clicking on only one of the 2 citations that follow said claim, only to skim not even 1/3 of the fucking article. Remember, guys, these are the people telling you confidently and condescendingly that they do the research. They're the free thinkers, guys. You're the sheep. It's the fucking flat earthers all over again. Okay, genuinely, I wasn't actually planning on getting that animated. Sorry about that. So let's continue.
Let's try this again. Let's try a secondary source.
Holy shit, we literally didn't make it 3 seconds in and I have to stop you. Tim, you do know that a second source and a secondary source are not the same thing. Fuck, Jesus Christ, never mind.
Let's see. There it is. They introduced evidence that Tarrio discussed with associates a plan to have a large crowd in Washington storm government buildings in a scheme they called 1776 returns, in which the Winter Palace was used as an apparent code for the U.S. Capitol. In a message, he said, make no mistake, we did this, do what must be done, and he directed the Proud Boys to do it again. So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture...
So are you going to at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly?
I don't think you cited it fairly.
So now this fucking asshole has the balls to try and play this like he wasn't wrong about literally everything from the start. There actually was one detail that if Tim had any fucking clue what he was talking about, he might have noticed and could have used it as a gotcha against Luke. But in his confident ignorance, he obviously had no chance of that. Let's take a quick look and revisit every claim that Luke made. And I'll let you be the judge of whether or not you think that overall Luke cited everything fairly.
Yeah, so they uncovered with him his plot to overthrow the government.
Well, if Tim would have read the court documents that he pretended he read, He would have only had to have scrolled down to page 8 of the indictment. Although now that I say that out loud, I realize how much that he hates scrolling, so maybe that was part of the problem. But nevertheless, he would have then seen a summary of the charges and the detailing of the conspiracy that occurred with the express purpose of preventing the peaceful transfer of power by forcefully taking control of government buildings, and all of the various ways that Enrique Tarrio contributed to this conspiracy, even if he wasn't at the Capitol himself.
Tell me why.
No,
Give
no,
me the data.
I understand that laws on the books have been there for a long time that I agree with, that if it's proven that you had a plan and you wanted to act on it, and then days after...
What's the proof?
So Luke was referencing Title 18 U.S. Code 2384, which describes seditious conspiracy, the crime that Tarrio was ultimately convicted of. If two or more persons in any state or territory or in any place subject to the jurisdiction of the United States conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States, or by force to seize, take, or possess any property of the United States, contrary to the authority thereof, they should each be fined under this title and imprisoned not more than 20 years, or both. Once again, even if you skimmed the indictment, if even most of what they claimed was true, it seems like a pretty fucking cut and dry case that he was guilty of this crime. But of course, that was ultimately up to the jury to decide, and in this case, they agreed.
Say the proof.
By prosecutors.
Say it.
Communications between...
What communications? What did he say? What did he do?
Well, I'm not going to go through all of it, but for starters, there was this, and this. He only had to make it to page 10 to see the section conveniently titled Acts in Furtherance of the Conspiracy.
It's usually law enforcement, which I guess is a part of the government.
Government said so?
Yep.
So you can't say why.
That uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he crafted and sent to his organization.
Saying what?
That detailed each institution of government that they were going to try to overthrow. Then just days later, his organization is at the Capitol.
Now, here's the one bit that I think Luke got slightly wrong. When he mentions that memo, I believe he's referring to a document called 1776 Returns, which outlines the plan to storm the Winter Palace, aka the Capitol. Now, all of that is true, but to my understanding, Tarrio didn't personally craft this document, as Luke suggested, and I'm not entirely sure that he sent it out to anybody, although in light of all of the other evidence, I'm not really sure that distinction is really all that important. Either way, Luke is absolutely correct in pointing to these types of communications as being the primary proof of the conspiracy. Almost everything Luke said during this entire discussion was completely right, and the one bit he got partially wrong was immaterial to the point of the discussion, the purpose of which you'll remember as Tim attempting to showcase that the young liberal is an ignorant sheep who doesn't know or care about any of the details of the case and is gleefully accepting what the quote-unquote machine state has decreed by pen, whatever that means. And his fascist tendencies and tribal prejudices are allowing him to happily accept a political opponent being sent to prison for 20 years for effectively no crime. Now, over the course of this discussion, what we've seen in reality is actually that Luke is a well-informed young liberal who demonstrated not only an admirable amount of patience, but a fair amount of knowledge about the case, and showcased a simple, straightforward, and logically consistent position on the matter, which is that we should respect the rule of law in our justice system such that when someone is accused of a crime and a serious, strong case is put forth in a court of law, ultimately leading to a unanimous jury verdict, and the sentence that's given is appropriate to the crime committed, that's like a good thing. That's the way things should work. And furthermore, Tim demonstrated that he is absolutely 100% guilty of exactly that which he's accusing Luke of. Now, there's a couple quick bits at the tail end of this conversation that I do want to cover, and then we can wrap this one up.
I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans to overthrow a government. That's kind of
that's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow the government.
So now, at this point in the conversation, whoever the fuck this guy is takes issue with something that took 3 months to argue in court, something that was apparently convincing enough for a grand jury to reach a unanimous verdict on, because the Wikipedia summary that Tim mumbled through doesn't sufficiently convince him of the thing he literally hadn't heard of until 4 minutes ago. Gotcha.
Y'all don't seem to be that informed.
Wait, oh shit, shots fired, boys. He just straight up called them out for not knowing jack shit about this entire topic.
Hey, look, respectfully, I cover a lot of protests and riots.
Oh shit, he covers a lot of, quote, protests of riots. Surely this guy's an expert, and him starting off this response by saying respectfully isn't at all condescending. Let's see what kind of wisdom he'll bestow upon us from all that experience.
A lot of people try to protest and riot and occupy government buildings. Do you think that qualifies as trying to, overthrow your government?
Okay, so I hope it's obvious how profoundly stupid this question is. Although Luke entertains it and attempts to answer, but naturally gets cut off by some new bozo with an even dumber comment, if you can believe it. So I'll just explain the obvious answer here. Simply protesting inside a government building is not the same as being inside a government building while attempting to act on plans to overturn the results of a democratic election. The distinction there is like what makes the crime the crime. It's not the protesting in the government building part that was the issue with January 6th. It was the whole attempt to overthrow the government thing that those of us who support the rule of law find particularly problematic.
No.
Okay, good. So, I mean...
but if they had a plan to take control of the government, which was this one...
If this was an actual plan, this was the leastly, poorly, most
over the government?
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets of the Capitol.
Yeah. Okay, well, that was the leastly, poorly, most ridiculous sentence ever. But that's kind of a low blow. Let me pose to you a hypothetical. Let's say you're, I don't know, Darth Vader, and some of your stormtroopers kicked down some guy's door and found this, alongside a fucking holotape from Alderaan or whatever, about how exactly they could exploit a serious design flaw of the Death Star to destroy it, and like their plans to do exactly that. Would you just be all like,
ha, surely such a stupid little Lego model couldn't possibly have real-world implications?
Now see, that's what happens when you make dumbass statements. I gave you a dumbass response.
And thus...
I'm sorry, I have to say this. The Wikipedia article making those claims is not citing any actual proof that they said those things.
Wait. Was Tim searching for sources that entire time? While his henchmen were trying to pick up the pieces, good old Tim was back there frantically clicking away, trying to find some gotcha to confront Luke with. And what he came up with was that the article doesn't provide proof for the communications that were alleged. Wasn't he supposed to be familiar with the actual facts of the fucking case? Oh yeah, sorry. At this point, I should probably abandon the illusion he has any idea what he's talking about. You know, if he made it to the 4th citation in the first paragraph, which would have brought him to the literal Department of Justice website with all of the official court documents, and if by some miraculous set of circumstances he managed to scroll down past the 2nd page, he eventually would have come across all the details that he was looking for. What we've just witnessed was a 4-on-1 debate full of ignorance, moving the goalposts, condescension, interruptions, pivots, fallacies, and more. And there's something really critical I want you to take away from this. The conversation never, ever went any deeper than arguing over the most basic, superficial facts. At no point did they get into debating the legitimacy of the evidence or the validity of the arguments in court, or they weren't debating any of the legal nuances related to the trial. They weren't fucking citing case law. The entire discussion was Tim just saying, Luke, you don't know shit and are a sheep. And then a few sentences, Luke demonstrated that Tim and his friends were completely and entirely full of shit and projecting from the start. The question wasn't even about whether or not the official narrative is true. The question never went any deeper than, do you know why the guy was put in jail? With the unstated premise being that Enrique Tarrio had no due process, he did nothing wrong and was wrongly jailed, which is of course bullshit. But that has to be true to justify the fact that Trump pardoned him and every other person convicted on January 6th related crimes, even the ones that were violent. Now, all of this was to shed light on one particular flavor of discussion. The type of conversation that does nothing but leave the other side and everybody watching from the sidelines further divided from the rest. There was never any real attempt to understand from Tim and his friends. The communication wasn't a two-way street. Luke, bless his soul... Oh, wait a minute. It now just occurred to me that I made a Darth Vader joke and one of the people here was Luke. I feel like that was kind of a missed opportunity. But anyway, Luke tried to keep it on the rails, but all it takes is for one person to engage dishonestly to make a conversation effectively impossible to have. And the really hard part is that to the untrained, unobjective, and heavily biased eye, it can look like the victims are actually the perpetrators. Now, I gotta give Tim props for one thing.
We had Luke on the Culture War show. We debated. A lot of people really loved when I yelled at him about Enrique Tarrio, though I was like 30% wrong.
Now, it does take spine to admit when you're wrong, and Tim was only about 70% off on his math there, but I digress. Consider how impossible these conversations can feel in person with people you know over the course of minutes or hours. Consider how unproductive they all too often feel, how frustrating they can get, or how toxic. Then consider that the majority of human communication that goes on today occurs between faceless and nameless avatars representing anonymous humans with effectively zero real-world implications or consequences, and with a character limit that wouldn't even allow you to post this sentence unless you paid a monthly subscription fee. Do we really think this is sustainable? Now, speaking of toxicity, I want to do one more breakdown of another conversation that not only shares so many of the same issues that we just went over, but also showcases another very specific pattern of thinking and behaving that contributes to this feeling that communication across the line just isn't possible. This time, it's Piers Morgan on a recent episode of Jubilee's Surrounded, where he engages with 20 woke liberals on various issues. Now, in his first exchange with his first opponent on the first topic, what we're going to see is something that's, in my experience, an incredibly frustrating and inescapable barrier that sits in the way of what I actually think would otherwise be a simple collective agreement. What we're going to see here is a way of reasoning that quite literally makes it almost impossible for many folks to actually understand what it is they think they're arguing against.
My first surrounded claim is that masculinity has never been toxic.
Okay, so the topic being discussed here is toxic masculinity. Okay, so as is usually the case, I spent a bit too long on this topic. I did my best to go pretty in-depth into a bunch of the foundational aspects of the subject, but that alone was almost 20 minutes long, and is largely something I bet most of you already know and would agree with. I'll briefly summarize these points, and then we can hop right into it. If you disagree with any of this, I don't know, go fucking read a history book or something. Masculinity refers to the various qualities, roles, and behaviors that we associate with men or manliness. A pretty simple idea that I think isn't controversial and most people understand. Although, there's one word in there that I think is far more significant than many people realize. The we who are doing that association. Masculinity is entirely a social construct, and as such has changed quite significantly throughout history. When I say we, what I'm ultimately talking about is modern Western society. Our idea of masculinity now in the West surely has many similarities to other cultures around the world and throughout human history. There are also just as many differences. Many of the traits that most of us, here and now, consider masculine, the vast majority of people would agree would be admirable. Providership, protectorship, physical strength, and the willingness to self-sacrifice being some of the more common, with others perhaps including ideas like having a high emotional intelligence, a capacity for empathy, and reason. There's nothing inherent to masculinity as a whole that's bad or toxic, but there are certain aspects of masculinity that have been hijacked by people like red pill podcasters and internet grifters in pursuit of selling self-help PDFs to young men struggling to find their place in a world where we spend all of our time on Reddit and in Discord calls rather than at the fucking roller skating rink in the mall like we all did when we were kids. There are a lot of really shitty and frankly pathetic ideas of what it means to be a man, and what our relationship is quote-unquote supposed to be with women that are peddled by these manosphere clowns. This vision of masculinity ultimately revolves around dominance, status, and control. It's not about character or community or any of that gay stuff that Grandpa always talked about. It's about sitting at the top of some imaginary food chain, being stoic, but not in the cool, respectable way we think about when we imagine the classic war heroes in the foxholes alongside their brothers, but rather a kind of stoicism that, I don't know, I'll be honest, it just kind of sounds like someone's describing a school shooter. Entirely emotionally detached or unhealthily bottled up and then harnessed in some quote-unquote productive way. Your self-worth is something that can be encapsulated in a single Instagram photo, just as long as you're able to get your biceps, watch, car, and woman into the frame all at once. And speaking of woman, the optimal masculine relationship with the fairer sex is quite literally transactional. What will women give me in return for what I provide for them? I feel like I should fucking brush my teeth or something after saying those words out loud. A large part of this idea of manhood involves a bizarre kind of warrior fantasy where we imagine we're the fucking gigachads we saw in Black Hawk Down that one time, but it only ever manifests in pointlessly hyper-aggressive douchebag behavior outside of a bar somewhere. And finally, behind all of that is the insistence that the man must stand alone, a fucking institutionless statue who doesn't need or want help from anybody because that's like for pussies, I think, right? Now, I could go through all the reasons why these things are bad, but if you weren't immediately revulsed by most of that while I was saying it, something tells me that summarizing all of that again using different, easier to understand words isn't going to change the outcome. These are just some of the problematic things that have been attached to one particular subset of our culture's idea of masculinity that we would classify as being toxic masculinity. But it's important to remember that these are wholly distinct traits from all the rest of the good and healthy parts of masculinity, the things that no serious, mature, well-adjusted adults have any problem with. It's fascinating, though. When you listen to some of these folks, you can see how masterfully they manage to compartmentalize the idiotic manosphere shit from the reality that they can't deny, even though they're in direct contradiction with each other. Without this compartmentalization, the cognitive dissonance would be too much to handle, and they'd immediately recognize exactly what folks are talking about when they mention toxic masculinity. Like, watch this. What you're about to see is an uncut 30-second clip from one of the bigger names in the manosphere, where he spends the first 14 seconds mocking and rejecting the idea of things being called toxic masculinity, and then spends the next 16 seconds making an incredibly good case for how problematic toxic masculinity is for society in general, and also for himself personally.
It's fucked up how when you're learning how to mature as a man, they'll throw phrases at you like your toxic masculinity, patriarchy, and you're like, isn't this just what you wanted? No one paid attention to me before, and now that I'm mature, I'm oppressing you? Men kill themselves 5 times more than women. 80% of homicide victims are men. We will die trying to prove ourselves. It's weird and sad. Like, I'm in my 20s and I think about slapping people for respect on a daily basis. That's insecurity. I'm deeply afraid of somebody calling me a pussy.
He says when he was maturing that they called it toxic masculinity, but also for some reason he thinks that that's what they wanted. It sounds to me like people around him wanted him to grow the fuck up and be a man. And he learned how to be a man from some douchebag online influencer.
Girls ignored me, men didn't respect me. I was this angry internet dude for a long time. I was reading The Red Pill, an online advice forum for men. You can't really stoop lower than that.
And when he came back to the people in his life and acted like a douchebag online influencer, they said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And then he was confused because what everybody else meant by being a man was different from what he learned from fucking Discord or whatever. And see, isn't that like the entire point? That's the distinction right there. His idea of masculinity has so many of those shitty elements that we're referring to when we say toxic masculinity.
It just used to be more simple to become a man. You could work at a factory, come home from work, honey, I'm home, beat your wife, and fall asleep. You're a man. That was life. Now it's a little more confusing.
Now, he rejects the idea of toxic masculinity completely, for obviously no real reason, because he somehow then shows an admirable amount of candor and self-awareness when he describes some of the obviously toxic ideas that have been piggybacking on his idea of manliness for years. Remember this. Remember what it sounds like when someone entirely rejects toxic masculinity as a concept, but very obviously recognizes how masculinity can get hijacked in ways that make it, well, toxic. It's only now that I realize that 95% of you probably knew all this already. 3% of you would have fully understood if I just put the first paragraph from the relevant Wikipedia page on screen. 2% of you weren't going to understand no matter what I said or how I said it, and the remaining 1% of you are bad at math. Now, I won't blame you if you forgot that all of this was just the preamble to listening to Piers Morgan say a bunch of inexplicably dumb shit on this topic. But before we do, let's listen to him say some totally reasonable and non-dumb things about it first.
Look, I've got 3 sons, 31, 27, 24. I think I brought them up to respect women, to not behave in a misogynist way, and to behave in a pretty decent way generally. But I'm also aware that they've grown up in an era when the likes of Andrew Tate and others have become increasingly dominant in the way that a lot of impressionable young men start to think and view women. And for all that Andrew Tate can say that is positive about getting fit and being successful and confident and so on, there's indisputably a hardcore streak of misogyny that runs through his veins, which I think has been quite damaging to young men. So I'm not all in either way here, but I can certainly see the arguments.
Well, okay then. I don't know about you, but that seemed like a perfectly reasonable and lucid take. Now, for one last bit of relevant context, let's watch one more brief clip of Piers.
Would you like Sharia law in this country? Last time I'm going to ask you. If Sharia law, yes or no. If Sharia law means upholding family values, means looking after the poor, means no gays, no feminists, i.e. women who get above themselves, that's your caricature. No, that's your I know what Sharia law wants. Why do so many women become Muslim these days? Why do
they want to be oppressed? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No. Why do so many?
Because they want to be oppressed.
Women in the world become Muslim these days.
You tell me.
Now here in this case, it's almost like Piers is being kind of based, right? Like he seems like he recognizes that there might be certain aspects of Islamic culture and some of the traditional gender roles therein that we'd probably agree aren't all that great for women. I wouldn't really try to argue that this is toxic masculinity, but I do put forth this example to demonstrate that it seems like Piers is very much aware that cultural context is pretty much the thing when it comes to how people within a given culture view or define traits and roles associated with genders. There's obviously aspects of masculinity that folks like Tate put forth that can be beneficial for young men. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. These influencers are effectively teaching kids how to bake a masculine cake. Of course, metaphorically speaking, obviously baking is for women. And some of those ingredients include things like physical fitness, eating healthy, discipline, goal setting. Cool, that all sounds great. Now, where we run into problems are the parts of the recipe that are metaphorically poisonous. You might even call them toxic. You know, all the shitty and hateful stuff like this constantly sprinkled throughout.
But I said that if a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman. So if she wants to do OnlyFans, she owes him some money because she's his. So there's a saying that they use in Europe. They were talking about the men who went to World War II and they came back and there was something different about their eyes. Like all the bad things they seen was etched onto their eyes. And it's a real thing. If I ever have beef with someone, I can look him in the eyes and know if he's about it or not. You're not going to be able to imitate being a G. You have to go out there and you have to suffer as a man. You got to go through trauma to be a G as a man. Too many dudes out here are trying to imitate. That's what all this fucking shit is. You're talking about game. You're trying to be something you're not. The real game is to be the man. You're not going to ever have a look in your eyes until you've done it for real, my friend. I've been in 87 professional fights and far too many outside of the ring and cage. So you got a lot of work to do before you can look like me.
Okay, so finally, back to Piers. It kind of seems like we were in agreement at this point, no? He seems to understand the relevance of cultural context when it comes to things like gender norms. He agrees that people like Andrew Tate promote many aspects of masculinity that are good and many that we seem to agree are bad. So, like, what's the problem? Allow me to summarize what you will momentarily see as Piers' ultimate position on this topic. And I'm going to structure it in a way that makes it really clear what I mean. I have to warn you, when I lay it out simply like this, it may very well give you a stroke. And it might seem like I'm strawmanning, but I'll let you be the judge. Piers Morgan believes that right-wing influencers in the manosphere, in taking on the role of educating a generation of impressionable young men about what it means to be a man, perpetuate a number of dangerous, harmful, and problematic ideas, such as blatant misogyny. And this is a bad thing. The people that Piers would call woke liberals believe right-wing influencers in the manosphere, in taking on the role of educating a generation of impressionable young men about what it means to be a man, perpetuate a number of dangerous, harmful, and problematic ideas, such as blatant misogyny. And this is a bad thing. Now, it might look like these are the same exact thing, and that's because they are. As you can see, both Piers and the woke liberals have identified the same exact phenomenon, and both have the same opinion about it. It's bad for young men, and we should probably do something about it. Now, our problems begin when we learn that, in a reasonable attempt to condense down a fucking paragraph-long explanation to something a bit more bite-sized, these woke liberals refer to this particular problem as toxic masculinity. In response, Piers Morgan says, toxic masculinity doesn't exist. But wait, you say. That's fucking stupid and makes no sense. The only way one can reconcile this is if you posit that Piers Morgan does not understand what it is all those woke liberals mean when they say the words toxic masculinity. But Mike, you say, that should be like really easy to clear up, right? All you need to do is explain to Piers what it is you mean when you say the phrase toxic masculinity. You just say, oh, it's that thing over here you already agreed to. I just happen to use this convenient little label for it. And he'll go, oh shit, my bad. Yeah, never mind. I totally agree with you that that's an actual problem. Right? But Mike, you plead desperately. It couldn't possibly be that Piers thinks that when the woke liberals refer to toxic masculinity, that he thinks what they're actually saying is masculinity in its entirety, by itself, is inherently toxic. Obviously, no serious person believes such a stupid thing. And even if Piers came to such a patently stupid conclusion, that would also only take like 4 seconds to clear up as well, right? Welcome to my hell.
Well, I think the truth about the whole toxic debate about masculinity is it's a completely new phenomenon. Before, about 30 years ago, nobody ever used that phrase. It's only really in the last 10 years it's suddenly been amplified and used for absolutely everything.
Here's the first issue we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of in the next few... fuck it. I won't pretend to have any idea if this segment's going to be 5 minutes or 5 hours. I stopped caring a long time ago. This whole idea that toxic masculinity is being used by everyone all the time for everything is like kinda sorta made up.
My argument is, I don't think it's ever been toxic.
But Piers, what about earlier when you talked about all the definitely toxic shit that you definitely agree the manosphere bros are teaching to all those young impressionable youths?
Did you say youths?
About what it means to be a real man. So like, what changed?
Masculinity has somewhat morphed and shifted. And in every form of these masculinities or femininities, there are unhealthy elements to each of them. Could you grant me that?
Now, based on some of the things he said before, you might suspect that he'd agree with your premise here, that there can be good aspects to certain ideas of masculinity and bad aspects, right?
And for all that Andrew Tate can say that is positive about getting fit and being successful and confident and so on, there's indisputably a hardcore streak of misogyny that runs through his veins, which I think has been quite damaging. Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, what do you think masculinity is?
In our society, I think masculinity...
No, not in your society. Just generally, what is it?
Okay, so wait, is he looking for like the generic definition? Or is he looking for her to define what she personally thinks are masculine traits? He says in general, but I don't think he just wants the general abstract definition. I think that he thinks there's only one definition of the word, and that definition must include like some preset list of things that must be objectively true independent of culture or society, which would be kind of like the most basic bitch understanding of the concept.
Oh yeah, masculine man is one that's big and strong and buff and makes lots of money and protects me from vampires and Mexicans.
Yeah, in North America, we would broadly view it as like...
Well, hang on, you can't just say North America. Masculinity is a thing. It's not like territory specific.
No, Piers, it definitely is. Even your fucking buddies who also deny that toxic masculinity is a thing recognize this basic fact. Look, here's you. I think only a few days after this Jubilee debate, nodding along with this guy who's saying the same exact shit that she says that you instantly rejected.
Yeah, I don't think there is such a thing as toxic masculinity. There's cruelty, there's abuse of power, there's violence, but toxic and masculinity are oxymorons. I mean, masculinity is a social construct, as is femininity, and we get to decide how to fill that vessel.
You see, Piers? It's not just the woke libs who understand this elementary fact. Anyway, I'll shut up for a bit and let her cook, because honestly, she knows more about this than I do.
It has become that way with the toxic element. But actual masculinity, when it was first devised as a word, it's not an American thing, it's a global thing.
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it.
Wait, Piers, isn't the interpretation of it like the entire point of this discussion? That like some douchebags have a fucked up interpretation of masculinity that they keep selling to kids? Piers, that's literally what we're talking about here, Piers. A toxic fucking interpretation of masculinity, Piers. What the fuck are you talking about?
And what I can't abide is this modern phenomenon that everything about masculinity, everything about being a man, which I am currently identifying as, everything about me is supposedly toxic.
Piers, unless you're referring to some random fucking person in TikTok comments, literally no one has ever said this. Nobody believes this. Nobody's teaching this. You're either lying or you're delusional.
So I would reject the idea that everything that masculinity is toxic.
See?
I think that there can be bad elements of anything.
What do you like about men?
What do I like about men? Lots of things. I think that like the idea of protectionism is good. I think the willingness to kind of like self-sacrifice is very tied to the version of masculinity we have. I think that that's a very good thing. I think the like desire to provide is also a really good thing. And stand up for like principles and strength. I think all of these things are wonderful things.
Oh, wow. You agree? It's almost like when you let the liberal explain their position, you come to find out that it's not the caricature you thought it was.
Well, the issue...
Do you like men to be hunters, providers, protectors?
I don't really care about them being hunters.
Really? Well, how are they going to get all these things to help you and protect you?
How are they going to get all these things to help and protect? Piers, this 2025. What the fuck are you on about, dude? We don't need to fucking hunt live game when we can DoorDash Thai food. What are you talking about?
In this economy, I'd prefer them just to be like fiscally capable.
Oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't spend 20 fucking years working on this 800 credit score so that I have to go out and kill my fucking dinner with my bare hands. I'd rather support the fucking local gig economy than watch the life slowly leave the eyes of an innocent deer.
Let's go back to the Athenians. Let's go back to Athenians and Spartans, though, right? If you want to say masculinity has always been the same, well, the issue is history would disagree with you, right?
Oh, damn, son, talk your shit, girl.
In Athens, for example, it was completely normal for you to participate in civility and talk and do philosophy, but Spartan men, for example, wouldn't even touch coins, right? They viewed it as a very different thing.
Whereas what's that got to do with them being masculine?
You know, I wrote out an explanation for exactly how and why this question was so catastrophically stupid, but it's genuinely so dumb of a question that I don't think it deserves an explanation.
Well, because the version of masculinity that they had viewed certain things like commerce as feminine. If you go to samurais, they viewed poetry as masculine, whereas if you go to like Victorian era, poetry is often associated with femininity.
But what does any of that got to do with toxic masculinity?
Well, Piers, because toxic masculinity is one particular form of masculinity. And when you asked her to explain what that was, you rejected the first premise, which is that masculinity is a social construct. Because you seem to think, and I quote, When it was first devised as a word, masculinity was like one globally accepted definition. Like it was fucking chiseled into a tablet or something. Even though you already also stated that the interpretations of masculinity have changed, which obviously contradicts your own position. But in order to show you how wrong you are on this, she has to bring up historical examples of contrasting versions of masculinity, just like I did earlier, which immediately showcases how stupid your claims and questions are. But because you have a fucking goldfish brain, you've immediately forgotten how we arrived here in the conversation and that she's been holding your hand through this discussion the entire time like a toddler.
If we look at masculinity, we have to acknowledge that it is emergent out of a society that we are participating in. When I said, well, in North America, you rejected that. And I go, well, that's the foundational piece of this. What we're talking about, toxic masculinity, is essentially a North American version of masculinity that we seem to not like.
Well, no, it's not. It's a symptom of...
Wow, Piers really is a piece of shit. He asks her to explain what it is she means when she's talking about toxic masculinity. She explains it clearly and concisely, and then this motherfucker tells her, no, actually, I'm gonna reject your explanation that I just asked for, and instead substitute my own fucking bizarre straw man just so I can then say how stupid it is.
And forgive my phraseology here, but it's a symptom of weak, whiny, woke wastrels who've decided they're going to revise what masculinity is.
The thing is, Piers, you have it entirely backwards. And if you just shut the fuck up and actually listen to the people you were pretending that you were trying to understand, you'd realize that. It's the Andrew Tates of the world that are trying to redefine what masculinity is in a way that you also happen to agree is not good. That has nothing to do with these weak, whiny, woke, whatever the fuck liberals that you are apparently inventing. Once again, Piers thinks that we're trying to redefine masculinity to be this terrible thing. We aren't redefining anything. We're defining a new thing. If we wanted to talk about masculinity, we already have a word for that. It's fucking masculinity. We put the toxic bit before the masculinity bit to distinguish the two concepts. I thought British people were supposed to be better at this whole English language thing. What's this guy's fucking deal?
And they're going to make all men feel terrible. They're going to make men hate themselves. They're going to make everybody else hate men. And at that point, I'm like, what are you doing here? Why would women, for example, want their men to be weak, whiny, woke wastrels?
Nobody wants this, Piers. And what you're actually describing is the manosphere. If you were talking about the red pillars, you would have been cooking so hard just then. Is it the woke libs that are making men feel like they're entitled?
This incredible civilization that we have, all of this civilization, this culture, the wonderful music, the wonderful literature, the great art forms that we have created, all of this is because of us men. We are not toxic. On the contrary. So when somebody says that, oh, you're just toxic masculinity, you say, fuck you. The very existence that you enjoy is because of us.
Is it the woke libs that are making men hate themselves?
Imagine the love you would see in her eyes when she looks at you with adoration like a king. Imagine your existence. That person is waiting for you, and the only thing that's stopping you from being that person is your monumental laziness. You are not stupid, you are not incompetent, you are lazy and arrogant.
Motivational speech is great and all, but telling people that they should want to be just like you, giving them shitty advice that likely won't help them, and giving them unrealistic expectations is exactly what fucking multi-level marketing scams do. And more often than not, they're just setting you up for failure and disappointment because it keeps you in the cycle where you just keep giving them money. And again, the motivational stuff is cool and all, unless you're setting them up to fail and then provide them with a default explanation for their failure, which is, it's all your fucking fault, you lazy, arrogant piece of shit. Nah, but it's the woke libs that are making all the young men feel like shit. It's definitely not the manosphere grifters that are telling them they're pieces of shit. Is it the woke libs that are making everybody else hate men?
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat.
Yeah, it's definitely the liberals who are making people hate men.
And there isn't really an answer for men. I agree that there's a systemic lacking of answer on the left for men in a lot of ways. The issue is that we can't address
I think the left
problem.
hate men. I mean,
just to pause you.
They do. Even movies like Barbie.
I'm left.
Okay.
Piers, the left doesn't hate men. This is a brain-dead thing to say. You're sitting here engaging with someone from the left who's telling you that you're wrong. You have no idea what the left is because your entire idea of the left is a caricature based on Twitter. I don't hate men, but the more I have to hear my fellow men complaining about dumb bullshit that isn't real, the more I'm starting to hate them. And it's not because of the left. It's because of the dumb shit you keep saying.
And I believe there's nothing wrong with being feminine or masculine. I hate the way that masculinity has been tarred with this brush of everything about it is toxic.
Nobody is saying that, Piers. And ironically, the more people like you keep telling young men that the world wants them to be ashamed of being a man, the worse they feel. You are creating the boogeyman that you fear.
I agree. But the issue is that you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to look at things like Victorian Stoicism and recognize how that has harmed young men. Because
Stoicism? Don't be ridiculous.
Hold on. Victorian Stoicism, not Greek.
He said, like that clarification meant something to him. You and I both know that Piers has no fucking idea what the actual distinction is here.
Not Greco-Stoicism.
Stoicism generally is a good trait.
I love Stoicism, Hellenistic Stoicism.
Yeah, he has no clue. When I say high school, is this what you imagine? Do you think this video is an English language grammar tutorial?
I have a pen. I have an apple. Apple pen.
Props to my wife for that deep cut. But seriously though, what's this incredible inability to understand the most basic of linguistic concepts that when you add a fucking word before another word, you're not just doing that for shits and giggles. Sometimes we combine words in ways that convey meaning like above and beyond what the most basic rules of grammar would dictate. These are called lexical compounds. It's what makes horse race different from rat race. Like, this is a misunderstanding of abstract concepts on the level of flat earthers. Is Piers a fucking flat earther? Why am I getting deja vu?
I give you the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
What is this?
A center for ants? What?
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
Well, let me read you something. You've raised Stoicism. Sure. The American Psychological Association released a set of guidelines to help psychologists work with men and boys, in which it stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded.
I think we all know how this one's going to end. But hey, let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he's repeatedly proven he doesn't deserve, and check out the paper that he's apparently talking about. It couldn't possibly be the case that his reading skills are as bad as his listening skills, could it? Let's give it the old Control F and see what he's yapping about here. First with Stoicism. Psychologists can discuss with boys and men the messages they have received about withholding affection from other males to help them understand how components of traditional masculinity such as emotional stoicism, homophobia, not showing vulnerability, self-reliance, and competitiveness might deter them from forming close relationships with male peers. Huh. I mean, that seems like a totally reasonable and good thing to teach boys. And it just so happens to be nothing like whatever Piers said. What about the next one? Additionally, psychologists are aware of the connections between mental health stigma and traditional masculinity ideologies, which may influence men's responses to traditionally stigmatized mental health problems, like depression or anxiety. Psychologists also strive to reduce mental health stigma for men by acknowledging and challenging socialized messages related to men's mental health stigma. Okay, once again, there's nothing there about discarding any of these great masculine virtues. But what it seems that they do want to do is reduce the stigma that many men have related to mental health issues that some ideas about masculinity might play a role in creating or reinforcing. Once again, this doesn't sound anything like what Piers keeps saying, that we want men to be weak. It seems to be a whole lot more like it's promoting the idea that it doesn't make you weak and therefore less of a man to seek help for something like depression. So once again, I have no idea what Piers is on about. Let's search the paper for the word weakness and see what that says. Whoa, wait just a fucking minute. I might have to revise my whole honesty assessment of Piers because what I just read sure does look a whole lot like he did the slimy thing that flat earthers love to do, the good old quote mine. Let's take one more listen to what Piers is allegedly quoting here.
masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded.
Firstly, I couldn't find a single instance of the word discarded anywhere on the paper, which is unfortunate because if they actually do say anything like that, I can't seem to find it anywhere. Now, ironically, there was actually something discarded here. A few words in that list of great traits that Piers said, anti-femininity and violence, and along with it went basically the rest of the actual meaning of the quote. Piers took the APA's contextual definition of traditional masculinity, a collection of traits shared amongst many of the most common ideas of masculinity in America, that the paper then discusses in detail over the course of 30-something pages and never once calls for them to be discarded, cherry-picks only the good-sounding ones from the list, ignoring the ones that are clearly bad, and suggests that the APA is recommending for the good masculine traits to be discarded. I don't know about you, but that seems pretty fucking dishonest. Oh, and when I went to triple check to see if the quote from Piers actually existed anywhere, what I found was all of the references back to the original paper with the real quote and a tweet from the APA, which said, "The guidelines support encouraging positive aspects of traditional masculinity such as courage and leadership, and discarding traits such as violence and sexism, while noting that the vast majority of men are not violent." Once again, the thing Piers claims the woke left or the American Psychological Association are saying are just not true. Now, I originally planned to cover this in more detail, but I think you get the point. Go read it for yourself if you're still interested. I do, though, want to briefly cover one last idea before we move on. This issue is much bigger than young boys learning misogyny from people like Andrew Tate, which is a reductionist view that people like Piers seem to latch onto with most of their criticisms. Masculinity is a part of our identity. Our identity is tied to our self-worth and the value that we believe we provide to our loved ones and to society. What decades of research clearly shows is that there are many fantastic aspects of the traditional forms of masculinity that we may view as admirable or virtuous, but there may very well be certain ways in which we can learn, view, and experience some of these aspects, anywhere from boyhood to old age, that can have very real and detrimental effects on our lives. It's easier for these folks to point to things like mental health or therapy as somehow being whiny, woke snowflake ideas, and to think that the cure for male depression is to tell kids to man up and take charge of their life. But I wonder how many people like Piers would have the sack to tell one of our veterans who might be struggling with thoughts of self-harm that his problem is the participation trophies that they're giving out these days and that they should all just suck it up. I'll add one more relevant bit from the paper. As men grow into old age, they take on different roles and challenges that often impel a re-examination of gender expectations. Given that work roles may change through retirement, family roles may change through grandparenting status or loss of a spouse, and health problems often arise, internal conflicts can ensue, especially for men who base their identities on being a financial provider, having physical strength and stamina, or functioning well sexually. Other experiences common to many men across the lifespan, such as serving in the military, can also have significant impacts on men's identities from young adulthood through old age. Indeed, an older man's military service and combat experience may be relevant to his overall well-being, as well as have a negative impact on health-related changes with age. Likewise, transition to retirement can be especially important for older adults who strongly identified with their work and career. Indeed, retirement may be associated with a loss of power and/or privilege. For example, research demonstrates increased morbidity and mortality risks post-retirement, including suicide.
Now, I would categorize all of those things as the very best of being a real man. Why would you want them discarded?
I don't want most of those things. Let's talk about stoicism.
And I think we agree with each other. I think you agree with me too much. Anyway, it's lovely to meet you. Thank you.
So after she says what I think was meant to be, I don't want most of those things discarded, Piers says, then I think we agree. As if he finally convinced her to change her mind or something. I genuinely think Piers imagines he made some kind of progress in converting this woke liberal with a radical left position into like some kind of reasonable person with a centrist position. But all we really saw was him telling her that she thinks stupid fucking ideas while she had to hold his hand through the most basic, obvious ideas like a toddler so they could finally arrive where we all should have started. Agreement. The conversation about toxic masculinity that we should be having is what it is, what does it look like, what harms it might cause, and how we can address it. But because Piers has this brain-dead idea of what we mean when we use the phrase, he refuses to have that conversation. and instead wants to argue that the real conversation we should have about toxic masculinity is that it's actually fake and liberals are using it to demonize men, which is nonsense. Every conversation about toxic masculinity is about the label, rather than the underlying issues that the label is meant to represent. For whatever reason, Piers seems to think that the only problematic stuff that the red pill manosphere people like Andrew Tate say is bad stuff about women. So why call it toxic masculinity when it's really actually only misogyny? Well, that's because toxic masculinity is a larger concept that includes misogyny, but also a bunch of other things that I talked about before. So why is it so hard to accept that we've adopted a blanket term for all of these things? Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know at this point, this dumpster fire of a discussion ends precisely when it was just getting started. But of course, that's the scuffed-ass Jubilee format for you. The question I find myself repeatedly asking here is, whose fault is this really? Where are all these woke liberals telling men they're inherently bad and everything about them is toxic and they should be all ashamed and guilty? I've been looking, but as far as I can tell, they don't exist.
Do you really think that being a strong, independent woman is being a career woman who had a few abortions? Or is being a mother really feminist?
I'm really curious what you think liberals believe. I'm very proud of you on your motherly journey, and I wish you the best, and I think it takes a lot of bravery and courage to be a mother and a lot of work. And liberals, at least correct liberals, don't believe that you shouldn't, if you want to, create the most beautiful thing, a family. What we believe is that you should have the choice and the freedom to do that, or to pursue a career, or to pursue a career for a while and have kids, or both. And that freedom is something that, I don't know where Michael specifically stands, but some people in his cohort don't like the idea of and want way more rigid enforcement. We want freedom, and I love that you became a mother. I love that you said you also achieved things in your career, and the choice for your own life path is what liberals believe in.
Thank you. Here's the only problem with that, is that my Instagram feed calls it propaganda when other women promote being mothers.
That's because Instagram needs you to be upset and stay on the platform, so it shows you random nobodies who don't really represent the mainstream liberal view to get you upset, so you'll keep using their app.
Everywhere I looked, what I found was an endless supply of conservatives telling young men how they're actually victims, how much the world hates them, how much the world thinks they're bad. I've been trying to find all these examples where the woke liberals are telling men they're bad for being masculine, and for the goddamn life of me, I can't seem to find any. What really are folks on the left, the thought leaders, politicians, prominent voices, people with large platforms, what are they actually saying about men and masculinity?
The world, in the fight for women's equality, the world has changed. 50, 60 years ago, men were the breadwinners in most households, right? Mm-hmm. Men were the bosses. Mm-hmm. Men made the most money. Men were the governors. Men were the presidents. Men were the senators. It was a man's world. That's changed. And the fact that we have fought and achieved more equality for women is a positive thing.
I agree.
All right. But you're suddenly saying, men, Phil, does anyone give a damn about me? You know, what's going on in my life? Good. We want women's equality. What about me? Have we paid enough attention to that? I think we have not, and I think we need to do a better job. It is not incompatible to say that we believe in women's rights, the right of women to control their own body, that we don't want women to be second-class citizens. But say the same thing, of course, we want our young men to be able to have all of the opportunities that they deserve as well. And there has not been the kind of focus on that I think needs to be.
This masculine idea of what a man is that's out there that is just not correct. And that's something that you really see when you're doing this. And it's something I just want to push back on.
How do you define masculinity?
Masculinity is loving your family, caring about your family, and being there for your family and supporting them each and every way. And like, no one would say I'm not tough, and no one would ever accuse me of not being there and sticking up for those that I love. But I also care about people. I'm compassionate, empathetic. So we're kind of mixing up this concept that if somehow a man shows kindness or empathy or consideration for others, that's somehow not masculine. And that is just not okay. That's just not true.
Being a man is first and foremost being a good human. That means being responsible, being reliable, working hard, being kind, being respectful, being compassionate. The notion that somehow defining yourself as a man is dependent on, are you able to put somebody else down instead of lifting them up? Are you able to dominate as opposed to support? That is a old view, a view that thankfully I see a lot of young people rejecting. What we want to do is create a space in which young men of color and young men generally don't have to feel as if for me to be respected and admired in my community, I've got to act a certain way. A lot of the violence and pain that we suffer in our communities arises out of young men who nobody's said to them what it means to be respected. And so they're looking around and well, I guess being respected means I might shoot you. I can make you back down, or I can disrespect you and there's nothing you can do about it. And that is a self-defeating model for being a man. So we have to constantly lift up examples of successful men who don't take that approach.
When they talk about Republicans and their success online, they have been successful because they have also been very clear, especially digitally, about what they believe. They are able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys, in particular, away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that requires the domination of others who are poorer, browner, darker, or a different gender than them. And that is why they are resonating online, because they are appealing to the most basest and worst parts of human nature to divide us. And why to divide us? So that the same people who own those platforms, people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, that these people can continue to get away with highway robbery in tax cuts and in order to fleece all of our pockets, cut our health care, keep our wages low so that we remain fighting amongst ourselves while they make themselves richer.
Well then, none of any of that sounds remotely like what any of these folks on the right claim the left wants or thinks about men. I just can't find anything like that from anybody on the left with a platform, despite everyone on the right with a platform screaming from the mountaintops that this is like a major part of the left's agenda. I'm beginning to see a bit of a pattern here. It's almost like lots of the folks on the right who keep saying that the left hates men might actually just be upset that they're getting called out for the toxic shit they are trying to teach young men. And the only way that they can argue against what are completely justified criticisms is to lie to their audiences who are listening and judging and ultimately deciding who they want to align themselves with, which just so happens to tie in really well with everything that AOC just said. The extent to which Republicans are so successful at garnering support from young men is directly proportional to the amount of lies they're able to tell them about Democrats in order to convince them that they are actually their enemy. And as it happens, the Democrats, by and large, are fucking terrible at being relatable and getting their message out in front of these young men, so what they're left with when they have to choose between the left and the right is entirely one-sided. A caricatured boogeyman versus a cleverly packaged promise to protect them from it. Now, I also found that last point from AOC really fascinating. A bit about social media companies and profits and how that might relate to some of the issues that young men are facing today. Because it reminded me of something that somebody else said, something that sounded remarkably similar, and just so happened to be something that our old friend Piers seemed to resonate with.
Yeah, look, and the elephant in the room here, there's a lot of factors, sociological, economic, but what we're up against, or what young men are up against, is the deepest pocketed companies with godlike technology and, quite frankly, medieval institutions trying to regulate them are essentially trying to sequester them from all their relationships from their friends, their parents, and potential romantic partners. So 40% of the US S&P now is now in the business of isolating and polarizing. Why go through the effort of trying to make friends when you have Reddit and Discord? Why would you put on a tie and go through the corporate BS of navigating a corporation when you can make money trading stocks or crypto on Robinhood or on Coinbase? And why, Pierce, would you go through the effort, the humiliation, and the expense and the potential rejection of trying to establish a romantic partnership when you have literally lifelike synthetic porn available 24/7? So unfortunately, unwittingly, moment by moment, we have created an economic interest, a huge economic interest, in what is effectively evolving a new species of asocial, asexual males. It's as if we've attached the S&P to our own planned extinction. But I would argue the real delta over the last 30 years is a group of companies with unbelievable resources who are trying to convince you you can have a reasonable facsimile of life online with an algorithm. And I worry that we end up with a generation that's obese, anxious, and not connecting to the key attribute of success for mammals, and that is to be in the presence of another mammal.
Huh. Sounds like the problem may be a bit more complicated than just some woke liberals telling men to cry more. But what do I know? Now, I think what's actually going on here is not that the folks on the left are saying the dumb shit that the right claims they're saying. What's actually become apparent to me as I've dug deeper into this is this inexplicable tendency that conservatives seem to have where they listen to one thing and hear something entirely different. Listen to what Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, says about masculinity, and then listen to what the conservatives take away from it.
There's too much of toxicity. It's masculine toxicity out there, and we've kind of confused what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine, where you've got this trope out there that you've got to be tough and, you know, angry and lash out to be strong. It's just the opposite. You know, strength is how you show your love for people. Strength is how you are for people and how you have their back and how you stick up for other people.
Okay, so what he just said was that there's too much toxic masculinity. We've confused what it means to be a man. It's a problematic trope that in order to be strong and masculine, you need to be tough, angry, and lash out. And instead, masculinity can actually be the opposite of that. Real strength is how you treat the people you love, how you have their back, and defend the people around you. I have a hard time imagining that any reasonable person would take issue with any of that. So what was the conservative takeaway from that?
Yeah, following a legacy, Tommy, of multiple second spouses, commitments to children primarily, It's great to see now toxic masculinity being on the top of his agenda.
I'm so tired of the identity politics. First of all, I'll say that. But from the party that doesn't know what a woman is, I really don't want them to define toxic masculinity. And what he said in that clip, men just think they have to be manly. I don't know about you. I like men that are manly. I'm sorry. Is that controversial to say now in 2023? I don't really care. We want men to be manly. We want men to be providers. We want men to have a firm spine and a backbone. That's okay. That's not toxic masculinity. If you're a jerk and you're a loser, that's toxic, no matter if you're feminine or masculine or somewhere in between. Yeah. But the fact that we've got this war on masculinity is part of the reason we have such a cultural problem in the United States of America as it is.
At this point, I'm honestly getting pissed off. It's fucking infuriating how intellectually dishonest and completely disconnected from reality these people are. And to know that millions of people every day watch this garbage and shape their worldview around it. It's straight up dishonest propaganda. It's revisionist history. It's gaslighting. They're literally showing you one thing and telling you it's something different. To hear a man say that being a man isn't about being angry and aggressive, it's about caring for and defending the ones you love, and to think that what he's saying is that men shouldn't be manly, they shouldn't be providers, and they should actually be spineless, there's got to be some kind of fucking medical diagnosis for that level of delusion.
In the core curriculum in America, we learn about toxic masculinity from ages 8 in public schools in California and in New York. We never talk about toxic femininity. Do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
Yeah, it's actually pretty obvious why nobody uses this phrase. It's not that anybody denies that a feminine version of this concept exists. It's far simpler than that. Right now, like with your mouth, out loud, say these two words. See? You can't say toxic femininity without sounding like you're in the middle of a fucking saltine challenge. And let's also not forget that we, for better or worse, already have a bunch of other words for girls who do toxic girl stuff. I mean, shit, they made a whole documentary about it.
That one there, that's Karen Smith. She is one of the dumbest girls you will ever meet. That's Gretchen Wieners. And evil takes a human form in Regina George. Because she may seem like your typical selfish, backstabbing, slut-faced hoe bag, but in reality, she is so much more than that.
Now, speaking of toxic femininity, how about those feminists, eh? Don't they want to, replace all the hardworking, highly qualified men with the most unqualified, unskilled, and unintelligent women under the guise of equality? Don't they want men to be sad, weak, and lonely? What's their whole deal again? I recognize her from that clip earlier. Maybe she can help.
The modern day feminist movement is a farce and it's a joke. They don't stand up for women, Israeli women who are brutally raped and tortured. They don't stand up for women's sports, the integrity of our sports and our spaces. They don't stand up for anything beyond unfettered abortions. The modern day feminist movement is not the feminist movement that was created to empower women, to protect women, to guide women. Now it's about abortion and that's about it. And I wish that weren't the case.
Okay, wait, so the main problem with the modern feminist movement is that it's become all about women who just want abortions, I guess?
You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And therein lies a big part of the problem.
Okay, first of all, I feel personally attacked. But more importantly, I guess the problem with feminism isn't actually women now. They're actually the victims of what sounds like a problem with young, immature, lazy men. Interesting. That's kind of a little bit different than the first bit, but okay.
Which brings us to the present day, 2024. The death of feminism. Yes, it is dead. Because men with male parts have hijacked it. The patriarchy has hijacked the feminist movement, all while the supposed liberal feminists cheer it on.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to keep up here. So now feminism is cool, but that's bad because it's dead now, because the patriarchy has taken over feminism?
They cheer on giant men with male parts swimming against women and walking around women's locker rooms with their junk on display. No consent required.
Okay, so wait a minute. When you said the patriarchy, what you actually meant was trans women? So actually men? The problem's men this time, right? Technically? I don't know, man. This is getting like way too dank.
Well, this isn't surprising to me because I know many millennial women who, though they believe in female empowerment and women's rights, they don't consider themselves feminists anymore because truth is modern day feminists have hijacked the term. And they've changed it into something that the original feminists would be horrified by. They'd be rolling in their graves if they saw what feminists have done with the movement. It's become less about equal treatment and equal rights and more about special treatment. It's become about man bashing and demanding free things.
Okay, so we're back to it being the new woman cis feminists that changed the movement that used to be good but now isn't, right? Am I close? This time around, it's not that they all want like lots of abortions or whatever. It's about hating men and wanting free shit. I mean, okay, I guess I can't really say I understand.
So I think over the last probably 10 years, there has been what I call the pussification of men. It was everything should be about your emotions and your feelings, and men were emasculated, and this whole concept of toxic masculinity warped the minds of a lot of young men. And they felt masculine, they wanted to be masculine, but society was telling them they should be softer, that it was being toxically masculine if you wanted to play sports and chop wood and go to war. And so men were so emasculated and so beat down.
Okay, god damn it. So now the problem is the pussification of men from feminist culture that tried to push this whole bullshit idea that masculinity was toxic. They wanted to emasculate them and make them all depressed and emo and ashamed to be masculine and all that stuff. Wait. Is that why they're all in their mom's basements ordering DoorDash, or is that someone else's fault?
That then there was this revolution of what was actually toxic masculinity, the Tate brothers and others, which I feel as a female that doesn't represent true masculinity. That to me represents douchebaggery. And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money. I see that as being actually masculine. That's like the man that I grew up with, my dad. But what we're seeing now is these young men who look at Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers, and they see somebody who's just quite frankly a douchebag and disrespects women. And because they've been so emasculated, they're like, oh, great, that's a manly man. But that's not right either. So at some point, I think we'll go back to maybe meeting in the middle here. You can be a man who has feelings and emotions, but you can also go to war and protect and defend your family.
Hey, wait a minute. How is she somehow saying the fucking obvious reasonable thing I've been saying from the beginning? What the actual fuck is going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just more feminine or feminist nonsense, ultimately. And the covert feminism in society is big, especially on the conservative side.
Oh, okay, never mind. I guess the real problem is covert feminism from right-wing conservative women? The same people who say feminism is to blame for fucking everything wrong with men and women, while pointing to anything and everything that isn't actually feminism.
So here's what happens, right? Women need to have feminine virtues for men to be pursuing masculine virtues, for you to say things like, well, men, what I want is for men to protect me and I want men to make money. Well, that's great. What that ends up doing is it gives you a set of privilege in society. What do men get? What do men get for doing that for you? What are we getting from women for doing that? Are we getting chaste virgins on our wedding night? No, we're not getting chaste virgins on our wedding night. Are we getting women of great virtue? No, we're not getting women of great virtue. The idea of courtly love is supposed to be done for women of great virtue. Where are they? Well, they're nowhere.
I mean, I think that speaks for itself. He unironically said the phrase chaste virgins. Jesus Christ.
I love this whole thing of like, if you're a female conservative and you don't believe that men should be douchebags, that all of a sudden you're a covert feminist. Call me a feminist. I really don't give one crap one way or another, but I can tell you this. A lot of these men, these podcast hosts on the right that like to think of themselves as these big masculine men and what am I getting out of it? I can tell you this.
There's that feminism.
All right, I believe I'm a woman of virtue,
coming
right?
out.
Yeah, there's the feminism. Oh, and then you're interrupting me too,
Didn't
which
take
is great.
long,
I let
did
you
it? Didn't
talk.
take
It's my
long,
turn.
did it?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak
So,
over a man?
yeah, I don't
Are
care
you
if
a
you call me-
strong,
I don't
independent
really care
woman?
if you call me a
strong,
feminist.
independent woman.
Yeah.
You gotta love that the one time that she has a totally normal and reasonable position, she gets completely and utterly misunderstood, miscategorized, and strawmanned into oblivion by her fellow right-wing comrade. Do you think maybe she realized, just possibly maybe, she might have been doing precisely the same thing to all those woke leftists for years now, just like Piers has been doing? What we just witnessed was the greatest hits of reactionary tendencies, reverting to every paranoid, alarmist, and conspiratorial idea possible, assuming that everyone is the enemy and they're all secretly hiding their true intentions, coming from all the folks with like zero consistency or any connection to reality, who also just so happen to create not one, but like 7 imaginary boogeymen that 2 people on the same side of the political spectrum can't even agree on, and instead become the living embodiment of that fucking Spider-Man meme. Who knew the culture war would become a civil war? Ah, Jesus. Okay, Piers, so even though civil means courteous and polite, and like war is sort of the complete opposite of that, it's not like actually an oxymoron. The 2 words together refer to a larger concept.
Your little boy doesn't want the bully to be afraid of the principal. Your little boy wants the bully to be afraid of him. Because one day there is no calling the principal. And I got called toxic for saying this. And all I was doing was trying to explain what a young boy goes through as they start to realize, oh, the world's dangerous and I'm going to have to deal with it. I'm going to have to contend with it.
Don't get me wrong. I'm all for standing up to bullies, and happen to believe that if some punk kid bullies somebody else and gets what's coming to him, that's not only a good lesson for the bully, but it's also admirable for the kid who stood up for himself or his friend. But let's be realistic here. That isn't really what we're talking about.
Nobody's going to call on my behalf. I want to be the one that they call. Well, that's toxic. Boys shouldn't be afraid of being weak or vulnerable.
Nobody's telling boys that they should be happy about being weak or vulnerable. That's bullshit. Something tells me that what they might actually be saying is that it's not always beneficial to give boys the idea that they're invincible, especially given that it's simply a fact of life that not every boy is strong enough or capable enough to defend himself physically in every possible situation. But it's also not really a great lesson to teach young boys that violence is the solution to pretty much any problem. And not for nothing, but you know that this is what these guys are imagining when they're bloviating about kids needing to stand up to bullies so that they fear them, when in reality, this is almost never how this situation would actually go down. Now, I do actually have to admit that in this scenario, even if McFly did get his ass kicked by the guy 3 times his size, which would happen 98% of the time, him doing so in defense of somebody else is far more admirable and reasonable than if the situation was merely some kid getting in his face and talking shit. When your idea of masculinity involves the willingness to self-sacrifice, that's being a real man. When your idea of manliness is all wrapped up in ego and vanity, that's the bullshit toxicity that we're talking about.
That's important. Boys should be emotionally mature.
I completely agree.
They should be tender to the people that they care about.
That's a fantastic thing to teach young boys.
They should be willing to accept a certain degree of vulnerability with the closest people in their lives.
Well, goddamn, we're 3 for 3.
But no, boys should not be weak because men will be punished if they are.
And you lost me. Nobody thinks boys should be weak. That's fucking stupid. No serious person out there says this. This is the shit I hear from people who are like hot-headed Pop Warner football coaches that are shaming some poor 9-year-old kid because he's crying after losing a game or something. And someone rightfully says, hey man, quit being a fucking asshole, he's just a kid. At which point the coach completely loses his shit, starts tossing haymakers, and then ends up in the back of a police cruiser with assault charges, before spending the night ranting on Facebook about the pussification of America so guys like this can keep up their shtick about how toxic masculinity isn't really bad. And it's actually the people who say toxic masculinity is bad that are the bad ones. Oh, hell yeah, look at these fucking Giga Chad warriors out here teaching kids how to settle things like men. Only the weak reconcile their differences with words. You wouldn't want to be a pussy, would you? Well, it turns out it's not always the weak ones that get punished. Turns out that when kids who get taught that fighting is the best way to solve their problems and that they should be bottling up all their emotions until they fly off the fucking handle, eventually grow up and start role-playing as adults and approach the real world like it's the fucking octagon or whatever their daddy told them it would be. Turns out that sometimes the ones who are so afraid of being weak that they have to overcompensate any chance they can get very often are the ones who actually get punished instead. Oh goddamn, look at these fucking absolute units. This woman has never felt more protected or provided for in her life.
It was 2012 in Aurora, Colorado. There was a shooting that happened there. So he enters the movie theater and he starts unloading rounds. And 3 men threw themselves on top of their girlfriends to use their bodies as shields. All 3 men died. All 3 women survived. If that is the kind of masculinity that you want to get rid of, we don't live on the same planet.
Bro, you're right. We don't live on the same planet. Who the fuck is possibly saying anything other than, these men are fucking heroes? Where are these people? Who are they? Are you just making it up?
There is no world in which somebody sacrifices themselves for someone that they love that you want to get rid of. Like, how can you tell me that that's something that we should get rid of, that desire to protect?
Yep, nobody's saying that.
If a man-eating lion got loose in the United States of America, it would starve to death because there aren't any men to eat.
Okay, wait. The lion wouldn't have any men to eat? I mean, I don't know. Isn't that a good thing? What the fuck? I don't know about you, but I'll identify as whatever the fuck I need to avoid being eaten by a lion. I'm just saying.
I travel through the Middle East. I travel through Asia. I travel through Africa. I see 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 16-year-old men. And I come back here and I find 35-year-old boys. There needs to be a wake-up call. A wake-up call.
Oh, hey, look, we found one. One of the guys calling out men as not being what they're supposed to be. He's the one telling men that they should be ashamed of what they are.
But it is not gathering you together and turning you into some kind of self-willed, self-strengthening soldier. We don't need that kind of men.
Oh shit, wait, hold up. Is this guy actually based? Sounds like he doesn't seem to agree with the whole Tate idea that the answer to every guy's problem is to fucking roleplay as a Spartan. Maybe I should let him cook.
We need men who depend upon Christ and seek to be conformed to the image of Christ.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's just so painfully transparent that the picture that's being painted of the left by the right is a complete fucking lie. It's just so painfully clear when you stop being told by one side what the other side is saying and actually just listen to the other side yourself, you'll see the obvious wool that they're trying to pull over your eyes.
So if I'm a dude and I'm struggling and I'm saying, like, my life is hard, no one will talk to me, I don't get compassion. I get, you're a loser, you're a creep. What I get from the toxic masculine people is, yeah, you are a loser. It's how you feel. You are a loser. Here's a way to change it. Your life does suck.
And sorry, I have to insert, and here's the reason. It's because it's someone else's fault is also a huge part of the quote solution that you're being sold by these men.
Well said. That's a huge part, right? So it allows us, there's also another really important part, which is that it really feeds our ego because it says it allows us to demonize someone else, which allows us to absolve the responsibility within ourselves.
It's dangerous. That's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it works incredibly well, right? When I say when something is wrong in your life, and it is not your fault, it is someone else's fault. This can explain half of the political rhetoric that we see historically too.
You'll see the things that the other side cares about are actually all of the same things you care about, that their values aren't really any different from your own, and that they might not actually be the enemy after all.
Let's face it, a lot of hip hop and rap music is built around me showing how I got more money than you, I can disrespect you and you can't do nothing about it. Ironically, that actually shows the vulnerability that you feel. I think part of the challenge we have is that because oftentimes racism historically in the society sends a message that you are less than and weak, we feel like we've got to compensate by exaggerating certain stereotypical ways that men are supposed to act. And that's a trap.
The driver's education program that I took when I was 16 required 30 hours of classroom education, 6 hours of in-car observation, and 10 hours of behind-the-wheel driving lessons. After that, I was required to pass a vision test, a knowledge test, and a driving test. And then after all of that, I paid some fees, got my picture taken, and was finally legally allowed to drive my first car, the purple Lincoln Continental that my grandmother gave me. Now, it wasn't long after that I drove that very car to a local store and decided to make a purchase, something I'd been thinking about for quite a while. After handing over that driver's license I worked so long to get, filling out a 3-page form, and waiting for the guy behind the counter to get a phone call back from some mysterious government agency, in less than 30 minutes, I walked out with my fresh new purchase. A Romanian Century Arms Wasser 10, the semi-auto civilian version of the AK-47, along with 200 rounds of 7.62 by 39. I was a high school senior. Forget about all the gun classifications and definitions and violent crime statistics and socio-political baggage and reactionary bullshit and debate bro arguments. I'm not advocating for legislation. I'm not arguing about the efficacy of any or all regulations. I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm just speaking to you like I would speak to any other normal human. I personally have a bunch of guns. I'd like to keep them, and I'm quite happy that I have that right. But I also don't think that I'm being crazy or unreasonable or alarmist when I look at this very basic juxtaposition of facts and think that we might have fucked up somewhere along the way. I'm just not convinced that we, society, the United States, and everybody inside of it, is better off this way. I don't think that this is the optimal, perfect situation. I don't think we necessarily benefit from this particular state of affairs. And I also think there's a really interesting and very much needed discussion to be had between folks who have differing opinions about this. But for some reason, we can't. Because the moment that some people hear me make that very simple and, I think, uncontroversial observation, it's as if I suddenly represent an existential threat to them, someone challenging an unchallengeable foundational principle, a fundamentalist religious belief. I become a heretic. I become the enemy. Now, I said for some reason, as if I didn't already think I knew the answer. At some point during this year-long deep dive into the muck and shit and flames that is the intersection of culture, politics, and the internet, all of the discussions and debates and interviews and podcasts and monologues and YouTube shorts and tweets and press conferences and news clips, something suddenly stood out to me. A pattern that, now that I've seen it once, I kind of can't help but see everywhere. Something that I've taken to calling the trap. Allow me to introduce this idea by examining a relevant topic. The late 80s and 90s saw rapidly rising rates of violent crime, specifically involving firearms. Gun violence had become a dominant national concern, creating public pressure for some kind of federal response. That's a pressure that's been building for nearly 4 decades now. The beginning of this trap can sometimes be a singular standalone event, although very often what kicks it off is a series of proverbial straws being stacked one at a time atop some poor, unfortunate camel whose fate we all know far too well. The first stage in this trap is a trigger, and in this case I mean that both in the metaphorical sense and the literal.
Witnesses say a lone gunman walked onto the campus at Stockton's Cleveland Elementary School and opened fire with a machine gun. At the time, 400 to 500 first, second, and third graders were playing during their lunch period. When the rampage was over, 5 students lay dead, a teacher, and more than 30 students were injured, more than half of them critically. Students who were in classrooms say they didn't realize what was happening until it was too late.
I just heard the gunshots, then I looked, then I saw my friend laying down the ground.
Authorities say they have no motive, and since the suspect killed himself, they may never know why he turned this playground into a war zone.
This event was pivotal in the creation and solidification of the idea of an quote-unquote assault rifle in the collective consciousness of Americans. And unfortunately, as we all know full well, it didn't stop there. July 2019, Gilroy, California. 20 people shot, 3 dead. September 1989, Louisville, Kentucky. 20 people shot, 8 dead. January 2023, Monterey Park, California. 20 people shot, 11 dead. July 2024, Detroit, Michigan. 21 people shot, 2 dead. September 2024, Birmingham, Alabama. 21 people shot, 4 dead. November 2022, Colorado Springs, Colorado. 22 people shot, 5 dead. February 2008, DeKalb, Illinois. 22 people shot, 5 dead. July 1999, Atlanta, Georgia. 22 people shot, 9 dead. February 2024, Kansas City, Missouri. 23 people shot, 1 dead. August 2025, Minneapolis, Minnesota. 23 people shot, 2 dead. May 2018, Santa Fe, Texas. 23 people shot, 10 dead. December 1993, Garden City, New York. 25 people shot, 6 dead. August 2019, Dayton, Ohio. 26 people shot, 9 dead. June 1994, Fairchild Air Force Base. 27 people shot, 4 dead. May 2015, Waco, Texas. 27 people shot, 9 dead. April 2023, Dadeville, Alabama. 29 people shot, 4 dead. May 1998, Springfield, Oregon. 29 people shot, 4 dead. December 2012, Sandy Hook Elementary School, Newtown, Connecticut. 29 people shot, 27 dead.
Yeah, these units in the pool, I got bodies here.
They're still surrounding, they're still shooting. Sandy Hook School, please.
There's still shooting going on, please.
July 2023, Baltimore, Maryland. 30 people shot, 2 dead. October 2023, Lewiston, Maine. 31 shot, 18 dead. August 2019, Midland, Odessa, Texas. 32 shot, 7 dead. April 1999, Columbine High School, Colorado. 34 people shot, 14 dead. February 2018, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Parkland, Florida. 34 people shot, 17 dead. December 2015, San Bernardino, California. 36 shot, 14 dead. May 2022, Robb Elementary School, Uvalde, Texas. 38 people shot, 21 dead. November 2009, Fort Hood, Texas. 45 shot, 13 dead. August 2019, El Paso, Texas. 47 shot, 23 dead. November 2017, First Baptist Church, Sutherland Springs, Texas. 45 people shot, 25 dead. April 2007, Virginia Tech. 49 people shot, 32 dead. October 1991, Killeen, Texas. 50 people shot, 23 dead. July 2022, 4th of July Parade, Highland Park, Illinois. 55 people shot, 7 dead. July 2012, Century 16 Movie Theater, Aurora, Colorado. 70 people shot, 12 dead.
Aurora 911, where's your emergency? I can't hear you. What address? I can't hear you. Give me the address again. What address? Say it loud.
June 2016, Pulse Nightclub, Orlando, Florida. 102 people shot, 49 dead.
And he's still in the bathroom when he's bleeding. He got shot. And nobody's going in for him.
October 2017, Route 91 Harvest Festival, Las Vegas, Nevada. 471 people shot, 60 dead. That was merely a summary of some of the mass shootings since 1989. From the list that I compiled, I omitted more than 250 mass shooting events and hundreds of victims. Over and over and over again, these tragedies happen, and the public cries out for something, anything to be done. Now, there's not only a reasonable question to ask, but one that I think is necessary. And the question is not an insinuation. It's not a veiled threat. It's a desperate cry for help. And if you aren't asking, how can we prevent this from happening again, then you simply aren't a serious individual. And I sincerely hope that you don't find yourself in the unimaginable position of experiencing such a tragedy yourself and wishing that you'd taken this question seriously far sooner. Now, any reasonable, rational, mature adult person should be able to pause and consider what might be some of the causes and what might be some potential solutions. And of course, any reasonable, rational, mature adult person should be capable of considering, even if they'll ultimately disagree or reject it, the potential option of maybe some kind of common sense gun reform.
Nope. Sorry, motherfucker. What you just ran face first into is the second stage of the trap.
The reaction. There's no discussion over what could possibly be any proposed regulation. What might be the problems, the drawbacks, the risks? Folks like me don't even get to hear what I'm sure are measured, reasonable arguments from serious, honest people who might disagree with me, because it never gets that far. The reaction is never to any specific proposal. It's a reaction to the very idea of change itself. Anything even remotely resembling any potential firearm regulation being discussed is immediately framed as tyranny, as confiscation, as the first step in a slippery slope that'll inevitably lead to an imagined authoritarian takeover. The conversation shifts entirely from genuine concern about public safety to an existential political threat. The Constitution under attack, your liberties at risk. And what invariably comes along with it are bizarre, paranoid accusations. They aren't even interested in hearing anything you have to say because they're convinced from the start, before you even begin to lay out any reasoning or evidence, that you are a dishonest actor with hidden nefarious motives. Now that reaction leads to amplification. When moderate solutions get blocked outright before any reasonable conversation or negotiations can be had, out of desperation and frustration, the heat gets turned up. The rhetoric escalates. Proposals become louder, broader, more aggressive. Suggestions and questions become challenges and demands. The media rewards the most extreme voices on both sides, and in the process, the fucking Frankenstein boogeyman that the original reactionaries were imagining before, to some extent, comes to fruition. It emerges as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Nobody wanted to go around and take your guns before. They just wanted to figure out a solution to the whole kids needlessly dying problem that one might think deserves a serious, honest discussion. So the pro-gun folks, in defense of the rights they think are going to be taken away from them, take to the streets carrying all of those big, scary guns that the liberals don't understand. The media reports about how big mobs of angry white men are taken to the streets ready to fight anybody who wants to take their guns away. One or two of them are carrying some racist signs or Confederate flags, tainting the integrity of the whole group. And then all the moderate boomer folks sitting in their living rooms watching the news suddenly think, Jesus, these people are fucking scary. I sure would feel a whole heck of a lot safer if these scary, aggressive mobs of racist people weren't roaming the streets with all these guns. And then guess what? You've now created what was once only imaginary. What began as people genuinely looking for answers to a very real and serious problem now gets framed as merely the overly emotional left advancing their sinister political agenda under the guise of public safety. What we're actually seeing are the communists attempting to use the death of kids as an opportunistic political weapon. It becomes a whole lot harder to figure out a reasonable solution when it doesn't seem like the other side is capable of reason, which leads us to the final stage of the trap, polarization. As the debate rages on, anybody else who wanders in sees that there's no data or statistics or nuance. They see scorched earth where dialogue once could have occurred. They see lies and propaganda getting thrown back and forth. They see two extremes shouting past each other, a depressing reflection of our stupid fucking two-party system, resulting in a state of affairs where any kind of reasonable middle ground between those extremes has no chance of gaining momentum or being heard over the cacophony of absurdity. Now, if you actually care about this subject and want your voice to be heard, your opinion to matter, to have any say in the outcome, you're forced to pick a side. But the problem is, by this point, both sides aren't based on solutions to a problem. They're based on identity. And somewhere along the way, the original problem, the dead men, women, and children whose murder might have been preventable if we had the collective capacity for reason, has gone completely forgotten. That is, until the next mass shooting, of course. And then the next, and then the next, and after a while, we all just kind of start to feel numb to it. This is the endless, impossible cycle of crazy that we get stuck in on basically every serious issue facing modern America. This is where folks like Piers Morgan and Tim Pool are trapped, lost so fucking deep in the sauce that they can't see the forest or the trees. They talk about the woke movement and feminism and all of that and point to the craziest people here and say, see how crazy they are? These people represent the entirety of the movement. We can't let them get what they want. When all anybody wanted in the first place was to feel safe and be treated with fucking dignity and respect and equality. Every single person that Piers talked to was saying, no, man, I'm over here. What are you talking about? But in his myopia, all he sees is the most irrational slice of this bit here and thinks that that's the entirety of the argument. When in reality, what he's pointing to here is actually the kind of fringe, absurdist responses that he's either imagining entirely or the very things that his particular kind of response is responsible for creating. Now, we have to be very careful here because it's tempting to look at this and think that this is one of those both sides are equally bad sorts of issues. But thinking that is itself a massive reason why we're stuck here in the first place. The true problem, the thing that's really responsible for spawning this cycle in the first place, is this bit right here. By being unreasonable reactionaries and paranoid conspiracy theorists straight from the start, they make it impossible to engage in any way that doesn't plunge the discussion into an infinite hell spiral where the culture war remains in perpetuity and where discourse and reason go to die. The same exact phenomenon exists surrounding every other major controversial issue that we've been confronted with over the last few decades. They all have the hallmarks of the trap, with the reactionaries refusing to acknowledge that the big scary machines they're raging against were either never real in the first place or they simply don't represent the overwhelming majority of mainstream liberal opinions.
Respect my right to have different opinions.
I think that you've dressed this like nightmare scenario around you, and then you start cowering. No, then you start cowering at the own demons that you set up. It's funny that like are
you
the
see
wokies?
Me cowering?
Are the
Am I
wokies
cowering in this room?
You're saying they're the joyless
I've come and
people.
sat in the middle of 20 hardcore.
They are
woke
joyless.
lefties.
They're ruining the joy of
Am I
life.
cowering?
They're sucking out the happiness.
And their refusal to allow for social progress because of fears based on willful ignorance is what amplifies the most absurd, fringe, and cringe aspects of that progress. We've fallen into this trap when it comes to everything from climate change, the LGBTQ movement, feminism, gun violence, the COVID-19 pandemic, the Israel-Palestine conflict, everything. If we want to have any chance at reaching anything resembling a shared agreement as to how we should be proceeding with all of these issues, we're going to need, at the very least, a mutual understanding of fundamental ideas. The only way this is going to happen is by pumping the goddamn brakes, taking a step back, stop making assertions, start asking questions, and start listening to the answers. Stop telling people whom you disagree with what they believe. Just ask them, and I bet you'll be surprised.
I think we agree with each other. I think you agree with me too much. Anyway, it's lovely to meet you.
Until then, no solutions will ever be found. Dialogue will continue to become impossible, and we will continue to push the other side further into the very fringes that we're afraid of. We've seen what happens when we ignore everything I just said and try to engage with the other side as if we understand their positions better than they do. When we're confronted with the fact that our perception of reality is simply nothing like theirs at any resolution. Sometimes it feels like progress has ground to a screeching halt, like we're all just stuck, like we just keep hitting a new rock bottom over and over and over again and can't seem to find our way out. Well, as it turns out, I think that screeching halt that we thought that we came to never actually happened. That rock bottom we keep thinking we're hitting every day that we open Twitter or Facebook or the news isn't actually the bottom at all. It feels to me like the situation we're in is much closer to tripping down an escalator that's going up. One that just so happens to be moving upwards at exactly the same speed that gravity pulls us down. This isn't any kind of rock bottom I've ever seen. It feels a whole lot more like an endless and inescapable downward spiral, a trap that we unknowingly and unintentionally created for ourselves. Now, I very often remind myself that I'm probably only getting half the story. Although I'll be damned if I just can't, for the life of me, see the world that I'm told is out there. No matter how long I look, no matter where I go, or how genuinely and honestly I search, when I try to see the world that the other side describes, I'm always left looking at a picture that I just can't seem to reconcile. And I'm very much not relying on the media or anybody else's opinion of what the quote-unquote other side believes. I'm not creating this image from propaganda or someone else's straw man. The picture of the world that I'm trying to understand, I get directly from the source. I need nothing more than to listen to the people on the other side tell me what they believe about the world, what they think is going on, and what they see are the problems. But therein lies the actual problem. The picture that I'm left with after all of that is one that seems to completely contradict itself. That world on display defies the laws of physics and the laws of logic. From one angle, this picture of the world seems like it's trying to communicate a message that just isn't remotely coherent or consistent. It seems an awful lot like I'm getting mixed signals. Although from a different angle, well, the signal I get seems to be crystal clear. And whenever that signal comes into focus, I'll be honest, I really don't think I like what I see.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
2 seconds later.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis.
Tonight, the Trump campaign says the prosecutions are reminiscent of Nazi Germany in the 1930s, the former Soviet Union, and other authoritarian dictatorial regimes.
And the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers.
I do think that we should take this opportunity to call for a reduction in the ridiculous and inflammatory political rhetoric coming from too many corners of our politics.
In the good old days, this doesn't happen because they used to treat them very, very rough. And when they protested once, they would not do it again so easily.
That the left needs to tone down the rhetoric and needs to cut this crap out. Somebody's going to get hurt by it.
Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. By the way, and if she gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know. But I'll tell you what.
I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
My current plan is to vote either third party, or as I joke to my wife, I might write in my dog, because that's about as good as it seems.
But there is a justification for political violence. It shows up in every poll, and it's coming from progressives.
I have spent all of my formative years watching the President of the United States talk about the opposition party like they shouldn't exist. His claim to fame in U.S. politics was saying that Obama wasn't born in America. That is how he entered the political stage. He was famous before that, but that was his claim to fame.
We must stop the glorification of violence in our society.
Maybe he should have been roughed up, because it was absolutely disgusting what he was doing.
Donald Trump, over the past 2 months, has not only posted an AI video of Obama being arrested, but then after that, he posted an AI image of Chicago being invaded. After that, he sent the National Guard to Chicago. So I've spent my formative years watching the president do this.
And this is a party that embraces violence.
Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
It is sad to see. I'd actually like a reasonable opposition party, and not a party that's just based on rage and hate and anger.
If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously.
And sadly, that's who today's Democrats have become.
Do you plan on paying for the legal fees of this older gentleman in North Carolina who sucker punched the protester?
From what I understand, he was sticking a certain finger up in the air. And that is a terrible thing to do in front of somebody that, frankly, wants to see America made great again.
It's possible you could help him with legal fees if this man needs it.
I've actually instructed my people to look into it, yes. Try not to hurt him. If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it. It is our love that defines us today, and always will, forever.
But, I think there's a chance, if I feel like Trump has a really good chance of winning, that I might have to hold my nose and vote for Hillary Clinton.
Look, we can disagree with one another, we can debate one another, but we cannot tell the American people that one candidate is a fascist, and if he's elected, it is going to be the end of American democracy.
Here's the text Senator Josh McLaurin says is from J.D. Vance, which reads, quote, I go back and forth between thinking Trump is a cynical expletive like Nixon, who wouldn't be that bad and might even prove useful, or that he's America's Hitler.
This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
When you equate federal agents with literal Nazis, you're no longer offering an opinion. You are giving permission to escalate. This is what Hitler did with the SS. This is what Nazi Joseph Goebbels said about the Hitler Youth.
There is a man in Brooklyn right now, I'm going to say it again, no charges whatsoever brought, and he's been in jail for 3 fucking years. For you to sit there and say it is good that he remains locked up is fascism.
Nazi tactics are progressive tactics first.
Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. Democrats, they are authoritarians. They are jackbooted thugs. Yeah, look, that kind of rhetoric is really dangerous and it's really harmful. And
when Donald Trump says these people have been held for too long, you say, no, Trump is wrong. Keep them locked up. That's fucking fascist.
Comparing ICE agents to Nazis, that is hateful rhetoric.
You can't call someone who you disagree with a fascist.
My next surrounding claim is that woke ideology is anti-liberal and fascistic.
Leaders cannot call their political opponents Nazis and fascists and enemies of the state.
The Democrats, they're fascists. Joe Biden, he's an enemy of the state.
Horrible and dangerous it is to view people with whom we disagree as somehow being less than human.
Nancy Pelosi said, please don't call them animals, they're human beings. I said, no, they're animals. Of course, I think she's an animal, too. You want to know the truth?
Let me ask you about QAnon. It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that.
It's a very demonic party.
Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true and that disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon. I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are and how vicious they are.
Part of the problem and part of the reason it takes so long is nobody wants to hurt each other anymore, right?
I'll tell you, what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia, and I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree with it very strongly.
But there's not a satanic pedophile cult
being run by. I have no idea. I know nothing about that.
You don't know that?
You want to know what's dangerous? They have called President Trump Hitler and called him Nazi. They've called me Nazi. Someone drove by their bicycle today outside the courtroom and called me a fascist.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
This morning, new fallout after the leak of racist text messages linked to members of young Republican groups across the country. The website Politico says it obtained 7 months' worth of messages from a group chat in which racist and anti-Semitic slurs were used more than 250 times.
Why isn't their speech being weighed in the public court of opinion and weighed in courtrooms as being disparaging and inflammatory and inciting violence against people?
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house.
My question off the top is, how seriously do you take this as a possibility?
Well, we have to take everything that Donald Trump says seriously. He throws a lot of stuff out there, but some of the things he carries through on. But listen, I'm not going to be intimidated. I'm not going to be threatened.
Someone drove by their bicycle today outside the courtroom and called me a fascist.
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house, and then I got several direct death threats on my son. The subject line for the direct death threats on my son was his words.
Marjorie Trader Greene. It's unbelievable, but she dropped out. I can't believe it that people can change so much, but you can't go from being a strong conservative to a stone-cold liberal unless you were lying. You know, you can't do that. I mean, you can stop liking somebody, or you can say, I don't know, she's fake.
I like Donald. He is an amazing entertainer. But his policies for most of his life...
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
For most of his life, his policies have been very, very liberal. For most of his life, he has described himself as very pro-choice, and as a supporter of partial birth abortion.
It just goes to show there was never anything there. There was never a center. It was always empty. You thought at one time that Trump really believed in America, believed in people, or something. I think he believes honestly in nothing.
Trump is not ideological. Trump is in the Trump business. Trump just wants wealth and fame, essentially, and he wants power in order to secure those things. But I think there are very few people who think he wants to create the 1,000-year Reich. He wants to build condos and play golf.
I watched many of my colleagues go from making fun of him, making fun of how he talks, making fun of me constantly for supporting him.
And if Donald Trump cares to banner my party, I think it taints conservatism for generations to come. I think his campaign is opportunistic, race-baiting, religious bigotry, xenophobia. Other than that, he'd be a good nominee.
But I can just tell you that a con artist is about to take over the Republican Party and the conservative movement, and we have to put a stop to it.
Listen, I think nominating Donald Trump would be an absolute train wreck.
We're talking about a game show host, right, who got marketed for 12 years on television as a brilliant businessman, and half the country bought it.
The media is pumping him up as some sort of unstoppable force. Donald Trump has portrayed himself now consistently as fighting for the working people, and he has a record of sticking it to working people for 35 years.
A quarter of the country has rallied to him like he's the Messiah.
35% of my party believes that Obama is a Muslim born in Kenya. He's locked that crowd down.
And another quarter is willing just to look the other way as he desecrates the most basic norms of our democracy.
Now, 65% of us just think he's a bad president.
We're about to turn over the conservative movement to a person that has no ideas of any substance on the important issues, the nuclear codes of the United States, to an erratic individual.
This man is a pathological liar. He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. He lies practically every word that comes out of his mouth.
It's that Trump is still in our politics and we don't have a normal conservative party.
In a pattern that I think is straight out of a psychology textbook. His response is to accuse everybody else of lying.
Donald Trump has portrayed himself now consistently as fighting for the working people, and he has a record of sticking it to working people for 35 years.
Whatever he does, he accuses everyone else of doing.
Lion Ted, L-Y-I-N, boom, hyphen. Lion Ted Cruz, Lion Ted, lie.
The man cannot tell the truth, but he combines it with being a narcissist.
There is no way we are going to allow a con artist to take over the conservative movement, and Donald Trump is a con artist.
The reason why the panic is justified, frankly, and again, it extends to Trump's former allies.
To when he won the primary in 2024, they all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time.
And first of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world.
Tonight, President Trump lashing out against Republican leaders who aren't joining his effort to overturn Joe Biden's victory, calling them the, quote, surrender caucus. Meantime, Trump is praising Senator Ted Cruz for leading the charge.
We've seen in the last 2 months unprecedented allegations of voter fraud.
Right, extends to his former running mate, Mike Pence. I mean, Mike Pence has said that the American people deserve to know that Donald Trump asked me to be loyal to him, to put my loyalty to him over my loyalty to the Constitution, right? That is political plutonium.
Political analysts think maybe it's because after embracing Trump, Cruz saw his name floated as a potential attorney general, Supreme Court justice, or perhaps even the party's candidate for president down the line.
We've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what we're going, or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer?
It's very rare that I would fish on. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here for the leadership that you're showing.
Right, and we should and the Republican Party should recognize it as such. But what we have in the Republican Party is, as I said, a cult of personality and a loyalty test.
So I just want to say I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II.
Former top aides making such harsh public assessments. Most recently, Cassidy Hutchinson.
I think that Donald Trump is the most grave threat that we will face to our democracy in our lifetime.
And you have people like J.D. Vance and even Elon Musk bending the knee in this loyalty test in the most abject way.
She joins a growing chorus.
I think he's unfit for office.
He will always put his own interests and gratifying his own ego ahead of everything else.
Thank you. And today, Trump's longest-serving former chief of staff, John Kelly, is chiming in with his harshest criticism yet. What can I add that has not already been said? A person that has no idea what America stands for and has no idea what America is all about. Kelly also criticized Trump for saying that former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Mark Milley should be executed.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator, and we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Some of the people who know Donald Trump the best now warning of the threat they think he poses if elected in November 2024.
This is not, it's just not normal, and it's not compatible with the norms of our democracy. And the sooner we wake up from this bad dream, the better.
Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
I think we just have to take a moment and pause there to note how remarkable that is. That someone who served as a chief of staff to the former president of the United States, as a retired Marine general, is saying that the person he served meets the definition of a fascist.
The leading scholars of fascism at this point, I mean, people like Robert Paxton, use the term in application to Trump, and it's not an empty epithet, right? It's not the same thing as saying that Trump is the next Hitler figure or the next Putin figure.
One of the core criticisms of the left from the right is how dangerous and problematic it is for the left to call Trump and folks in his administration fascist. I've got a few things to say on this subject, but I first have to ask a simple question. Why don't people on the right feel the same way about calling politicians on the left communists or socialists? Now, perhaps I'm being a bit too presumptuous, but I'd venture to guess that their response would be something like, well, because it's true. And I'm hoping that immediately raises a couple of obvious questions in your minds, which we'll come back to momentarily. But imagine if leaders on the left said, you can't use terms like this. You can't call us communists and socialists. It's dangerous. That will incite violence. You'd say, bullshit. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's probably a communist duck. Words have meaning, and if those words correctly describe something or someone, which in many regards, when it comes to complex social or political ideologies, is subjective, then it's perfectly reasonable and fair to use those words, regardless of how somebody might feel about those words, how someone might respond to you using those words, or whether or not someone might disagree that those words are fair or accurate. Now, there's a very important distinction that needs to be made, but I never see anybody making it. Both sides have pointed to problematic language being used by the other side, but the problem is that the complaints coming from either side are not remotely comparable. These aren't equal and opposite criticisms. For over a decade now, both the left and the right, as we just saw, have pointed to the problematic, racist, xenophobic, dehumanizing, hateful, and divisive language that Trump has been using towards not just his political enemies, but against minorities and immigrants, whether they're legal or not. And what the right is complaining about are other politicians using specific terms that those politicians feel describe Trump's policies, speech, and behavior. Now, by comparison, what the left has been complaining about is Trump's dehumanizing and demonizing of literally entire populations of people, entire countries at a time, and as we just saw, the very blatant, unveiled, and unhinged rhetoric that promotes and often not only explicitly calls for violence, but offers protection for those who are violent in his name. like offering to provide legal defense assistance for a MAGA supporter that physically assaulted a man simply for giving him the middle finger, or, pardoning more than 1,500 people who were found guilty in a court of law of all sorts of crimes ranging from assaulting police officers and, attempting to overthrow the government, just so long as they want to make America great again. Now, back in the day, calling Mexican immigrants rapists and murderers at least came with a qualification.
And some, I assume, are good people.
Now, people used to point to that as Trump making blanket racist statements about immigrants from Mexico, although Trump defenders would always point out that he was only pointing to the bad ones, and he qualified it by saying that he assumes that some are good people. Well, now, he doesn't even bother trying to hide it.
Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars. Billions. Every year. Billions of dollars. And they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks. The Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
The most notable comparable thing we've gotten from Democrats in recent history was Hillary Clinton calling the racist, xenophobic, homophobic supporters of Trump a basket of deplorables. Now, I do think that there is a difference between making a blanket statement about an entire group of people and then qualifying it by saying some of them might be good, versus making a specifically limited statement about bad people, specifically separating them out from the rest, and then talking about how the rest are actually good. But even if we say, yeah, what she said was fucking stupid and messed up, what she didn't do was say that they should all be locked up or kicked out of the country. Now compare that to Trump wanting to legally classify anybody who identifies as Antifa as a terrorist.
Do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%. And others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
It should be transparently obvious that we are not comparing like with like here. One politician says the racists and bigots that support Trump deserve strong condemnation. And the other politician says that entire populations of U.S. citizens from specific countries should be kicked out of the United States. And anybody who calls themselves Antifa is literally, legally a terrorist. Now, why might that be problematic, you ask? Well, we should all be aware of what actions are being justified based solely on that classification alone.
Last month, the Pentagon deployed 3 guided missile destroyers to international waters near Venezuela after President Trump designated several drug cartels, as well as TDA, foreign terrorist organizations. The White House releasing this dramatic video of the U.S. blowing up a boat in the Southern Caribbean.
When you take something that's not an organized group, has no leadership or command structure or any meaningful coordination, but is instead a loosely connected set of political ideas, and then legally classify that vague ideological label as terrorists, a designation that could be used to justify extreme actions, including the very real potential of violence without due process, is it really that hard to understand why people on the left might find that deeply alarming? Especially when you consider that the FA that many on the left are anti stands for fascism? Shouldn't we all be like anti-fascism? When you don't want people to call you a fascist, do you think it helps your case when you label people who are anti-fascist your enemy? Now allow me to try and reframe this point one more time with a hypothetical that I'm hoping those who might disagree with me will be able to engage with honestly. Imagine if we were in, say, Germany in the late 1930s. Imagine if somebody stood up and said, hey, this Hitler guy, what he's doing seems an awful lot like that whole fascism thing that we just saw in the 20s and 30s from Mussolini over there in Italy. That was really bad over there, and we definitely don't want that here, so maybe we should do something about this. Then imagine Hitler, any of his high-ranking officials, or even some of his normal civilian supporters started saying, whoa, 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 you can't call us fascists, that's dangerous. Somebody might get hurt. Now let's leave aside the old trope of whether or not somebody theoretically assassinating Hitler in an alternate timeline would have been a good thing or not, because I very much want to make it very, very explicitly clear, with no ambiguity, that I do not believe that any of our problems, political or otherwise, should be solved with violence. The solutions to these problems, whatever they may be, should be non-violent and democratic. Nevertheless, wouldn't it be kind of like absurd for anybody to try and stop the German in the late 1930s from calling what Hitler was doing fascism, when that was exactly what they believed it to be? There were actually a number of distinctions that made Hitler's Germany distinct from Mussolini's Italy. They of course weren't identical, so does that somehow make the comparison inappropriate? Of course not. They share so many of the collection of traits that we've decided to label as fascistic. So someone saying they aren't the same thing, so you can't call Hitler a fascist, would be fucking stupid. They don't have to be the exact same thing for the label to be accurate or appropriate. Now also, imagine that Group A saw what Hitler was doing, felt it was bad and dangerous and problematic, and thought, hey, this looks like fascism, let's call it fascist. And then a trend started to grow within Group A, and perhaps beyond, where the label was being used more commonly to describe Hitler and what he was doing. Then imagine Group B saw what Hitler was doing, felt it was really bad and really dangerous and really problematic, and felt that the only way to solve this problem was violence, and then they committed violence because of it. First of all, Group A and B don't necessarily have any connection whatsoever. Group A used that label to describe Hitler because Hitler was doing all of the bad things that that label encapsulates. Group B committed the violence because they felt it was the appropriate way to respond to a specific collection of bad actions that, coincidentally, people call fascist. In this case, the use of the label by one group and the violent response from another are literally coincidental. That is to say, they're happening at the same time, but there's no causal connection there. The label and the violence were two different responses to the same set of behaviors. If we allow people in power to tell us that we shouldn't be allowed to criticize them using the words that we believe are appropriate, that's the fucking ultimate loss of liberty. So many of the folks on the right love the Second Amendment so much because they're convinced that it's going to be the weapons that will allow them to protect themselves from a tyrannical government. Let's ignore the fact that that's the most fucking insane delusion ever. Good luck fighting tanks and drones with your fucking Bushmaster, bro. But they're constantly fear-mongering that any and every Democrat is actively attempting to confiscate all your guns, the thing that allows you to maintain your liberty. Imagine if any Democrat politician said, you can't go around saying we want to take away your guns, that's unacceptable and needs to stop, while they were actively trying to pass legislation that you thought was there to limit your gun rights. Don't you think that every hardcore Second Amendment lover would be thinking, fuck that, we need to be screaming from the mountaintops to all Americans that what they're doing is bad and we need to do something about it? In fact, don't you think that them saying that we shouldn't be allowing people like you to talk like you are about what you think we're doing because it might make people violent with us, wouldn't that make you think even more that that was exactly what they were trying to do? Now then imagine, as you were trying to make your voice heard, took to the streets like you do, protesting what you felt was a threat on your liberty from a tyrannical government. You even used it as an opportunity to flex that Second Amendment right back in their face to show them that you meant business. Imagine those same politicians said to the world, wow, look at these violent, weapon-toting radical lunatics. They're burning down our cities and want the KKK to take over our country. We are now officially designating the entire Make America Great Again movement and the entire America First movements as domestic terrorist groups. Don't you think that that would only cement your belief further that you were living under a tyrannical government? Whoa, 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 make sure you don't say that though. Remember, that's dangerous. You're not allowed to call it like you see it, because the other side of the political aisle disagrees with your definition of the term. In my opinion, our greatest weapon that we have any chance of wielding to prevent us from ever getting close to a tyrannical government is our freedom of speech and our ability to criticize said government. The moment you allow someone in power to tell you that you're not allowed to call them a tyrant, that's the beginning of tyranny. Now this brings us to the actual question that we all should be debating. What is fascism, and is it fair to give that label to Donald Trump?
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution and stuff like that, which is bad.
We may have to rename this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, What can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is on this.
We forget that many fascist regimes started off as democratic political parties. We forget that Hitler, the Nazi Party, ran in an election.
I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments.
New fallout after President Trump did not rule out the possibility of a third term, even though it's prohibited by the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution.
You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever
the
it's in your
Second
favor.
Amendment. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
so you don't
it's the
believe in
friend
democracy?
Enemy. No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
Fascist parties start as fascist social and political movements before they come to power. So it's important to see that these tactics occur even in societies that do not have a fascist regime.
People are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it.
Who picks the autocrat?
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings
so
were
isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that stage.
And then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
All nationalism involves a mythic past. In the past, we were great. Wherein did our greatness consist? In our military.
Welcome to the War Department.
Now we are discovering American muscle, reasserting American might, and beginning the next story chapter in American military legends and lore. That's L-O-R-E.
From this moment forward, the only mission of the newly restored Department of War is this: war fighting. Not because we want war. No one here wants war.
But I'm good at war. I've had a lot of wars of my own. I'm really good at war. I love war in a certain way.
But it's because we love peace.
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay.
The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength. And as history teaches us, the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it.
Just days after a Russian attack in the Ukrainian city of Sumy killed 35 people and injured 117 others, Donald Trump has blamed Volodymyr Zelensky for starting the war with Russia.
When you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size and then hope that people give you some missiles. So we won the First World War, we won the Second World War, we won.
And in the past, the dominant racial group ruled over others. And then the fascist leader says, that has been taken from you.
Then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense.
By the leftists and communists. They want to weaken our military. They want to weaken our greatness.
As I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places.
That this name change is not just about renaming, it's about restoring. Words matter. It's restoring, as you've guided us to, Mr. President, restoring the warrior ethos.
And we've begun construction on what we call the Golden Dome missile defense shield. It'll be the most sophisticated in the world. You watched it do well until they had some problems at the end with a little bit of a lack of ammunition.
Propaganda is ubiquitous and everyone uses propaganda. In political propaganda, your main message is something other than the information you're conveying. Fascist propaganda is a very particular structure. It's based around a friend-enemy distinction.
How do you know? Autocrats tend to kill everyone, even their own
Schmitt
supporters.
makes this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right?
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
The political opponent, they are a merciless threat to your very existence and your traditions.
Many of them are radical left subversives, frankly.
When they are in charge, it subverts the nation. So the structure of fascist propaganda is based on the idea that the other are fundamentally opposed to the nation. As Hitler says in Mein Kampf, science is only useful insofar as it strengthens the nation.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol during pregnancy, can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
But basically his message was, let's not take any chances, let's not take it, and therefore we can just tough it out. He was talking about toughing it out for the pain, but really the acetaminophen is most important for fever, because if our fever hits, let's say 104 degrees Fahrenheit, as he was talking about, or 40 degrees Celsius, then some of our proteins start to break down. And so that can cause a lot of damage. So for high fevers, it is still recommended. And even the article people that wrote that paper said that if you need it for fever control, then it's still worthwhile, but use the smallest amount and the shortest duration.
Fascism is a cult of the leader. It involves the leader setting the rules about what's true and false.
And actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Well, I don't think science knows, actually.
So any kind of expertise, reality, all of that is a challenge to the authority of the leader.
I'm not denying climate change, but it could very well go back. You know, we're talking about over millions of years. They say that we had hurricanes that were far worse than what we just had with Michael.
Who says that? They say. You mean
well,
the people on the phone?
People say that in the...
Yeah, but what about the scientists who say it's worse than ever?
You'd have to show me the scientists, because they have a very big political agenda, Leslie.
I can't bring them in.
Scientists also have a political agenda.
Efforts to form the panel, named the Presidential Committee on Climate Security, are being led by Princeton University Professor Emeritus and Trump science advisor William Happer, a physicist and known climate change denier.
How much money did you take from Exxon over the years in the aughts up to 2008?
I haven't taken a dime from Exxon. I have not taken one dime from Exxon.
The foundation that you worked for didn't take money from Exxon? You weren't paid by them?
I don't work for the foundation. I'm a trustee of the Marshall Institute, and I'm proud of it.
They have a very big political agenda, Leslie.
I can't bring them in.
Scientists also have a political agenda.
If science would help him, then he can say, okay, I'll use it.
This is the largest, fastest, and most advanced vaccine distribution effort in American history, by far. We're on track to deliver and distribute the vaccine in a very, very safe and effective manner. We think we can start sometime in October. I'm calling on Biden to stop promoting his anti-vaccine theories, because all they're doing is hurting the importance of what we're doing.
Institutions that teach multiple perspectives on history in all its complexity are always a threat to the fascist leader.
So last week, the Trump administration sent a letter to 9 U.S. universities asking them to pledge support for the Trump administration's political agenda or risk losing access to federal funding. CBS News obtained a copy of that so-called compact, and the 10-page letter says, quote, institutions of higher education are free to develop models and values other than those below if the institution elects to forgo federal benefits.
In general, especially state schools around the country are looking very carefully to make sure that they're not teaching things which could be judged as being, to use our terminology, DEI or CRT or woke or whatever it might be.
Your colleagues, are you hearing about the actual manifestations of that chill, of courses being canceled, of people changing their curriculum?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, whole departments have been renamed and consolidated. Whole courses have been renamed, or people have been instructed by their chairs or their deans not to teach them. Colleagues react to this in different ways. Sometimes they teach the same class under a different name. Sometimes they teach the same material in a different way. Sometimes they decide to teach things that they wouldn't have taught otherwise.
The center of democracy is truth. You're not free if you've been lied to.
You are presenting information about what's happening at the border, calling it an invasion, talking about women with duct tape over their mouths and so on. And yet there's a lot of reporting out there. There's a lot of crime data out there. There's a lot of Department of Homeland Security data out there that shows border crossings at a near record low. That shows undocumented immigrants committing crime at lower levels. That shows undocumented criminals or undocumented immigrants committing crime at lower levels than native-born Americans. What do you say to
you don't really believe that stat? Do you really believe that stat? Take a look at our federal prisons.
I believe in facts and statistics and data.
Any more quick? Let's go.
Numbers from your own Border Patrol, numbers from this government show that the amount of illegal immigrants are down. There is not violence on the border. I'm asking you to clarify where you get your numbers, because most of the DEA crimes reporting statistics that we see show that drugs are coming across at the ports of entry, that illegal immigration is down, and the violence is down. Okay. So what do you base your facts on?
Come on, let's go. I get my numbers from a lot of sources, like Homeland Security, primarily. And the numbers that I have from Homeland Security are a disaster. And it's unnecessary.
So your own government stats are wrong, are you saying?
No, I use many stats.
Could you share those stats with us?
Let me tell you, you have stats that are far worse than the ones that I use. But I use many stats, but I also use Homeland Security.
The overall atmosphere is very important, right? The atmosphere of untruth, which you can't really reduce to a particular example. Because it's not just like the guy lies, it's that he is deliberately generating an atmosphere of fiction all the time. And likewise with fear, we can give examples of people being afraid, being examples of policies, and you already mentioned the most dramatic one, which is seizing people without habeas corpus and incarcerating them in random places and then sending them off to random countries. And I'm trying very hard not to use the words like deportation, because those are euphemisms. I mean, if somebody arrests you off the street for no cause and sends you to South Sudan, that's not a deportation, right? That's a forced rendition without any kind of judicial process, and obviously criminal, or I would say it's an act. I mean, I think the right way to talk about it is that it's an act of terror. So those things generate, though, an overall atmosphere, right? An atmosphere of fear, an atmosphere of conformism, which then layers into this atmosphere of fiction. Because the way that these guys run things is as a television program, which everything's a matter of good and evil, right? And they're the forces of good, and every day they vanquish the forces of evil. And the particular bell that rings is fascism, of course, because what fascism is about constructing a reality by way of spectacle.
When they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle, and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it, and there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke, they make it glib, and they do that because they're not delivering on the promise, so they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening.
The people of North Korea will vote for Dear Leader every time because they've been lied to. It's not a free vote because they don't have access to the truth. Equality similarly requires truth, that each of our voices matters the same. And political equality means speaking truth to power.
I challenge you on one of the statements that you made in the tail end of the campaign in the midterms.
Here we go.
If you don't mind, Mr. President, that this caravan was an invasion. As you know, Mr. President,
I consider it to be an invasion.
As you know, Mr. President, the caravan was not an invasion. It's a group of migrants moving up from Central America towards the border with the U.S.
Thank you for telling me that.
And why did you characterize it as such?
Because I consider it an invasion. You and I have a difference of opinion.
But do you think that you demonized immigrants in this election to try to keep them?
I want them to come into the country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in, Jim, through a process. And
they're hundreds of miles away, though. They're hundreds and hundreds of miles away. That's not an invasion.
Honestly, I think you should let me run the country. You run CNN.
All right.
And if you did it well, your ratings would be much better.
If I may ask one other question, Mr. President, if I may ask one other question, are you worried?
That's enough. That's enough.
Mr. President, I was going to ask one of the other folks.
That's enough.
Pardon me, ma'am. Mr. President,
that's enough.
Mr. President, I had one other question, if I may ask, on the Russia investigation. Are you concerned that that you may have.
I'm not concerned
indictments-
about anything with
that you
the
may have
Russian
indictments coming down.
investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
Mr. President. I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts.
Well, I'm
his butt
not a
like
big
the rest
fan of
us.
yours either, so
I understand.
to be honest.
So let me,
What did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years.
There's nothing incriminating in the file, sir. Why not act? Why acting as a...
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
I think you are a terrible reporter. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. What the Epstein is a Democrat hoax. Your crappy company is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC.
If someone really powerful is humiliated when they're caught lying, that's the core of political equality. So if you're going to rip the heart out of democracy, you get people used to lies.
What do you say to Americans who are upset with you over the way you downplayed this crisis over the last couple of months? We have it very much under control in this country. The coronavirus is very much under control in the USA. It's going to disappear. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. March 4th, we have a very small number of people in this country infected. March 10th, we're prepared. We're doing a great job with it. It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. What do you say to Americans who believe that you got this wrong?
And I do want them to stay calm. And we are doing a great job. If you look at those individual statements, they're all true. Stay calm. It will go away. You know it is going away, and it will go away. And we're going to have a great victory. And it's people like you and CNN that say things like that. It's why people just don't want to listen to CNN anymore. You could ask a normal question.
Say the Americans were scared, though. I guess nearly 200 dead, 14,000 who are sick, millions, as you witness, who are scared right now. What do you say to Americans who are watching you right now who are scared?
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say. I think it's a very nasty question, and I think it's a very bad signal that you're putting out to the American people.
Mr. President, after 3.5 years, do you regret at all the lying you've done to the American people? On
All the what?
everything? All the lying, all the dishonesties.
That who has done?
You have done. Tens of thousands.
Go ahead, please.
Hierarchy is central here because it's the big lie at the center of things. What is racism but one big lie? Racism is the lie that one group is better than another.
Somalians, the welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks.
But just a few weeks later, President Trump announced that he was making an exception, and not only that, he would expedite the processing of refugee claims by one group of people from Africa. This is the first group of people granted refugee status to enter the U.S. since the president entered his second term.
Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Connors but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. Farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. We've essentially extended citizenship to those people and to escape from that violence and come here.
The idea that there's a genocide of white farmers going on in South Africa is just not true. It's absurd. And that's been debunked by a number of organizations, both inside and outside of South Africa. But it's become a rallying cry for the some right-wing elements inside the country, and has echoed all the way to America.
What you're proposing here, what the president's proposing here, does not sound like it's in keeping with American tradition when it comes to immigration. The Statue of Liberty says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free." It doesn't say anything about speaking English or being able to be a computer programmer. Aren't you trying to change what it means to be an immigrant coming into this country. And yes, they may learn English as a second language later on in life.
So, but
this whole notion of, well, they could learn, they have to learn English before they get to the United States. Are we just going to bring in people from Great Britain and Australia?
Jim, actually, I have to honestly say, I am shocked at your statement that you think that only people from Great Britain and Australia would know English. It reveals your cosmopolitan bias to a shocking degree that in your mind, no, this is an amazing moment.
Why is it we only take people from shithole countries, right? Why can't we have some people from Norway, Sweden, just a few? Let us have a few. From Denmark, do you mind sending us a few people? Send us some nice people, do you mind? But we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime.
And then once you have hierarchy set up, you can make people very nervous and frightened about losing their position on that hierarchy.
While the world burns, Joe Biden has created a violent threat in our own backyard. Biden's open border has opened the floodgates to record numbers, including terrorists, fentanyl traffickers, and raises the possibility of a Hamas attack.
If you tell the American people that this person needs to be eliminated, most of them, thank God, are going to ignore you, but some crazy person is going to take matters into their own hands and actually listen to the crazy rhetoric that you're putting out there.
I'm Bill Scheel on the Fox 8 Newsroom. Here is an update on the latest on what is now, fair to say, a massacre in El Paso, Texas today. Authorities in Texas have indicated that a posting on social media from several days ago may indicate a motive.
Biden's open border has opened the floodgates to record numbers, including terrorists, fentanyl traffickers, and raises the possibility of a Hamas attack.
You know, we had 11,488 murders allowed into our country by this guy who had no clue.
We have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years.
The El Paso police chief says authorities are examining what he called a manifesto that they believe was written by the shooter and shows a possible nexus to a hate crime.
As the illegal invasion at our southern border intensifies, it is an invasion.
And I'm going to call it an invasion, like it or not.
What's happening at the border is a flat-out invasion. We are being overwhelmed every day.
Brief statements made at a short news conference by authorities in Texas indicating they were looking at a particular social media post that may shed some light on the possible motive for this massacre that occurred earlier today in El Paso, Texas.
And we've seen this in Europe, we're seeing it here, and they are attempting to replace us with citizens that they think, or future citizens that they think would be more amenable to voting for them.
Your views on immigration will have zero impact and zero influence on a House dominated by Democrats who want to replace you, the American voters, with newly amnestied citizens.
And there have been studies that say it impacts people and studies that says it does not. But I look at the common denominators as a 60-some-year-old father and grandfather myself. What's changed in this country?
Your state has been completely overrun by this illegal invasion. I think calling anything but an invasion at this point is just not being honest with people.
Any citizen of any nation should be upset and outraged when there's an invasion by foreigners into their country.
I simply cannot imagine that American voters accept this invasion.
You have a country full of 335 million people who don't share common values. Why does that country not break apart?
Everything we love, everything we have built will be lost if we turn our country over to people who are not us.
We've always had guns, we've always had evil, but what's changed where we see this rash of shooting?
While they watch our cities burn and violent crime skyrocket, you and your families pay the price. Out of control inflation, an economy wrecked, a nation in decline. This is Joe Biden's America, failing.
Hierarchy goes right into victimhood, because once you convince people that they're justifiably higher on the hierarchy, then you can tell them that they're victims of equality.
President Trump campaigned on a merit-based society where people are hired based on their skills, not for the color of their skin.
To let the world know, don't mess with us. One man focused on the true owners of this great land. One movement focused on the true priorities. Make America great for us again.
If we are able to enact local leaders...
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
White
me.
people?
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
German Christians are victims of Jews. White Americans are victims of black American equality. Men are victims of feminism. Once you convince people that they should be better, that they have earned a position on the hierarchy over others, then you can tell them that equality is actually victimhood. Loyalty to the dominant group means law-abidingness. And the minority group is by its nature not law-abiding. Law and order in fascist politics means the members of the minority group who accept their subservient role, they're law-abiding. And the members of the dominant group, by their very nature, are law-abiding.
Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful.
By definition, the leader can't violate law and order.
When somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be. The authority is total. It's total.
So law and order doesn't mean justice. Law and order doesn't mean equality. Law and order structures who's legitimate and who's not.
Because the only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
Keep pushing. Don't lose the momentum.
We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt.
Another officer unconscious.
I pardon J6 people who were assaulted by our government. That's who assaulted, and they were treated unfairly. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election. The first day we get into office, we're going to save our country, and we're going to work with the people to treat those unbelievable patriots, and they were unbelievable patriots and are. I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol.
You've called yourself the candidate of law and order.
Yeah.
When Time magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely.
Sure.
You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones, at least one officer lost an eye, one had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs, another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. No, I didn't assault. They didn't assault. They were assaulted. And what I did was a great thing for humanity. They were treated very, very unfairly. There's never been an incident like it. America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. We love you. You're very special.
Everybody, we need gas masks. We need weapons. We need strong, angry patriots to help our boys. They don't want to leave.
You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay. So this is January 6th. These are the hostages, approximately 1,500. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders. For a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon. And they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. Nearly 180,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records ordered deported from our country are tonight roaming free.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders.
Everywhere around the world, no matter what the situation is, in very different socioeconomic conditions, the fascist leader comes and tells you, your women and children are under threat. You need a strong man to protect your families. They make conservatives hysterically afraid of transgender rights or homosexuality. These are not people trying to live their own lives. They're trying to destroy your life, and they're coming after your children.
So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. This is not medicine, it is malpractice.
They think of it as like protecting the children, and like, you know, children don't feel protected. They don't protect children from school shootings. They don't protect children from pedophiles.
The global elitists who send your kids to war, who tell you a woman is a man and a man is a woman, who teach your children their country, their faith, their beliefs are a lie. They have corrupted every facet of American government, weaponized it against you.
What the fascist politician does is they take conservatives who aren't fascist at all, and they say, look, I know you might not like my ways. You might think I'm a womanizer. You might think I'm violent in my rhetoric, but you need someone like me now.
Even for me, as problematic as I saw a lot of Trump's rhetoric and his ideas on how to fix some of these problems, I agreed with him that the problems were there, but it was just really hard for me to vote for Hillary Clinton. And that goes to show that in our oppositional two-party system, that unless you have somebody else to vote for, then people are going to accept a lot of bad stuff from their candidate right up to the point that they're not going to anymore, right?
Fascist movements typically, though not invariably, rest on an urban-rural divide. The cities are where there's decadence, where the elites congregate, where there's immigrants, there's criminality.
Ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Portland, Oregon, where it looks like a war zone. This looked like World War II. Your place is burning down.
There's Sodom and Gomorrah. In the city, there's not real work. The pure, hardworking, real members of the nation live in the rural areas where they work hard with their hands. When our politicians talk about inner city voters or urban voters, we all know what they mean.
In our inner cities, which we're going to be talking about, because it's a big part of war now. It's a big part of war. But the firemen go up in ladders, and you have people shooting at them while they're up in ladders. I don't even know if anybody heard that, but rescuing people. And you have animals shooting bullets at firemen that are way up in death territory. You fall off that ladder, it's over. And you have people shooting bullets at them in some of these inner cities. We're not going to let that happen. So I always mention the firemen because that's actually a big problem we have.
Each of these individual elements is not in and of itself fascist, but you have to worry when they're all grouped together. When honest conservatives are lured into fascism by people who tell them, look, it's an existential fight. I know you don't accept everything we do, you don't accept every doctrine, but your family is under threat. Your family is at risk. So without us, you're in peril. Those moments are the times when we need to worry about fascism.
While America is under invasion from within, we're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly.
There's a famous quote from the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart in the 1964 case Jacob Ellis v. Ohio, a case where what was in question was whether or not a film was to be considered obscene and if it should be protected under the First Amendment. And while rendering his opinion, he said that he would, quote, not attempt to define what kinds of material I understand to qualify as hardcore pornography, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I know it when I see it. Something tells me that fascism may very well be similar in that way, and I suppose that I'll have to leave you exactly where I found you at the beginning of this chapter, with the ability to look around at what's going on in the United States right now and make up your own mind. Regardless of whatever conclusion you come to, I think I've made at least a reasonable case that the F word being bestowed upon Donald Trump, his cabinet, and perhaps even some of his most diehard supporters isn't merely an empty epithet. It's not always just a frivolous slur, and that there is, at the very least, a reasonable argument to be made in support of the label being appropriate, in which case I think it's an argument that far more of us should be willing to have before we allow ourselves to be told by the government that such a label is unacceptable. But Jesus Christ, people, before you use these terms, please fucking learn what they mean. Oh my God.
Do you think we need to keep socialism out of the government?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Don't end up like Canada. No.
How about Marxism?
Marxism? No.
You don't think we should?
Nah.
For people that don't understand Marxism, how would you even describe it to them?
Marxism, it's putting a point on somebody that, it's kind of a judgment thing. It's kind of basically, it's a stereotype.
Right.
Marxism.
Oh, I'm sure it's a very interesting opportunity for you to fuck me in the ass. Listen, buddy, I was shilling bum deals door to door when you were still neck deep in your ma's tits. Don't try to fuck a mother. Turn! Oh, you're crazy! Oh yeah, sure.
Quick, before that feeling wears off, tell me, what do you feel? Did you feel satisfied that the asshole got what he deserved? Did you feel revulsed at the needless violence? Or did you maybe giggle at the sweet front flip he did when I hit him that second time? Whatever it was that you thought or felt, I'm sure none of you were frantically dialing 911, because of course we all recognize that it isn't real. It seems to me that there must be some kind of instantaneous, unconscious process that basically switches off whatever it is in our brain that's responsible for identifying our fellow human beings, humanizing them, empathizing with them, and bestowing upon them some amount of intrinsic value. Whether it be a video game, a TV show, a book, a movie, we've all witnessed countless examples of terrible, violent, tragic things. While there are plenty of times where this kind of stuff can undoubtedly be quite affecting, for the most part, our brains seem to have no trouble automatically and effortlessly compartmentalizing what we see or do, recontextualizing it in a way that allows us to avoid all of that pesky moral accounting that would otherwise get in the way of our ability to suspend our disbelief, to fully immerse ourselves in these kinds of stories or experiences. The machinery that we have in place in our brains that's responsible for the classification of behaviors as either acceptable or unacceptable, as it applies to both real and fake human beings, appears to be, most of the time, for most people, in perfect working order. Now, while it seems like our behaviors in real life aren't measurably affected by whatever behaviors we may be engaging in when we do something like play video games, it's my supposition that both in the literal sense as well as in the abstract, the resolution with which we have these experiences must surely impact, in some meaningful way, how they make us feel. I suspect that what we all just took part in moments ago must surely elicit something more than what you'd feel when you see something like this. Now, I also suspect that such an act wouldn't be nearly as affecting as if we were directly hooked up to the fucking Oasis, Ready Player One style, with all of our senses fully immersed in a totally fictional digital world. I was going to make a Total Recall reference, but I worry that'd be lost on like a third of you. This is still one of the best scenes in cinema, changed my mind. Now, I'd be willing to bet that even that wouldn't be the same as if we were living in Westworld and you were actually driving an actual car and actually drove it into a perfectly human-like robot, specifically designed to be indistinguishable from human beings and programmed to emulate our feelings and emotions. It seems self-evident to me that as we increase the resolution of the entities that we interact with, we increase our ability to empathize, which raises an interesting question. Suppose we flip the bits, reverse the polarity, turn it on its head. We just got done talking about a theoretical future where we've increased the resolution on the artificial and virtual to the point where they may as well be real. A situation where one of our biggest challenges will be that we can't help but treat something that isn't human as if they are one. Now let's imagine a situation that not only isn't theoretical, but isn't in the future. It's one that is happening as we speak. What happens to the way we feel and how we treat others, not when they're actually fake and every part of our brain tells us they're real, but instead when they're actually real and every part of our brain tells us they're not? Now, as heavy as that is to consider, that of course isn't even taking into consideration all of the rest of the dehumanization all the podcasters and politicians are contributing to every day, all the normalization of the most extreme rhetoric and views that the algorithms are amplifying, and the fact that only one of the implications of the internet allowing everyone to see everything everywhere all at once and at all times is an unavoidable desensitization, an eventual inevitable numbness, the occasional vague memory of some long-forgotten idea of life. I can't help but feel like, right about now, this is both you and I.
Oh, you're not prepared for this. Yeah, guys. You have the survival skills of a Boy Scout troop.
Well, we got this far in our brains, farther than any human in history.
Well, not far enough. And now we're stuck here, till there won't be anyone left on Earth to save.
I'm counting every minute, same as you, Cooper.
Why do I feel more sorry for my horse in Red Dead Redemption when I accidentally run us both off a cliff? No, 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 no!
So, what's this lake we're heading for?
It's called O'Creagh's Run.
No!
Up in the mountains east of Cumberland Falls. I just hope I can remember.
Than I do when I hear about another missile strike in some country on the other side of the planet. Why do I feel more sorry for closing ChatGPT without saying goodbye or thank you for being so polite and helpful than I do when I'm reminded how long I've been procrastinating calling my grandmother? Why do I feel 100 times worse reading one negative YouTube comment than I do reading 100 positive ones? Why, when trying to decide which of these questions might be worth mentioning to my therapist, is the first thing that comes to mind how many people might enjoy that therapy session if I turned it into content? Why is this one of the most adorable things I've ever seen in my life?
I love you, Papa.
While this is...
I love him for the narrowness of his jibs. I love him for the elegant lines of his gondola, which is now covered up for the winter. I'm thinking, oh geez, you know what I'm thinking about. This is very personal. When I make love to him...
I think most of us recognize by now how banal and reductionist it is for anybody to point to video games as some kind of sufficient explanation for the increase in violence in our culture. And I also think that we all recognize how blaming all of our contemporary socio-political issues on the left or the right or woke culture or the MAGA cult or the president or social media is pretty much the same kind of casuistry. I almost forgot to return back to the question that I opened this video with. Which of these tweets belongs to which of these archetypes? And I have to admit that I just couldn't help myself. I had to pull one last switcheroo on you. The answer to this question is, well, one of my takeaways from the brief foray into the world of the Flat Earth conspiracy cult was that one of the least effective ways to change someone's mind was to approach it directly, to attack their beliefs head on. When you do, this triggers all kinds of intellectual defense mechanisms and is largely the reason why this kind of dialogue is rarely successful. It's far too easy to deflect, reject, or rationalize, even if you just so happen to be on the right side of the argument. Listening to the stories of those who were able to escape being stuck in the black hole of reasoning that is the world of conspiracy theory, there seems to be a common theme. As it turns out, it was rarely someone else's reasoned argument or evidence that was the true impetus for a change in thinking. For a true unraveling of a cult-like mindset, the call had to come from inside the house. The impetus behind changing a mind that doesn't want to be changed is first, the experience of cognitive dissonance, that intellectual discomfort that comes from the conscious realization that you're currently holding two conflicting beliefs. When one discovers that multiple things they hold to be true are actually mutually exclusive, or when they become aware of the fact that the way they feel or how they act is in conflict with their stated beliefs. And the urge to reconcile such a conflict is far too strong for most people to ignore. The challenging part is getting the person to recognize and understand this contradiction. The vast majority of people simply can't be told their beliefs are contradictory. Our deeply held convictions are surrounded by stone walls higher than any argument could climb. This is why the head-on approach is a losing strategy. But so then, how do you get past those intellectual defenses? How does one defeat an infinite supply of archers on the ramparts and cannons in the walls? The answer is, you don't. You approach it in the same way the Greeks did. People naturally resist what are obvious attempts from the outside to change who they are. But we're much more willing to embrace the kind of change that we've all undergone our entire lives. The kind of change that happens naturally. The kind of change that comes from within. If you really want to change someone's mind, you need to make them believe it was their idea all along.
When we take him a level deeper, his own projection of Browning should feed that right back to him.
So he gives himself the idea.
Precisely.
Some people spend their time on social media debating people they disagree with in the hopes that they'll be able to change their mind, with the overwhelming majority of such attempts being a wholly fruitless endeavor. Some people, though, choose to tackle this problem differently. There is one thing I can say about these 3 tweets with certainty. All of them come from the same person. One account that I think is a human, and I think is neither sincere nor a bot nor a mere troll. I think that this account is harnessing precisely the strategy that the Greeks made use of in order to change minds. And it wouldn't be the first time such a psyop was attempted.
What if someone were to disguise themselves as a Republican, infiltrate the other side, and then with a few right-wing talking points sprinkled throughout, trick the far right into actually being a bunch of leftist progressives? The abolishment of Obamacare. So what kind of Republican do I want to be? Yeah, I think that'll do it. I think once we have the right aesthetic and a decent profile picture, then the rest of this is going to come naturally. It feels like counting down the days until Christmas. Oh wait, I mean the holidays. LOL. This is California's insurance commissioner. He's gay. Oh no. Of course it is. Classic California. Pathetic. MAGA thread, the final one. Deport all immigrants, illegal or not. Mexicans, Venezuelans, Muslims, Chinese, Armenians, Koreans, Germans, Italians, Irish, British, Scottish, Scandinavians, extraterrestrials, Welsh. To all of those closeted socialist MAGA patriots out there who enjoyed reading Talbot's MAGA threads, I have one thing to say to you. I'm not the first person who's gaslighted you into believing in something.
Now, I genuinely wonder how successful such a strategy could be, and to what extent, if any, it could be argued that it's problematic or even unethical. I genuinely don't know. And in a way, if this is actually what's going on, I reckon that what I'd feel about it would kind of like be how I would feel about Batman if he was real. So, in the end, I have to leave you precisely where we started, a place where I found myself one day and where I've been ever since, feeling no closer to any kind of confidence or closure or satisfaction than before. If I've learned anything from my time investigating social media and the dead internet theory, it's that we almost never get a satisfying answer to any of these kinds of questions. There's always a chance that there's another explanation. Sometimes the crazy, dumb shit that people say is sincere. Sometimes these people really are as crazy and dumb as they sound. And sometimes they're bots purposely programmed to make that position look crazy and dumb. And sometimes they're bots programmed by crazy and dumb people, trained on the rhetoric of other crazy and dumb people to try and argue for that crazy and dumb position. And sometimes it's just someone fucking with you. The culmination of 41 years of the internet is a twisted love child from a throuple between Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, the Turing test, and Poe's law. When we see people expressing their apparently strongly held convictions on the internet, it's become effectively impossible, most of the time, to know with any degree of certainty not only if those convictions are sincere, but if the person is a person at all. Despite me spending what might have seemed like an inordinate amount of time talking about Trump or conservatives or Twitter, that's not what this video was about. All of those things just so happen to be the most recent, relevant, concrete, contemporary examples of a much larger, much more complex and abstract challenge that modern society is and will continue to face. What makes the current state of affairs feel as if it's an insurmountable challenge is that there's no architect to the problem. There's nobody to blame. There's no conspiracy. Different challenges are coming from different places, confronting different people in different ways all at once, and the solution is surely one that will require the kind of systematic change that only a combined top-down understanding, bottom-up awareness, and collective recognition and agreement could provide. And my wife and I can't even decide if we want Chipotle or Five Guys for lunch, so I don't know, are we just fucked? How can we convince the people in charge of these gargantuan, disconnected digital ecosystems that this problem exists and that they should work against their own profit-driven self-interest for some higher societal benefit? How can we convince the shameless bad actors who care far more about their short-term financial gain than they do the long-term well-being of their fellow primates to fucking cut it out? How can we convince people to trust us when they've been tricked by selfish and untrustworthy people into believing that we can't be trusted? How can we hope to coordinate any kind of collective bottom-up momentum shift when all of us at the bottom are ready to kill each other over mutual misunderstandings largely created and perpetuated by those at the top? How can we hope to understand the people around us whose thoughts and actions are responsible for shaping our reality when we'd already interpret a singular reality in two different ways if it wasn't for the fact that we were being shown two very different ones? When the oldest among us were sold an American dream before half were sent to die in pointless wars, while the other half were sent to the kitchen, only for all of them to emerge on the other side of each just in time for everything they learned to be of no value to them anymore because of social justice, technological progress, and globalization. The folks who've never even considered that when they smile and laugh as they type an email that those emotions aren't being magically conveyed to the person who will eventually read it, or who use ellipses and emojis and memes and social networks in a completely different way than everybody else because they were a few decades late to the party. Because of course this party was the latest version of the devil that we all should have been afraid of. Anyone else ever have this kind of interaction with their dad and think like, sheesh, I wonder what's got him in a bad mood? When the youngest among us have never known anything other than a life inside their houses, inside an algorithm surrounded by avatars, and have been living their formative years battling the same exact unhealthy and dystopian social pressures that us full-time content creators learned the hard way were slowly disintegrating our mental health. The young people who are being forced to grow up way faster than they should have to by people who haven't grown up at all, broadcasting any and every thought and idea on platforms that we really don't understand the costs of, who lived their most important developmental years through a global pandemic, and who, not unsurprisingly, communicate with ironic and obscure memes and by saying Twitch emotes as words rather than just like showing human emotions with their human bodies.
You know, at the end of the day, you have a choice in your bed at night between all of the information in the history of the world or the back of your eyelids. And that's a crazy, crazy binary to be choosing the entire time, you know? And it's like we're hyper-connected and we're lonely. We're overstimulated and we're numb. We're objectifying ourselves and we're expressing ourselves. So both things exist together. And the sound of a phone dropping is maybe the most terrifying sound any of us could hear. Is it okay? These content creators are wrestling with these difficult questions of the sort of weird meta like hellscape that it is to be online. It's weird and it's complicated, and the kids know it and they sense it. That's why their memes are all ironic and detached and self-referential and 12 layers deep, because truth is completely dead to them and they know it. They look at the president, they look at the culture, they go, what the hell is this? They look at like Coca-Cola commercials that are winking at them and smiling, and they go like, forget it, you know? So like, ugh.
And then all of the rest of us, my fellow Gen X and millennial folks, who grew up with hopes and dreams of a future that had so much promise but ultimately turned out to be a lie. We're forced to learn how to live life and interact with our fellow primates in meat space just in time for it all to be replaced by ones and zeros, who willingly became the early adopters and unwillingly became the guinea pigs in the most elaborate, complex, uncontrolled, and uncoordinated clusterfuck of a social experiment in the history of our species. And now so many of us in the generational center that have been living in this digital world for decades want to go back to experiencing some semblance of the normal real life that we only ever got a temporary taste of, but our parents and kids not only can't fucking stay away from it, but either lost track of where the lines were between the real and artificial, or they never had a chance to learn them in the first place. But hey, at least we get to experience the golden years between Super Nintendo and MySpace, when Snake was the best thing on our phones, and before we fried our collective brains on TikTok, and rather than needing a dating app, we instead had to muster up the courage to physically walk up to that girl we had a crush on so we could ask her out on a date. At which point we'd then have to develop the archaic skills of maintaining a real-time conversation with another human being and learning how to make a girl laugh. Or a guy, or whatever, man, you get my point.
There's cute guys. Yeah, there's a lot of cute guys. A lot of our friends hang out here.
I don't remember what was the time of the year.
What are you guys doing at the mall today?
Shopping and looking for boys. Same.
Which comes first?
Looking for boys. Looking for boys. Shopping. Looking for guys.
How about you?
I lost my date. I'm just shopping around. Looking for boys. Yeah. Scoping.
You're scoping. So
looking for females.
because my female's not right.
My little Maury.
The best I can ever hope to do is tell you that you're not the only one who's fucking annoyed and confused and scared. We don't have to agree on the problems or the solutions. And honestly, agreement is fucking overrated anyway. I'll take empathy and a participation trophy over some internet debate champion gold medal that, frankly, nobody gives a shit about anyway. I'll take a hug and a handshake over a +1 to some engagement metric. And I know I'm not the only one. More and more every day, I'm reminded that there are others out there like me. Others who not only see the forest and the trees, but also all the other human beings walking around through it with me, trying to figure out where the fuck we are, what the hell we're all doing here, where we should be going, and why didn't any of us think to pack more snacks. I'm not alone, and neither are you. I'm a real person behind this camera and microphone, and you're a real person behind that keyboard. And as long as we keep reminding ourselves of that, I think we'll be okay. The unfortunate truth is that the world we've built for ourselves, for better or worse, is one where each of us is constantly inundated with an endless stream of information that we can only really consume through a filter designed by somebody else. No matter which you choose, Fox News, CNN, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, or Twitter, it's simply a fact that what you're being given is someone else's filtered view of the world, seeing only what they want you to see. Even when we recognize that our view of the world's algorithmically curated to maximize retention and engagement, which ends up just reinforcing our pre-existing beliefs while making us pissed off and afraid, there isn't really much we can do to escape from these little ideological algorithmic bubbles. But this escape is the first and most important step that we need to take if we want to have any chance of reversing the damage that's being done every day to empathy, truth, and reason. Now that is once again why ground news is so important to me. I don't want to be told what to think. I don't want to be given a tiny little curated slice of what's going on in the world. I want to zoom way out above all the algorithms and echo chambers, and I want to see what's being reported from many different sources, what's not being reported by others, and I also want to know who owns these sources, which way they lean politically, and how factual they may or may not be. It's only with this invaluable context and perspective that I feel like I can begin to formulate my own clear and sober view of what's going on in the world around me. Without it, I'm just left feeling trapped in a bubble and shrouded by fog. Escape the bubble yourself by heading over to groundnews.com/veritas or scan the QR code on screen for 40% off the Vantage plan. As usual, the link's in the description and the pinned comment. But so now that we know how to feel about it, what are we gonna do about it? Well, I hate to do this, but haven't you people learned anything? I'm a fucking YouTuber. I have no goddamn idea. This is a group project, and let's be honest, I've done all the work so far. I was kind of hoping you freeloaders would bring something to the fucking table for once. So be sure to leave a comment down below. Remember to smash those like and subscribe buttons, fucking curb stomp that notification bell, and give me a bunch of money on Patreon so my family will finally take me seriously and I can pay for all the therapy that I'm...